Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Planning Board meeting Thursday, July 9th, 2026. We have two public hearings to begin the meeting. We reorganized the way we do things here. Normally, in the past, we used to do the hearings at 6:30, so we'd have a work session down there, jump up here and do the hearings. Now we decided we're going to do the public hearings first to get those out of the way, so to speak, and have less movement or less time of us bouncing back and forth. So after the two public hearings, we're going to do the work sessions down there. The rules, if you haven't been here for a public hearing, so what happens is the applicant comes up and they do a presentation on the project, summarizing the key components of the project, the impacts, things of that nature. The board then will ask the applicant questions back and forth. After that, actually, it's the same point, we bring up a staff member to make comments as well and participate in the asking of the questions. After that happens, we open it to public comment, and I have a list of speakers. If you wanna, when I get to the end of the list, if you come in a little late and you wanna speak, that's fine. I'll just add you to the list as we go along. Seeing as we have a lot of people that like to speak, we'd like to limit it to 3 minutes. So it sounds like it's going to be pretty quick, 3 minutes, but you can say a lot in 3 minutes as long as you get to the point that you'd like to make pretty quickly. So to keep things moving, that's what we'll do. When you come up to speak, please just state your name and address, and then make your comments. Please make those to the board. And we will try to answer the questions. If we can't, we'll rely on the applicant to answer the question. But please do not direct the comments directly to the applicants or their representatives. Just please address the board, and we'll make sure that we note your comment and get you an answer. Either we can answer the question or the applicant can answer the question. So that being said, Cindy, would you read the particulars for the first application?
Thank you, Robert. 450 Myrtle Avenue Site Development Plan, application number PB-0766-25. Location, southwest corner of the intersection of Myrtle Avenue and Belterre Road. Suffolk County Tax Map number is Section 13, Block 1, Lots 8.1 and 9.1. Zoning is PO Professional Office, changed to RM Moderate Family Residential. Applicant is Beechwood Port Jefferson LLC. Contract vendee. Property owner St. Charles Hospital Rehabilitation Center. Contact is Richard Rosenberg Counsel. Description is the application seeks site development plan and major subdivision approval for the redevelopment of the former Mary Haven Center of Hope Institute into a new 77-unit for-sale condominium development. The proposal includes the demolition of several existing vacant institutional buildings and the construction of 12 two-story residential buildings, a 2-story clubhouse, outdoor amenity space, as well as internal roadways, parking areas, and utility connections. Tonight's action is a public hearing.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay. So if you could just give your name and where you're located in terms of business and in terms of representing the project. Probably want to note too, the project is known as, I guess, officially now as Harbor Cove at Mary Haven. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paulina Giampetro with the offices of Richard W. Rosenberg, PC, attorney for the applicant Beechwood Port Jefferson LLC, with offices located at 200 Robbins Lane, Suite D1, Jericho, New York, 11753. I do want to just make a quick note that we did close on the property, so we are now the owners. Beechwood Port Jefferson LLC is the owner of the property. Tonight with me is Mr. Rosenberg, General Counsel to the applicant, Mr. Michael Dove, Principal of the applicant, and I have the VHB team here, who's our engineering firm, Ms. Terry Elkowitz, Senior Principal, Mr. Kevin Walsh, Chief Engineer, and Mr. Pat Lanahan, Director of Mobility. First, I would like to thank the planning staff, Dan, Cindy, and Parker, for all their efforts that they've put into this application and for the extra time that they've put in to getting us here tonight. It's very much appreciated. I think we did hand out a packet that will be also on the screen for you to follow along with that I'll refer to throughout my presentation. Okay. Parker, if you could go to exhibit page 3 on the exhibit. Oh, sorry, page, like there's page numbers on, even though that's page 3, yeah, one more. There you go, thank you. Okay. We're in front of you this evening seeking site plan approval for 450 Myrtle Avenue, Port Jefferson, also known as Suffolk County Tax Map Number, District 206, Section 13, Block 1, Lots 8.001 and 9.001, the subject parcel. It is approximately 9.96 acres. The applicant has made an application for site plan approval for a 76-unit condominium development with a gatehouse and a clubhouse on the subject parcel. And as you can see, we have the site plan of the proposed development up on the screen. To the north of the subject premises is St. Charles Hospital and a parking lot. To the south of the subject premises is improved with multifamily home, townhome HOA communities. To the east across Belterre Road is it's improved with an apartment communities, and to the west across Myrtle Avenue, it's improved with a hospital, St. Charles Hospital, parking lots, and residential dwellings. The premise is the former Mary Haven Center of Hope, which closed over 5 years ago. The applicant made application in January of 2025 to rezone the subject parcel from the professional office zoning district to the moderate density residence zoning district for a 77-unit condominium development with a gatehouse and a clubhouse with a proposed unit mix of townhomes and villas. A thorough coordinated SECRA review was conducted, and the Village Board of Trustees, as lead agency, on November 19th, 2025, issued a negative declaration. Also on November 19th, 2025, the Village Board of Trustees adopted a resolution number 19-111925, approving the rezoning of the subject premises to the RM zoning district, subject to covenants and restrictions. The applicant subsequently submitted an application for site plan approval to the Village Planning Board in November 2025. When the plan was being developed, the applicant made a conscious effort to maintain the existing natural areas, keeping at least a minimum foot natural buffer. In many areas, it's larger than that, and to only develop within the previously disturbed area of the subject parcel. Approximately 3 acres of natural area will remain natural. As a result, minimum variances were needed. The applicant made an application to the Zoning Board of Appeals in November of 2025 for said variances, which were granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals on January 22nd, 2026. Since the variance approval, the site plan has been revised slightly, reducing the number of units to 76, reducing the number of buildings to 12, revisions to the clubhouse layout, and revisions to some of the unit floor plans, specifically removing garages from the lower level end units of the villas to offer some villas units with additional living space. I would also like to note that the distance between buildings, which is one of the variances that we had requested and was granted, does remain at the minimum 35 feet apart, but there are some locations where we were able to increase the separation between the buildings based on the revisions to the site plan. I also would like to note that the proposed parking still exceeds the required parking. It was, the proposed is 225 spaces, and the required was 152 spaces, so we've exceeded by 73 spaces, or almost 50%. At the March 19th Planning Board Planning Board work session, a motion was made to refer the proposed site plan to the subject premises to a consulting engineer for review. At that time, we had established a escrow amount that was submitted, and then the plan was subsequently referred to JRH Consulting Engineer and Architects. The applicant received a copy of the consultant's comments that were dated June 12th on June 17th, and all comments have been reviewed and addressed. And a revised set of plans and response memo prepared by Angela Lano of VHB was submitted to the Planning Department on July 6th, 2026. A few points that I would just like to call out as I go through. It was requested that the on-site drainage be able to retain a 9-inch rain event in a 24-hour period. And the drainage design of the site meets the standard, and it's an improvement from the existing condition today. And if you have any questions regarding drainage or grading, I do have Mr. Kevin Walsh from VHB to answer those questions. The applicant met with the tree committee, and the applicant has had a few meetings with the sidewalk committee to discuss off-site improvements, and there has been site meetings with the former trustee who was the liaison for that committee. At this point, we're not able to connect with him to finalize, so we did reach out to the mayor's office, and she assisted us in coordinating a site meeting with she's assisting us in coordinating a site meeting with DPW. And the applicant has made contact with DPW and is in the process of scheduling a meeting. The proposed development will help boost the economic revenues of the village with additional taxes that the village will collect, as this parcel will now be back on the tax roll, as it was previously exempt for many years. An additional benefit to the village is that this development will maintain its own roads, handle snow removal in the winter, and have private carting handling the refuge removal. And they'll also pay for their own street lighting, so they do not have an impact on those village services. We indicated in our approvals that we will be restoring the existing masonry pillars currently located at the entrance of the site. Parker, if you could just go to page 15. There you go, that one. Yep, thank you. We have a rendering of what we are proposing. We also noted that we would like to have a rock garden honoring the Daughters of Wisdom, and we've come up with a few drafts of language for the dedication. And I know one of the ARC committee members indicated that she would like to help craft that dedication, so we're going to reach out to her and collaborate with her on that. If you want to go down one more screen, Parker. So on the bottom right is a little envision, but we'll work with the ARC member on that. I do have some letters of support from Catholic Health Services, the Port Jefferson Village Chamber, and Canyon Creek, among others. We have about 15 letters that I will submit to Cindy. We had numerous discussions and meetings with the neighbors to the south, Canyon Creek, and we have been fully transparent with them with open lines of communications, and we'll be providing their letter of support today. One of their concerns was parking along the property line. Sorry, Parker, if you could go back to the site plan. Thank you.
You know, it would be good to have somebody just, maybe Parker, you could run your cursor over Myrtle Avenue, because just for the orientation of somebody looking at this for the first time.
Sure, yep.
Those are obviously the proposed buildings. That's Myrtle Avenue coming up the hill. And then on the right, running up and down, is Belterre Road. The site access, maybe you just show that. That's one-way traffic, well, two-way traffic. And I believe it's 2 lanes coming in and a single lane going out, which converts to 2 lanes at the intersection there at Myrtle Avenue.
And that's the existing entrance point that
Oh, that's existing.
yeah.
Right.
So we're not relocating it.
Right.
So it is as is. Okay. So if you want to just zoom out a little bit again, thank you. So on the south, which is running with those two buildings that are all the way at the bottom, that's the south property line. That's where our neighbor Canyon Creek is located. And one of their concerns was parking along the property line, which right now it's currently a roadway. So we took that into consideration when designing the plan, and we made sure that there wouldn't be any roadway adjacent to their property, and they only have backyards up against their property line. And we have typically a 50-foot buffer with additional plantings along that property line to offer additional buffers. In regards to traffic, I have Mr. Pat Lanahan, Director of Mobility from VHB, who I will have come up in a moment and speak to that. And then I will have Mr. Michael Dubb come up to speak about the architectural aspect.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board, Council and staff, my name is Patrick Lenahan. I'm Director of Mobility at VHB's Long Island office in Hauppauge. As part of VHB's efforts on the project, my staff performed a detailed and comprehensive traffic impact study to evaluate the potential impacts to transportation associated with the proposed redevelopment. This study was performed in accordance with standard traffic engineering practices and procedures and included with the submitted project documents. It was actually the subject of several working sessions that we had, as well as meetings with the Board of Trustees at this point. That traffic study evaluated elements that are typical in these studies, including existing conditions, traffic safety, site access and circulation, future volumes and capacity. We looked at the intersections of Myrtle Avenue at Main Street at the bottom of the hill, Myrtle Avenue at Belterre Road at the top of the hill, as well as the site access. And we looked at the weekday AM commuter peak period, the PM commuter peak period, and the Saturday midday peak period. I'd like to note that when the Mary Haven Center of Hope was operating fully, there were 100 students on the site and 335 staff employed at that location. The point being that the former use would have been a much more active use than the proposed use. Of course, they've been closed for a number of years. My study takes no credit for any past activity at the site in gauging on traffic impacts. Regarding the nature of the traffic that will be associated with the proposal, I just want to point out that this type of housing generates levels of traffic at rates significantly lower than single-family homes. This type of multifamily housing, just the demographic, the folks who live there, 76 units of multifamily housing is not anywhere close to equivalent to 76 single-family homes. Even at its highest peak hour, we're looking at a trip generation that averages less than a trip a minute, and that's when we combine the entering and the exiting traffic. To gauge the impacts of the proposal, capacity analysis was performed for the peak periods I mentioned. This analysis reveals that the site's operation will not have any significant impact on traffic conditions in the area. The area intersections will see only small, isolated increases in delay. The site access will operate well. As was mentioned, site parking exceeds code requirements. In that manner, there is adequate parking to be provided on the site. The site layout is configured to provide good on-site circulation internally and to the access via a ring road arrangement. Roadway widths are more than adequate to accommodate the nature and types of traffic anticipated, and have been evaluated to ensure that even large emergency vehicles can navigate through the site. Based on our detailed study, it's my professional opinion that the approval and operation of the site redevelopment as proposed will not result in any significant impacts on traffic conditions. I would like to note that once the traffic study was completed, as I noted, we had some work sessions with the planning board. We've met with the trustees. And there were a number of comments that came forth during those meetings and subsequently that resulted in additional levels of analysis that was performed, principally an expansion of the times of our evaluation to capture the peak periods of arrival and departure at the hospitals and the area elementary school. That's contained in my letter of October 8th, 2005. And what this analysis found was similar to the original analysis, that even at those slightly shifted time periods, the proposal will not have a significant impact on area traffic conditions. There were a number of other comments received regarding some signage that was requested with bicycles, driveway warning signs, etc. And I think we responded that we are prepared to do those. We have also looked at the intersection of Belterre Road and Myrtle. There were some comments regarding the operation of the intersection being a little unconventional. And we've looked at that, we've discussed it a number of times. And I think where we landed and what I'm recommending, and the applicant has offered to do this, is to provide a northbound leading left turn arrow on Belterre Road to help those folks get a jump in making their left turn to head down towards Main Street, and an eastbound right turn overlap arrow that will run in conjunction with that. Now that may require us to change the controller in the traffic signal box. So it is going to be a little bit of an expense. I don't want to say little and get my client angry, but they have stepped up to the plate and agreed to do that. And that's my presentation.
Okay.
So you said unconventional. It's unconventional because heading east on Myrtle,
Yes,
so coming up the hill, it's a straight lane, but also a left turn lane, and there is a left turn signal.
correct.
And a lot of people can't see that it is in fact also a straight lane, so people get honked at quite frequently. Is that going to change? Is that part of your recommendation also?
We had considered changing just that. However, in looking at it, and one of the things we can do is perhaps put up a lane designation sign on the side of the road that shows motorists that it is a combined lane.
Right, because you
And-
can't see it on
And maybe add another set of arrows. There's probably only one, and a car gets on top of it and it's gone, right? But what we felt was the eastbound right turn overlap that I mentioned is a more effective change.
Okay.
And with the lanes that are available there, we can't do both.
So you're saying you can't have the straight lane also be in the right-hand lane?
Correct, because
Okay.
then I can't put in the right turn arrow.
Okay. Are you happy with it?
Yeah.
Chair, I have a question. For those residents that would like to walk down Myrtle to Port, downtown Port, are you providing a sidewalk down Myrtle as previously discussed?
We had, and the client has had multiple discussions with folks in the village about what degree of sidewalk we could provide and where. Unfortunately, the grades in that area, off to the side of the curbing, if we were to provide a sidewalk, we would have to cut deeply into the hillside. We would destroy a lot of greenery and significant trees, and we'd have to put a significant retaining wall into the slope. So at this point, I believe the recommendation is not.
Would there be a way to narrow the existing road widths going up the hill and down the hill?
Myrtle Avenue is sort of narrow already. I mean, you could do it.
I can handle it.
Okay, Michael Dubb is gonna come up and speak.
Good evening, Michael Dubb, Principal Beechwood Organization. Firstly, thank you for hearing us tonight. It's much appreciated. And we've met with every committee the town has, and including the sidewalk committee. However, there's been a change in leadership, if that's the right word, in the town. So the head of the sidewalk committee is not a we have not been able to make contact, so we'll continue that. Having said that, we did study narrowing the lanes, and we want to present a plan at the appropriate time that would include narrowing the lanes and a area that would be for pedestrians to walk up.
Keep in mind, I believe it's also a bus route.
I understand. Okay. In terms of traffic, if there's anything else, if not, I'm happy to talk about the physical structures.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Any more questions on traffic?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No traffic questions. Okay. Nothing more on traffic.
Okay. Can we put up?
So if you go scroll down to 5, there's a bunch of them, so if you just keep scrolling, sorry. Go up. That, one more down. That's the townhouse. Do you want to start there? Or you want
Yeah,
to start there?
that's fine. So there's a total of 76 homes here, a mix of townhomes and what we call villa homes, which are under. This is townhouse elevation. And when I mentioned we've met with several different committees in the town, this is the product of 3 meetings with the Architectural Review Board. And they were very helpful, and their input was very good. And you know, the end result is this is what the townhomes will look like. What we tried to do, and keep in mind it's a rendering, and we met inside, we went outside to see how things looked in the light. We wanted to get a brick that was reminiscent of the brick that was on the building as a trim brick. And we also wanted to get a roof color that was very similar to the roof that was on the old Mary Haven building, so we could match those items as closely as we could. So basically, we used similar colors to the existing Mary Haven, and the buildings are hardy plank siding with brick, some AZAC details. You can see the eyebrow windows and gables on them, and we used vertical trim boards to kind of give each townhome its own identity. If you will go to the next slide, perhaps. Let's keep going. Keep going. Thank you. Keep going. Okay. These are the proposed villas. That, as I said previously, the villas are units above and below. There'll be an elevator to get to the second floor. Again, a little bit of color contrast, but we wanted to keep the same brick that would tie in from within the existing brick. They have front porches. I guess I failed to mention the square footage of the villas ranges from about 1,200 to 1,500 feet. The square footage of the townhomes is around 2,000 feet. And that's basically what the facades will look like. If you can scroll down, we'll get to, keep going. We want to get to the entrance in the clubhouse. Okay, there's the entrance. So what we did is we actually kept the Maryhaven entrance the way it is. We'll embellish it a little bit. We kind of took the look of the roof detail and put it on two monuments that will have the sign for the community on it. But that is showing basically the existing entrance now, just cleaned up and refurbished. If you'll keep scrolling, there's also a gatehouse, and the gatehouse is intended to be what we call a virtual gatehouse. When you pull up, you speak to somebody in a remote location who is kind of the clerk of the works. And then the elevation in the upper left-hand corner, we really worked hard to take some of the window gate details. The entrance to the front of the clubhouse is very similar to the existing entrance on the Maryhaven building, and the same thing with the little gable windows up top. And then if you look closely, because the picture's a little small.
Scroll down, there's bigger.
Yeah.
larger versions.
Okay, maybe we have a freestanding. Keep going. Okay. So there are a couple of existing copper cupolas that are on the Maryhaven building, and it's our intention to remove those and bring them over to this building. So this will be the amenity building. It will have a card room, gym, lounge, bathrooms for the swimming pool area. And in terms of the architecture, that's pretty much it. If I'm sure it was mentioned earlier, but we've laid this out where the entire buffer of the community remains in its current state. And that's it. At the appropriate time, I'm good for questions.
Okay, I think we may have lost the battery on that mic, possibly.
Okay, it's no problem.
Chair, could I ask a question? I want to go back to the sidewalks for a minute. I asked Parker to pull up a Google Street View looking up Myrtle because, yeah, right about there, please. It seems to be, while there is some hill there, it seems to be somewhat off to the right there, flat enough where you could do a 3-foot sidewalk and it would be.
That's very misleading.
Yeah, that's
That's
not
not
accurate.
exactly.
That's a small area.
You need a retaining wall if you're gonna put in.
You should walk it.
Yeah.
I walked it.
Yeah, well, Kyle.
Yeah, I walked it with Kyle. I've walked it, so. Okay. Anything else I can?
I think for you, maybe you could just talk about the demolition and the asbestos removal and things of that nature that occurred.
Yeah, perhaps the roughest part of the demolition is behind us, which is the asbestos removal and anything that's contaminated with asbestos, which was a massive amount of debris in there. Windows caulking had asbestos in it. was a multi-million-dollar job, but it is free of asbestos at this time. So onward and upward.
Yeah, and I think you also had said at a previous meeting that rodents were also.
Oh, yes, yeah. We have rodent monitoring and rodent control. Actually, Paulina has letters from the rodent company, and there'll be rodent monitoring and control. The good news is so far we haven't found anything of any significance.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a few remarks. In regards to the sidewalks, we would have to, bringing it all the way down to High Street, we would have to also coordinate with Canyon Creek, who is part of that property owner, that would, making it connect to High Street. We haven't discussed much with them on this yet because we didn't have a plan, so we would have to bring them into the coordination as well.
Okay.
And then another item I would like to note is the reuse of materials on from the existing building. As Mr. Dubb said, the cupolas we are trying to save and reuse those on the clubhouse. As we go through the demolition process, we will try to save other pieces that we can, if possible, possibly the brick, if it's feasible. We did go through extensively with ARC different material types, and we have agreed with them what we will use, but we will try to salvage what we can and reuse what we can first.
Okay.
So I think that concludes our initial presentation. We would love to hear from the public on the proposed project and the board. If you have any additional questions, we're here to answer.
Okay, I know we have some questions on drainage. I don't know if you want to get into those yet.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
I have a question on drainage if it's not the same question, so we'll see.
Okay,
Of course.
I have
okay.
Kevin Walsh here to answer that question.
Yep. Hey, Kevin.
Good evening, members of the board. Kevin Walsh from, excuse me, VHB Engineering, Surveying, Landscape Architecture, and Geology, PC, 100 Motor Parkway, Hog.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
My question is just basically a confirmation. I see you have little areas marked out on the plan, real tiny, but they're there. And I'm assuming that's some type of recharge area, but in addition, you have leaching pools. What's the method
Well,
to get to 9 inches? Because that's a good sized rainfall.
Yeah, the site drainage system consists of catch basins and leaching pools located throughout the site. The entire site is graded to drain into the site and be captured on the site. There's not going to be anything that gets discharged one way or the other off the site or toward the roadways. The way we're managing the 9-inch storm, which is the 100-year storm as defined by DEC, is that we have sufficient capacity in the dry wells that we're installing, which we've provided, I think, about 43 or 44% more than the village code requires in terms of the volume of the dry wells. We did some extensive infiltration testing. As the storm occurs over time, over that 24-hour period, there's infiltration taking place through the dry wells. We model that occurrence based on the infiltration rates. And we've been able to prove in the SWIP documents, the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, that the 9-inch storm, the 100-year storm, is easily captured and recharged without any discharge to the site. I just also want to make the point that the infiltration rate that we're using is extremely conservative. We got infiltration rates ranging from 20 inches or 21 inches per hour in one hole up to over 700 inches per hour on the site. The soils are extremely porous. And rather than talk about averaging or somehow weighting the drainage to be safe and to be extremely conservative. We use the minimum infiltration rate to design the system.
What was that rate? Was that the 21
The
inches?
21 inches,
Okay.
yeah.
I just
Good.
wanted to
Oh,
confirm, so you are doing a 9-inch storm.
We are handling the 9-inch, the 100-year 9-inch rainfall.
And what is village code right now?
Well, the village code is only based on volumetric requirements, 3 inches of storage. We've got about 4.5, 5 inches of storage throughout the site,
And
volume-wise.
I'm just ask again, these proposed villas and the clubhouse do not have basements or cellars? They're on slabs? Or they do have basements?
So I was gonna piggyback on Gil's question, and that's the consulting engineer for the village who reviewed your drainage calculations had indicated that typically, the storm drain ring separation is usually 1.5 times the diameter of the proposed ring. I'm talking about the,
Well,
dry wells.
it-
So
Go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead,
so
no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Gil is our expert at drainage, but my question was, I'm assuming that that distance, the 1.5 times the ring separation, which you guys don't have, is so that the drainage wells can empty realistically in time. And it says in your response that you have sufficient storage for 3 inches of runoff, not 9. So I'm just curious, now you have more dry wells, but not as much space for them to
Okay.
percolate, or what the official word that you had?
Infiltrate,
Infiltrate.
whatever you want to call it, sure.
So I'm just curious, it does say that the separation distance of 10 feet is standard practice on Long Island, but I'm just curious, what happens if we do have the 9-inch? And
Okay.
will they fill up? Will they be able to?
So, couple things. One, we have more than 3 inches of storage on the site. As I said, we have 4.3 or 4.4 inches of storage. We expanded the volume of the dry wells to match up with the 100-year storm.
Okay, I'm saying you don't have as much
Yeah,
space in between
I'm getting
the,
to that.
okay.
Yeah. It varies on Long Island in different municipalities, different jurisdictions. Sometimes it's 10 feet between, sometimes it's the diameter of the dry wells, sometimes it's 1.5 times the diameter of the dry wells. I think the point I want to make is that in the model that we create to run the 9-inch storm, the 100-year storm through the system, we do not take any credit whatsoever for the technical people in the room. We do not take any credit whatsoever for the sidewall areas and the infiltration through the sidewalls. We calculate it only based on the bottom
Okay.
of the dry wells. So it's conservative in terms of the infiltration rate we use. It's conservative in terms of the volume of storage that we've provided. And it's conservative in the terms of the modeling that we do. And this modeling, by the way, is the modeling that the DEC sees all the time for these SWIP documents. So it's pretty standard stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other drainage
Any
questions?
other questions? Anything? Dan Gross? Would you like to come up, and I think you have a couple things to talk about? Comments, questions, or?
Yeah, they're asking for staff comments for.
Yeah.
Want me to go first? Okay. Hi, good evening, Dan Gross, Senior Planner, Corporate Village of Port Jefferson. Thank you again sincerely for, Beechwood organization coming out tonight. In terms of staff comments, right, we've been working very extensively with them, not only planning department, but also, all our other departments and agencies, Fire Marshal's Office, Department of Public Works. They've been very proactive in responding to many of what has been asked for, and still actively working with them on many of the comments, so I truly do appreciate that. In terms of comments for tonight, there's some that I'll let Mr. Burke say when he comes up. First of all, and I think Mr. Rosenberg and I spoke very briefly before this regarding the fire marshal comments, right? Obviously, last time there was a lot of conversation regarding the second access and what the actual code requirements were. Following that meeting, it's been re-referred and discussed to both our new village fire marshal as well as we spoke to the council, to the board of trustees, and obviously our own council regarding it. And it's understood that the second access is not required by the New York State Fire Code. It is also not necessarily, the board of trustees specifically considered it as part of their consideration for the change of zone, and in considering it and discussing with the code, they determined that it wasn't required. The one comment we had from our fire marshals, and again, maybe it's been updated, it's going to be addressed going forward, but they did have a comment from them, and I probably dropped it over there for the specific language. But it's specifically talking about that because of the amount of units and not providing that access, all the buildings had to be sprinklered. Whereas the last time it was only, I believe it was only the villa buildings it was provided for. So that's something that's, they want me to make sure I discussed tonight, at least mentioned tonight, and hopefully could be addressed going forward as part of the application. But again, it just doesn't require you to have that second access. It's just in lieu of that, you have to provide the sprinklers, is our understanding.
So that's a bit of a question area right now in terms of what's going to happen with the, whether it be fully sprinkled or.
Well, it's not a question. That's what they're saying is the code is requiring that all the buildings are, and I don't believe the current submission reflects that. But maybe it has since. But that's the one thing that they've made pretty clear. There's a bunch of other comments that were to the applicant. I know they are working with our fire marshal on those issues, but I just wanted to clarify that from the last meeting.
Okay.
If that's clear, does that make?
Yeah. Well, actually, just so everybody knows, we're talking about a second access, emergency access, which would be on the lower right-hand corner of the site onto Belterre Road, just for fire emergencies. Whether or not that's required by both by the New York State Code and also requested by the fire marshal. But is Jim going to talk more about this or something else?
No, it's something else. More about the
Okay.
sidewalks
All right.
conversation.
Oh, okay.
I can pull up I actually have the specific language.
Yeah, why don't you?
Y'all read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, this one. Probably should have grabbed this first, so.
So actually, the main access at the top has been widened sufficient for fire engines to get in and out.
Yes. So that was one of the comments, and that was addressed as part of this, which they're thankful for. Originally, you might remember it only had a 13-foot exit lane.
Yeah.
It had still had the 26-foot on the entry. That's since been expanded to 20 feet, which was requested. And again, it was re-referred back to the fire marshal for consideration. I believe that part was considered acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me to, I can go through the specific code if you want regarding sprinkler systems.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was one of his comments, and again, it was more just clarifying about that second access off Belterre. Originally, there was suggestions saying they wanted it to be required. They've gone back, reviewed the code, also recognizing the Board of Trustees resolution, and since found that it's not a requirement.
Okay.
So-
But all the buildings should be sprinkled. Is that-
Yes.
Okay.
That's the
Okay.
statement from
All right. Okay. Maybe Jim, you want to come up and I don't know what you want to. Which.
You have a question on something?
Oh.
Oh, for you
Was
was
the issue, is that the issue with the sidewalk?
No, not yet. So now we're talking. So, you want me to say it? I guess I'll say it.
What, about what?
Oh, no, wait. Okay.
Yeah.
So apparently the sidewalks off of Myrtle, right off Myrtle Avenue, I guess when the my understanding is that when the Board of Trustees originally approved the change of zone and had several covenants as part of the change of zone, that a sidewalk was required and covenanted as part of that change of zone. So so technically, right as of right now, it is a requirement. Again, the applicant has said there's a potential impact with doing so, and they might provide something narrowing the lanes.
Right.
But should that be changed, it would have to go to Board of
Back to the Board
Trustees
of
for additional
Trustees.
consideration. It might be something the board might want to adjourn this meeting for, given the Board of Trustees hasn't weighed in on this aspect of it, which was something that they specifically covenanted.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. And I guess the other thing you probably wanted to say is that you just got revised plans July 6th.
Yes.
Right? So
Yeah,
you
we
haven't
just-
had time to.
No, I will say though, so we've gotten the plans July 6th. Planning, in terms of our personal review, have not fully completed our comments or our revisions. We did refer the project though back to JRH, so we wanted, you might remember from one of the prior meetings, the planning board agreed to require engineering referral and also establish an escrow amount to do so. But in that decision, they also agreed to that should additional reviews be required, that kind of staff we could re-refer it back just to make sure everything was complied with. And the applicant has already submitted the escrow amount.
Okay.
Since then, it's already been given back to JRH, so they're now going to be going through the newest submission
Okay.
to get their comments. And again, just mentioning DPW, Fire Marshal, we actually have a meeting email circulated between all of us to coordinate together on it. Our goal is to hopefully by the next time this is on, have a staff report considering engineering, Fire Marshals, DPW, and our own for anything that's to be furthered. But obviously, we'll continue to work with the applicant before that's even done to help move things along. So.
Okay.
And in terms of my comments, that's really, unless, Jim, you want to add anything?
No, I mean, you addressed the sidewalk issue, that was. Yeah. As Dan mentioned, the sidewalks was a specific condition of the change of zone by the Board of Trustees, so the applicants can address the history of the discussions that they've had with the trustee members about the construction of the sidewalk.
Jim, question, if the sidewalk is required, is that both on Myrtle and Belterre?
Yes.
Would it be on?
It was, I think the exact wording is go from High Street along their property line, along the south side of Myrtle, running from High Street up to Belterre, along their property line. They wouldn't have jurisdiction beyond their property line, obviously. Yeah.
But not on Belterre itself?
No, not along, nobody's looking to disturb along. There's sidewalks there. Yeah, there's sidewalks, yeah, sidewalks along the apartment.
Sidewalks on the other side of the street.
Correct, yeah, walked there many times. Okay.
Okay. All right, anybody have any questions for Dan?
I don't know if it would be good for the public to clarify how this whole thing happened. Basically, SECRA was performed by the BOT. Variances happened before we even saw it. I don't know if you want to go quickly through the timeline.
Of the I can provide the. Well, so in terms of, you want me to start with SECRA, or you want me to start in terms of the?
Just,
Yeah.
I don't know if that would help clarify for the public what came before us and what we have the power to do.
Yeah. So what happened was, right, the Board of Trustees and again, excuse me, the dates are wrong. I don't have them in front of me, but I believe it was August of 2025. Initiated what they they declared their intent for lead agency status and initiated their coordinated review of the application. So as part of the SECRA process, which is the State Environmental Quality Review Act, that is done so that a board could basically take the lead of it. But in order to do so, any other agency with jurisdiction over an application, and that could be from variances to site plan review, right, such as this board, has to have an option to basically say they have no objections or they do have an objection to that agency being lead agency. So they did initiate the coordinated review. The planning board, following that coordinated review, there was a hearing, a work session in August to review the application and provide comments back to the Board of Trustees regarding it. Ultimately, between all the boards it was circulated with, which also included the zoning board and several of the village's volunteer committees and departments, and others, local agencies, there was no objection to the Board of Trustees being lead agency. So between, I believe, September and November of 2025, the Board of Trustees continued their review of as now the lead agency of the application. And there was a lot of back and forth discussion as part of that. But in doing it, because this was considered what's called a type 1 action, which means it has a greater chance of having a potential significant impact on the environment, right, than what we call a type 2 action, which basically just means there's no real environmental review required. It's small enough where it won't have that impact. They had to continue the environmental review, and that included completing what they call a part 2 and a part 3, and continued basically environmental review of the application. And please, I believe the applicant said it tonight, but it was November 21st, if I'm saying the right date, where the Board of Trustees, as the lead agency, completed their part 2 of the environmental impact statement. They did not think it was of the magnitude to require the formal part 3, and they had issued a negative declaration pursuant to SECRA. So as part of their review, they considered things such as even, initially the demolition of the project, the cultural impact of the project, the historic significance of it, and then the actual environmental impact is part of that review. So once that was decided, right, technically the determination by that board is binding. So unless there was something found wrong in the secret process, it's considered binding. So that determination kind of follows the application through. So from that point, once they had the Board of Trustees approval, and which had very specific covenants about maintaining vegetation in certain areas, right? There was buffering and screening required. The sidewalk provision, as indicated before, was also required, and the removal of the emergency access. So originally there was that emergency access. The day, I believe it was the day or somewhat before the meeting, they decided that it wasn't required and they removed it. Those covenants kind of gave you an envelope to work within. So then from there, it went before simultaneously. Technically, you can't. Staff was recommending planning board review, but you also can go to the zoning board first review. There's nothing precluding you from doing so. The project went to the zoning board for consideration of several variances, including the separation of buildings, including setback distances from the structures to the adjacent property lines. Oh, and there was a lot width one, which is a pre-existing condition of the site. The zoning board, again, forgive me for the lack of dates, I believe it was in January, ended up granting those variances and approved the setback distances, approved the lot width, and other requirements before. And then it came to the planning board in February. So in February is when it was officially in front of this board for formal review and comment for the site plan issues. And that's where a lot of this came back up. So,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any other questions for Dan? Any other questions at all?
Yeah, I do have a question. I want to get back to the sidewalk thing. I'm so sorry. So, bear with me. The part of changing the zoning on this was to have the applicant create a sidewalk from High Street up to Belter Road. And it seems that the applicant has said that it's going to be an extremely difficult thing to do with all the obstacles in the way. Is the applicant's intention to go back to the Board of Trustees and ask for an exemption on that?
They would have to.
Okay.
Based on the covenants that are done, because it's a covenanted condition, they would technically have to go to the Board of Trustees for any consideration of changing that covenant.
All right. And then at one point of all the meetings that we've had, I thought someone had brought up a sidewalk from the entrance going east to the traffic light on Belter Road, and at one point do a small sidewalk from the east side over to Scraggly Hill. Is that still on the table, or is that gone?
That would be a question for, still on the table?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right.
Since it does not look practical to have a sidewalk from High Street up to the entrance point, but perhaps the lesser sidewalk going east might be possible.
Richard Rosenberg, I'm counsel. I appeared before you gentlemen several times. My apologies for not, I generally talk with my hands and I can't raise my right hand, so I explain and make the presentation. I just want to clear up a couple of things because I'm probably the one who is in best situation to tell you what happened on several fronts. At the zoning hearing, at the rezoning hearing, we had given to the Board of Trustees the option of whether we should have an emergency access within the property. We also were discussing about sidewalks. As a conclusion, when we had negotiated with the village attorney prior to the approval, it was agreed that we would do sidewalks, that no internal emergency access would be required. Now, to clarify your question on the sidewalk, you're 100% correct. The provisions of the approval are that we would install a sidewalk along Myrtle Avenue from High Street across the subject property to ultimately connect to the sidewalk at the school, with necessary permission from adjacent owners to be dedicated at no cost to applicant. In addition, once built, the sidewalk will be dedicated to and maintained by the village.
That was agreed. So what we had done is, we met with the sidewalk committee, we met with the tree committee, we met with the architectural review committee. Everyone had an opinion on whether the sidewalk was necessary, whether trees should be taken down, whether there should be a sidewalk or not. We then spoke with Trustee Hill, who was the liaison with the sidewalk committee, and had several discussions with the sidewalk committee, as well as walked the site with the sidewalk committee. Along Myrtle Avenue, going from High Street, you go across Canyon Creek's property. And Canyon Creek's property is at a very, very high slope, very difficult slope. As you go up the hill, it's more level and you could put a sidewalk there. So it really becomes a question of, what do you do from our property when we have to go through Canyon Creek without Canyon Creek's permission, which we have to get? We've been partners with Canyon Creek since day one here, and we're very open with them. And we said, when we come up with a plan, right now we're hearing from many different people, when we come up with a plan, we're gonna have you come to the meeting and be a part of the decision-making, which is exactly where we are. We had created a plan to show to Trustee Hill, as far as what the gentleman had said about the width of the roadway, whether you can make a walking path or what have you in the current width. Some places it's tight, some places it's not. We have that proposal that we've been trying to meet with, and candidly, after the new election, and when Trustee Hill was very busy, we had spoken with the mayor's office, who said, meet with DPW, Mr. Munson. We're trying to schedule a meeting with Mr. Munson. So that's where we are on the sidewalk issue. On the emergency access issue, I actually had a conversation last night with the new fire marshal. The new fire marshal took office, I believe, July 5th. And it was Marshal Macarius. And I was very specific to him about the emergency access. While I'm on the phone with him, he received a text from the building department, and he basically said, I'm not gonna require, and I told him I'd be saying this to you, so I just wanna be clear, I'm not gonna require emergency access, but I would like you to consider sprinkling every unit, because right now, as proposed, the flats were gonna be sprinkled and the townhouses weren't. What I told him was, look, we need to work together on this. I need to go to this board and make a representation, because this issue has been out there, and the board made very clear, notwithstanding what's going on, they want the opinion of the fire marshal. So we've agreed that I'm gonna go meet with him, with my construction supervisor, with the building plans, and we're gonna figure out whether it gets sprinkled or not. As far as site plan issues, he said he was very happy that there were 6 hydrants on the property, and he is very comfortable with that. So just to be clear, the fire marshal unequivocally told me that he's not requiring the additional access. And as far as the additional access, I just go back to the hearings. I've been before the Board of Trustees 3 or 4 times. I've been before this board 3 or 4 times. I've been before the ZBA. There were a lot of people at the hearing that did not want the emergency access off Belterre, because we would be taking down trees. It would be somewhat, you're going from a very high area to a low area, so it would be steep. And also, they didn't want additional traffic to come from our development. Sorry about my hand, I can't. My apologies. I'm gonna kind of put it in my pocket if you guys don't mind. We made it very clear, they made it very clear they didn't want the additional access there. Hence, more trees would come down. So when we went before the Board of Trustees, there's always a balancing act as far as, do you have this? What's the effect gonna be on neighbors, traffic, area across the board? I believe right now, we've resolved all of it, but for the sidewalk, and that's gonna be a continuing discussion. Now, just to be clear, it's in the covenants and it's subject to municipal approval. If, for whatever reason, a sidewalk can't be built across Canyon Creek for whatever reason, it's not that the developer was gonna walk away scot-free. At that point, we would talk about other compensation to the village as far as the cost of the sidewalk if it can't be done. We're prepared to do it, but once again, there's trees, and we're also gonna meet with Mr. Munson, because the maintenance is gonna be the village's. So he's gotta he's got a horse in the race, if you would. I hope I clarified for you those, and anybody has any questions, I'm here with the entire team.
Well, thank you. That was a good update on what's happening. It's an ongoing situation. Before we go to the public, any other questions from the board to the applicants? Okay. All right, so I have a list of speakers. Again, just to repeat, I'd like you to keep it to 3 minutes so we can, get all the comments in a concise fashion and not take a very long session to get that done. When I call your name, if you've already heard your question answered and don't wish to speak anymore, that's fine. But again, if you'd like to keep the comments to 3, I would like you to keep the comments to 3 minutes. Please address the board, and with respect, we'd like to give the person who comes up respect and not yell things from the audience back at people. Board will answer your question or ask the applicant to come up and answer your question, but all conversation goes through the board, please. We need to keep some order, and this is how we always do it. So, that being said, Karen Sullivan, if you'd like to come up and speak, please just state your address, and then you can ask your question. Thank you.
Sure. Hi. Good evening, everybody. My name is Karen Sullivan. I live at 66 Soundview Drive here in Port Jefferson. I just wanted to say thank you to the board. And I just also wanted to say to the chairman, thank you for your continuing appointment and continuing with the board here. I've been a resident here for 32 years. I sat on public safety. I'm a former member of the Public Safety Advisory Council here for the village. Currently, I am a board member on the Business Improvement District as well. And I also own a business here in town at 146 East Main Street. So I am definitely in support of this project. I am support of the fact that it's going to be amazing once it's developed and no more of an eyesore that we've been looking at and having for several years. I also feel as a business owner here that this is an opportunity for now more local residents to take advantage of our business district as well. And I'm also very happy to hear that these properties will go on our tax roll, which we desperately need. And then obviously we don't know who is going to be residing in these residences, but we also could pick up some students for our school district as well, which obviously is an added bonus because of the low attendance and low enrollment that we have. So again, I'm just very in support of this project and support of it, and I can't wait to see what it's going to look like. And I did say to one of the members of Beechwood that I am getting close to retirement and I would definitely love to live in one of these projects and beautiful developments, but my husband has too many things, so we probably couldn't live in one, but hopefully we might be able to. So I am definitely in support of the Beechwood project, so thank you.
Thank you. Anita Ray Flick.
Hi, my name's Anita Flick. I live on 405 Myrtle Avenue, and I have some very personal concerns about this project. I know it's a done deal. I'm not that silly, but first of all, I think you paint a very rosy picture on the impact of traffic on Myrtle Avenue and that corner of Belterre and Myrtle. We'll see, time will tell on something like that, and I hope if there is that it'll be addressed at a different point. I am concerned about the demo of the project, the trucks going up and down. Will they be going down Myrtle to go where they go? How long it will take for the project demo when they will start building their new projects? And as far as the sidewalk is concerned, I live on Myrtle Avenue. I live right across where you want to put the sidewalk. And I don't know what you're all thinking. There's old growth trees there. It's on an angle going up. You would have to put a retaining wall in order to put that up. And as far as narrowing the road, personally I think that's insane. So these are my concerns. They're personal concerns. Like I said, I've lived here a long time. I love where I live. I love Myrtle Avenue. I love that I have the animals and the trees, and little concerned about having my personal quality of life disturbed. So good luck to you all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody from the applicant's team want to address just demo and where the trucks would be going with the debris from the building demolition?
Yeah, sure. You want to?
I know where the previous speaker lives. When I was out on Myrtle Avenue, she came over and spoke with us and asked us what we were doing. And actually, what I was doing on Myrtle Avenue is I was there with my surveyor doing a tree survey to figure out how many trees would be disturbed or have to be removed or potentially have root damage. So I had that information handy. So I have that information, but to answer the question, a substantial amount of the demolition is complete via the asbestos removal. We took out tremendous amounts of interior mass, meaning drywall, because that was contaminated. So the trucks don't go down Myrtle; they go the other way to get out of town. They go up Belterre.
Okay.
So that won't be an issue on Myrtle Avenue. And
How long will it take?
the demolition,
Yes.
probably about 6 weeks.
All right.
How long will, I was asked, I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm supposed
Yeah,
to.
you're supposed to ask me, but that's fine.
I think construction would take 12 to 18 months.
To overall construction,
Yeah.
but the demo's about 6 weeks.
Yeah,
Okay,
because the slow, painful part is done.
gotcha.
Can you just, for the neighbors' knowledge, where are you storing? Like, is everything contained on site? Will there be anything on the road during construction?
Oh, no.
Where
no.
do you plan on, right, so
No,
just. if you could
Actually,
speak
we sit down with the site plan and we determine, and in this case, it's fairly easy because it's a loop road, where we're going to start, how we're going to build our way out of the site, where our construction trailer might go and so forth. But nothing is out on the public road. Nothing should really be visible from the public roads. So.
All right, thank you. Lois Frick? Fricky, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I have a couple of things. I live 2 minutes away from the border of the village. I moved here 60 years ago, and we only had the village to go to because there wasn't any else around to shop. So I'm very familiar, and I got very involved in the village with Sid Farber and Nadia and many other people. So I'm really attached to the village more so. So I have a letter here from the chamber. She unfortunately couldn't come.
Okay.
She asked me if I could read it.
Is it a short letter? 'Cause you can
okay.
actually give it to Cindy and she'll
Okay.
add it to the record.
They're totally in favor of the project, all right, and I have the letter here from the chamber. I also have, down the road, there's a shopping center across the line of the village to Stony Brook. That small little shopping center with the Italian restaurant. Okay, so two men who live in the village here opened a brand new butcher's shop. Unfortunately, they couldn't come because they just opened it and they're crazy busy. But they're totally in support of it. They live in the village for years and years and years. So I know Beechwood and Michael Doug forever. I met him when he was 5 years old. So I know the work he does. It's extraordinary. Everything he's built, there has never, ever, ever been a problem or a complaint, and people are dying to move into whatever he builds. So I hope that you'll get this going and so that we can redo the village so it's a little bit better. Thank you.
You're welcome. Janice Roll, is it?
Rolf.
Roll.
Rolf. Lawrence is golf. My name is Janice Rolfe. My husband and I own and reside in our home at 10 Inwood Road, Port Jefferson. For perspective, we are the easternmost house in Canyon Creek that backs onto the Maryhaven property. East of us is the set-aside woods for the terraces on Belterre Road. I'm here to speak in support of the Beechwood proposal for the development of the Maryhaven parcel. We appreciate the village's due diligence in reviewing the proposal, making suggestions for altering the original one. We also appreciate Beechwood's continuing efforts to inform our homeowners association through their contact with our chairman, Phil Velasquez. We look forward to the successful completion of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, looks like Lorene D. Pasquade? I probably butchered that.
My name is Lorene DiPasquale.
DiPasquale.
I live at 21 Dickerson Court, which is part of the Canyon Creek community. And I just have a question on the site plan. I'm looking at the rear yard setback, which is the borderline between the new building and the Canyon Creek. And I'm seeing a playground, equipment, little notations about that, and I'm just want clarification of what is going in that buffer area between the two communities.
Okay. Who would like to?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll respond to that. I think what she's seeing is something that's existing on the property, so that's the underlying images. There's not going to be a playground in that area. It's from the old, the former Maryhaven.
Yeah, the stuff, just for information purposes, the stuff in a gray, very light, that's what was existing. The darker stuff is the new proposed.
So behind the buildings, it will just be a natural buffer and some landscaping, additional landscaping.
And landscape.
Landscaping, yes, additional landscaping.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Phil Velasquez.
Hello, my name is Phil Velasquez. I live at 18 Dickerson Court, that's in Canyon Creek also. My property is very close, it's actually on the other side of the southern border there. My house is probably around 150 feet away from the big building that's currently being demolished. So I've been experiencing some of the demolition that's occurring, and so far it has been very little inconvenience to us. I expect that to get worse as the project goes along. However, when we first heard about the project and saw the plans maybe about 3 years ago, we were very upset with what we saw, and we immediately notified the village trustees, Beechwood, and Newsday. Beechwood immediately contacted me, and we started a dialogue about what would be acceptable for us, for our community on the other side of the fence. And we walked the property, and they listened, and the plan that we currently have is very close to what we envisioned for that property. We wanted something that was compatible to Canyon Creek. Canyon Creek is a community about the same size property-wise, but we only have 19 units, 19 townhomes. So we continue to dialogue with Richard and Mike, and we encourage that this site plan be approved. The issue of the sidewalk, I have had some preliminary discussions with Richard Rosenberg about the sidewalk. We realized that Canyon Creek owns a significant portion of the property that the sidewalk would have to cut through. We own property east of Inwood, and we also own property west of Inwood. There's also a house on High Street and Myrtle, and I believe part of their property would be affected by a sidewalk too. So you'll have to bring them into the discussion also. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vincent Farello?
Could I just make
You good? Okay. Bob Larrabee?
Bob Laramie, 214 Maiden Lane. I'm speaking in regards to the site plan review process, particularly as it relates to the State Environmental Quality Review Act. This is a follow-up to my letters of March 9th and March 19th, 2026 to the board. As you're aware, the Village of Port Jefferson prepared a negative determination of non-significance negative declaration for the project's proposed change of zone on November 19th, 2025. The negative declaration was based in part on a September 17th, 2025 professional analysis of historic resources referenced in the negative declaration and contained in the expanded environmental assessment. That professional analysis determined that the site does not contain any buildings eligible for the state register. As you are aware, determining the significance of a project is an important concept in SEQRA, and environmental assessments have to document that no significant adverse effects will result from a project, or if identified, mitigated by project changes. The relocation or now enhancement of the entry pillars noted in the environmental assessment, in my opinion, is not significant mitigation. Subsequent to that September 17th architectural evaluation, the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation has listed the 1929 era Maryhaven Hospital building as eligible for the State Register of Historic Places. That listing determination date is listed as November 10th, 2025. This listing is on the State Historic Preservation Office Cultural Resource Information CRIS site. SEQRA section 617.7FII requires that if any time prior to its decision to approve an action, the lead agency must rescind a negative declaration when substantive new information is discovered. It is my contention that the site plan approval that is underway will result in another discretionary decision under SEQRA by the Village of Port Jefferson as the lead agency for the SEQRA process. SEQRA section 617.7C1V notes the impairment of the character or quality of important architectural resources is a clear indicator of significant adverse effect on the environment. It is clear from the subject of this review that the stated project proposes to demolish the Maryhaven Hospital building. As such, it is clear that the listing of the Maryhaven Hospital building as an eligible resource is substantive new information. Assuming the intention is still to demolish the building, based upon this new information, it is my belief that the project as currently proposed warrants a rescind of the previous negative declaration and a reclassification to a positive declaration. Clearly, the continued demolition would have a significant adverse effect on this resource. As the proposed action is not designed for the preservation of the building, SEQRA section 617.4B9 makes it clear that the project should not be reprocessed as a type 1 project. Type 1 project procedures should be followed with the resultant lead agency letters, formal scoping process, and the commencement of the preparation of an environmental impact statement. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks for your comment, Bob. I think we're familiar with the previous comments you had made.
Yes.
So I think this is, I don't know the applicant wants to say anything, but this is going to be an extensive response to the comments you just made.
Mr. Chairman, Terry Elkowitz, VHB, representative for the applicant. Actually, my response is not that extensive. Subsequent to the board's hearings on this matter, during the board's hearings on this matter and during the environmental review that was undertaken, the property was not listed. The property was listed based upon a resident of the village of Port Jefferson after the conclusion of the board's hearings and public comments on that matter, making a submission directly to the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation, OPRHP, to list this building based upon the same materials that were submitted to the Board of Trustees. As you know, and I'm not going to go through the entire history, the Board of Trustees considered the comments that were made and also the mitigation that the applicant offered, most of which was identified today. The relocation of the pillars, reusing building materials if feasible, right? So after we found out, because we were not, the applicant was not notified, and I've been advised by Catholic Health, even as the owner, they were not notified that anybody had applied for listing this building. But that's all ancient history, because once it was listed, the applicant and I went to the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, Historic Preservation. We advised them of the mitigation that we were doing, and we asked them for what we needed to do in order to satisfy any concerns that they had. They asked us to do extensive digital photographic documentation, which the applicant had done. We made a submission to the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, Historic Preservation, and on June 9th, 2026, and I have a copy for the chairman and also for Ms. Suarez, we got our clearance letter saying that the documentation package meets the New York State Structured Documentation Guidelines, which is what the requirement is. And also, I have run the, as of yesterday, the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, Historic Preservation website, which was the website where we found the residence letter and the eligibility, because as I said, no one ever advised us, or the village for that matter. So if you run it, and I'll hand it to you, it lists 450 Myrtle documentation package, completed as mitigation for demolition under seeker, and it's dated 6/9/2026. So we have the clearance to demo the building from New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. And I'll submit a letter to Cindy.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Tim Shea, 222 Dickerson Court.
Pardon me.
Take your time.
May I ask to have the slide just come down, half slide, the bottom of this one and the top of the adjoining property? Is that what you want to say? Yeah, that's it. I'm Tim Shea.
Can you get to the podium if you can?
I'm going back. I'm Tim Shea. I live at 22 Dickerson Court, one of the owners in the adjoining property, which is just to the southwest.
Okay.
We adjoin the subject property. I would like to go over and show you something on that slide. May I do that?
Yeah.
Good. Now, I live here.
Okay.
This is the Mary Haven building, I guess, right there. Correct me if I'm wrong. I live here. My neighbor who's with me tonight lives here. Phil, who just got a president, he lives here. We have houses going up the hill and one other going downhill. You're all Port Jefferson residents. If you've been on Myrtle Avenue, thank you. If you've been on Myrtle Avenue, at the top it's relatively flat, where the traffic light is, and then going downhill it becomes steeper and steeper as you go. Historically, I was on the board of Mary Haven for 15 or 20 years. I was the attorney at the time, and I represented the original owner who did our Canyon Creek map. So I'm familiar with it. The downhill is a concern. Historically, we had one minor avalanche that came down Myrtle Avenue and from the Maryhaven property at the time that wiped out the entrance road to our development, continued down the hill, went to the backyards of the houses that are on High Street. That's, if another storm hits like that one, I'm concerned. I don't want to get me wrong. I am in favor of this application. I just want to see that it's done properly, protecting the property owners in my area and the ones that are down in High Street. That the village engineer and the applicant's engineer are gonna have to come to some kind of a treatment during construction and after construction if we have that kind of a problem. But other than that, no problems.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody from the applicant like to respond?
So drainage is always a concern, and we know the problems we've had here in Port Jefferson. The best thing we could do is not to disturb any of the existing vegetation, because the growth of the root system and everything else kind of acts as a mat against washout. And the good news is we're not disturbing any of the existing vegetation. So, and then as our engineer stated, we'll be holding our drainage on site, where currently right now the drainage from Maryhaven flows off site, or at least a good part of it does. So, thank you, Mr. Shea. It's the esteemed Mr. Shea.
Okay, David Carbone.
One
Sure.
comment.
Hang on one second.
Sorry, I just wanted to add, in addition to what Mr. Dubs said, during construction, we will have to follow SWIP protocols, which will help contain any stormwater runoff during construction. So that will be, those protocols will be followed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, David?
Good evening. My name is David Carbone. I live at 1108 Culper Drive in Setauket. My wife Diane and I moved to the area after doing several months of research to find a suitable area to move to and to finish the remaining time of our lives. We so fell in love in walking around, shopping in town, and eating at the many restaurants available, especially eating on the pier and watching the ferry come in and out. We've met so many wonderful people in Port Jefferson and found them to be so friendly and welcoming after they found out that we were new to the area. With that being said, we have decided to continue our research for a permanent home here in Port Jefferson. But as you are aware, the home selection here is scarce, and the ones that we found to buy, we were outbid by thousands of dollars, leaving us to continue to rent for now. With the news of Beechwood homes coming in this area and the building of the townhomes for ownership caught our attention, and we started our interest in buying one. We came to your last meeting and we listened to the presentation Beechwood made to the board. I thought the presentation was thorough and very mindful of the concern that the neighbors had and all the other owners. I have visited the area and it looks secluded and very private. That being said, I believe anything built on this lot would look better than what's there right now. Secondly, it would also allow us who want to downsize out of our big homes to be able to purchase a smaller townhome and remain a resident in the village. I believe home ownership is much better than more rentals, because as owners, we would have a lot more skin in the game to make sure that our home remains up to date, looking good, which reflects the beautification of our community. I know anything new is always questionable, but I think once again, ownership is the answer to maintain the area's beauty and give the people that love this area a place to call home. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, last person on the list for now, anyway. I will ask at the end if anybody else sitting there thinks that they'd like to come up and speak, but it looks like maybe Frank, and I can't read the last name.
Columbia.
It's Columbia. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Frank Columbia, and I lived in this area my entire life. I was born at St. Charles Hospital. I'm now 55 years old, and I absolutely support the project. I believe it's a natural next step for our community. You know, growing up here, I appreciate the opportunity to have quality housing that allows long-term residents like myself to stay in the community as our needs change without having to leave the area that we love. I believe it's a thoughtful, well-planned out development that'll be a positive addition to Port Jefferson, and I just want to thank everybody for their time, and I'm very excited for this to go through.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, anyone else in the audience? Woman in the aisle? If you just give us your name and address and maybe spell your name so I can.
Okay, I'm Roberta Rogers, R-O-G-E-R-S. I live at 14 Inwood Road, Port Jeff in Canyon Creek. My property is next to the new development. I'm in favor of everything so far. I have just one minor thing and one major thing to talk about. The minor thing is you have done rodent removal and you have set traps on the outside of the buildings. I think it would be a good idea to put some traps inside of the building because it's been empty for 4 or 5 years. Windows and doors have been broken into and access has been easily gained by people, so I'm sure rodents have been able to get in there too. And I would appreciate you also putting traps on the inside of that building. That's the minor thing. The major thing is I haven't heard anything about sewerage, anything at all in all the meetings. And I'm wondering what kind of program and what kind of things have you been planning to do as far as sewage is concerned. After that, thank you so much. I love living in the village and I'm looking forward to the building in back of me. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure you'd like to respond to that one.
In regards to the rodent removal and the traps, we can absolutely put them inside the buildings prior to the demolition. No problem. The sewer, we haven't touched on it much because it is a public sewer that we will be connecting to, so we will be tying into the main within the sewer district that Port Jefferson is in. Thank you.
I probably know, I've seen the answer to this question, but where is the connection?
It's the existing connection, I believe, is in the Kevin. Yes, Kevin.
Yeah, there's access to the existing sewers right where the main entrance is to the site. So that's what we'll be connecting. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think there's one gentleman had his hand up too. Additional? Okay.
Good evening, I'm Sergio Esha and I live in 515 High Street, the Belham Blue News Condo. So, about the traffic, the intersection between Myrtle and Belter Road is indeed a busy intersection at times, not always, but at times. Maybe you can ask the traffic engineer to consider another option, to build a roundabout that makes the traffic very fluid and actually improves safety. And there are parking lots to the north side of the intersection. So there is room to build the roundabout, and of course, uses more area than a plain intersection. Sidewalks. it would be a worthwhile addition. So, since it's part of the deal between Port Jefferson Village and the developer, well, insist on it because we'll improve on safety. I heard that will be difficult but not impossible. If it needs a retaining wall, so be it. They build a retaining wall and there is space for it. Then the last is a comment that was actually the original reason why I was here. So I was worried that the proposed development could have been a eyesore like the shipyard that's on the east side of the bill. So I'm actually surprised how nice it looks. Yes, historic preservation is important. If it would have been possible to preserve the existing building, I would be in favor of it. But given the alternative, I like it. And one last comment is about the issue of drainage. I live on the condo that's just west of St. Charles Hospital. And over the years, we have had 3 landslides due to the additional parking lot that St. Charles built, and it built to the code, so conforms to the code. So clearly, the code doesn't, maybe it's the global warming, the storms are getting more severe in recent times, but something that's built to the code is not enough to prevent a landslide. We had 3.
Okay. Pat, would you like to answer the question about the roundabout? Just in general terms?
Sure. Roundabout, we did not look at a roundabout, as you know.
No.
We had a very small impact there. We're looking at doing some improvements regardless to help the situation. A roundabout would take a very large piece of real estate. It actually surprises people when you lay it out appropriately. You see a lot of them that are built too small. Unless you have absolutely 0 trucks, you wind up with all kinds of problems. And that, frankly, that would be a large capital project that is really outside the scope of what we're looking at here. In terms of being able to build it, the land requirements and the construction, et cetera. There is some congestion at the intersection.
Mm-hmm.
There's some queues on Belterre. They do clear. I don't think the intersection works that poorly that we would look to make the leap to something of that nature.
Okay.
My personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. And would someone like to address the other comment about the landslide? I think we talked about that with Canyon Creek when Mr. Shea got up and spoke about an avalanche years ago. I think it was something similar, that all the drainage is contained within the property of all the construction. They do have measures to retain, during construction, retain the material on site by using stormwater prevention. They got to get a stormwater pollution prevention plan. If you would like to add anything to that, please feel free.
I would just add that our code, to your concern, is a 3-inch rainfall, is what the code specifies. And my understanding is that the applicant is actually providing a 9-inch rainfall. So hopefully that will preclude any kind of avalanches in the future. As you said, places that are built to code, it's only a 3-inch. So hopefully the 9-inch will. Above that, I don't know how much more we could ask. Which is, I think, a 100-year storm.
Yes,
which
that's
isn't
correct.
happening in 100 years anymore,
Right.
right? But hopefully that alleviates some worry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have received 15 letters of support from the applicant that were handed in to me. Do you want to make these an exhibit or read it in?
right? I'm sorry. You have 15 letters of support?
Yes.
In addition to the ones?
In addition, these were
Okay.
not read into the record. I could mark them as one exhibit if you want, put them in the
Yes,
record.
that would be good.
Okay.
Yeah. Great, let's save those.
So I'll put those down, those will be Exhibit A. The one that was given to me, I had already marked as Exhibit C from the chamber that I just received.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just want to conclude with thanking everybody for being here tonight and listening to our presentation. We're here for any questions. We're available, so thank you very much.
Okay. All right. We will adjourn the hearing to the next month, because we always do that when we open a hearing, because we want to give anyone who's not here and is watching, or anyone who sends or wants to speak and just couldn't make the meeting, time to send in comments. They can be received at Village Hall. You can send them to the attention of Cindy Suarez, and she'll make sure she gets them and adds them to the record. We normally request that those comments come in 2 weeks after the first hearing. So that being said, unless anyone has on the board has anything else, I'd like to get a motion to adjourn the hearing to our next meeting, which is August 20th.
I'll make the motion.
Can I get a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, well, I have Okay, we're going to get started with the second public hearing. Cindy, if you just want to read in the notice, the particulars.
1501, 1505, 1509, 1511, 1515 Main Street, Walnut Street, and 19 North Country Road. Site development plan known as the Overlook. Application number PB-0759-25. Suffolk County Tax Map number is Section 21, Block 6, Lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14, 19.1, and 20.1. Zoning is the C1 Commercial District. The applicant is LBG Port Jefferson Holdings, LLC. Property owner, LBG Port Jefferson Holdings, LLC, and Medford Assembly of God, also known as Access Church. Contact is Eric Nicosia, RA. Description, proposed mixed-use buildings, retail office, restaurant takeout, covered garage, multiple dwellings, and common areas. June 18th, 26th, the public hearing was opened and adjourned to July 9th, 2026.
Okay, so it gets a little confusing if you're watching at home or you hear all the numbers on Main Street, you're like, well, where is this? So this is really the southeast corner of the intersection of Main Street and North Country Road. You calling up a map, Parker? Or okay, so we opened the public hearing. Actually, this is. Yes, we opened the public hearing June 18th. It was adjourned to July 9th, primarily to get comments. I don't know, Cindy, if anything came in. Nothing came in. Okay, so
I have not received any comments.
I believe a couple of people spoke at the meeting. I don't recall.
I don't think so. Actually.
No. Wow. It's a contrast between this and the first hearing, isn't there?
A little bit.
All right. So, Dan, I don't know if you want to come up first, and we declared this a secret type 2?
No.
No.
Type.
I'm sorry?
It's a type 1, but.
Why do I have type 2 here? Because it's wrong, that's why. It's type 1?
Yes.
Okay.
But they did a consistency analysis to demonstrate they fit within the scope of the GEIS that was done.
Right.
And
They
board found it acceptable.
Okay, so their consistency analysis with the comp plan, correct?
Yes.
Was acceptable, and it, okay, so we proceeded on that basis. And you forwarded to the county request
Yes.
for comments, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know Pat Linehan is here to talk about some of the traffic, one of the traffic things that we had discussed, I believe, at the last meeting that he looked into, so I know he'll report on that. Yep. And I also know that you just received plans July 6th, and you clearly haven't had a chance to look at them. Okay. All right. So that being said, I think you can go now.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Michael Strauss, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson, for the applicant. As you know, I have all the experts here from VHB. We've submitted response to all the comments. The traffic in Walnut Street, Pat will speak to. That was done more verbally, although I think it's been pretty much resolved. Thank you. The Architectural Review Board approved the plans. SWIPS has been submitted, and Pat can speak, and then we're really here for any questions to try to move this to conclusion.
Okay, why don't we do the traffic first and get that put aside?
Good evening again, Pat Lenahan, VHB Engineering. So last time we were here on this one, there was a question raised about the traffic conditions along Old North Country Road near Walnut and Old Country Road at its signalized intersection with Main Street and Sheep Pasture. So what I have done is we have gone out there to perform observations. At the signalized intersection, what we were looking for was how it was operating in general, and if there were any phases in the traffic signal that were perhaps underutilized, where we could take some green time to put on phases that were perhaps congested. What we saw in our observations, and we went out there for several hours in the morning and several hours in the afternoon because we wanted to observe it when the hospital was in a shift change, was some congestion, as you would imagine. One of the major players in what happens at North Country Road at Main Street is actually the grade crossing at the Long Island Railroad. The gates come down. Southbound traffic backs up all the way to North Country Road, and invariably the westbound left turn arrow will come up. Those folks will fill the intersection and block it, and it won't clear before the southbound gets a green to continue south on Main Street. So based on those observations, there really isn't, unless we're going to remove the railroad tracks, which is, I think, the major player there. We can propose it, but I don't think they're going to let us do it. But then we also looked at Walnut Street at its intersection with North Country Road, and the issues associated, particularly with left turns out, because of the queue that backs up from Main Street regularly during peak periods. And what you can see right away is in large part, people are avoiding it already. So what I would propose, what I would suggest, is that we restrict the left turns out of Walnut with a series of no left turn signs. But in addition, just to reinforce it, now the folks who are very familiar with the area, or I think already avoiding it, the residents will figure it out rather quickly. But folks who visit the site that may not be as familiar, we can put up some small guide signs that folks leaving our parking lots would see that would direct them to North Country Road at Main Street via Elm and Oakland. So ultimately, they'd wind up at the traffic signal. And if they wish to make a left turn, they can do it there.
So Elm is just basically almost at the south property line of this project, I think.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, so it's not a long trip.
It's not.
It's come out of the parking lots, turn onto southbound Elm Street.
Walnut.
Southbound Walnut, make a quick left on Elm. Elm takes you right over to Oakland, make a left on Oakland, and then you've got you can finish. The traffic signal there.
We'd probably also put a sign northbound on Walnut as you approach Elm to send people east to Oakland before they got to the no left turn sign and got surprised.
Chair, if I may ask, would you has it been considered making Walnut from North Country down to Elm, or one-way southbound only street?
I did consider that. There is a dentist office.
Yeah.
That's going to remain, and eliminating the left turn, I think, gets rid of the real issue without doing so. And doing so, we might hear from the dentist.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is that anybody wanting to go out of those parking lots and go east on North Country doesn't have to go down and possibly get stopped at the traffic signal at Oakland and North Country.
Second question, it doesn't have to be now, but regarding the bus stop, I work for Suffolk County, and we were talking about during construction relocating it. I'm not sure if my colleague Chris McVoy has reached out to you guys, but currently the stop is in front of your property before North Country, and we talked about relocating it possibly in front of the dentist or in front of the parking lot on North Country. And there was just, they were going to reach out to you to talk about making sure during construction it was feasible for a bus to stop there.
Okay, that's interesting that you caught that, because we resubmitted to New York State DOT a couple of days ago, earlier this week. so they have the revised plans. And in my review of the current version of the plans, I asked my guy, what are we gonna do with this bus stop? So he went back to the drawing board, and I believe relocated the bus stop where you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm
This
not
is just during construction.
Correct, and then it would come back, but we caught that too.
Okay, so, but you'll probably hear from Suffolk County Transit
Okay.
to ask you about that when you're doing
Yeah.
it, because we will be the ones who will relocate the post. And we have to tell our drivers, you're not gonna stop here, you're gonna stop after you make the turn.
Gotcha.
50 feet down.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. Any questions for Pat?
All righty, thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks.
Do you have any other questions for us? Sure.
Where are you on the acquisition of the Assembly of God property?
So they have gone through a whole process first with the Attorney General and so on to confirm what the exact correct entity is related to the church that can make the transfer. And all the entities possibly that are involved are completely friendly and on board with doing it. And they're actually in the process in a Supreme Court application now to get approval for the way that they've constructed the viability of the entity to convey fee title to it. And we would hope it's done tomorrow. I think it may be done within 4 to 6 weeks or something like that at that point. And as soon as they have clear title, we're going to be closing right away. You know, it's literally waiting for a Supreme Court blessing, no pun intended, with the church. But all the possibilities on how they've done it, the related entities are all on board to do it. It's just a question of getting it so that it's gotten legal approval so that they can transfer title.
I had some drainage questions. Just in regards to the letter from the village engineer to you, comment number 4 about the soil boring data. I'm just curious, without the soil boring data, how did you calculate the infiltration?
So, good evening, Angelo Leno with VHB Engineering. So we were a little late on getting the soil boring information. We have it as of now. The soil borings and the SWIP have been prepared with the actual infiltration rates. They were very high on site. So again, just like the previous application, we were very conservative with the infiltration rate that we used. We were getting something like 130 inches per hour, and we reduced that to 20 to design the drainage system and model the storm.
Okay.
So the current revised plans, as well as the SWIP that was submitted earlier today, have the geotech in it along with the infiltration data.
Okay, great. And then the other question I had was about the grading and possible retaining walls needed. Retaining walls been proposed were necessary. I'm just curious where it's been necessary.
So there's a small retaining wall that's required on the east side of the parking lot. The grades that were originally proposed were 3-to-1, a little bit steeper than 3-on-1. So the engineer commented to put a retaining wall, which is what we did. You can see it.
And they're in
on
the
those
plans. Okay.
Correct. And it's not a high wall. It's a couple feet high, 1 or 2 feet high.
And then was there anything else in that letter that was concerning? The response letter from VHB. Like I didn't get to look at the site, the lighting plan. I'm assuming the candles are 0 at the edge of your property.
That was a strange comment. I'm not sure if that was provided, but we had a lighting plan in on the previous submission, which I thought, Dan, you said last time you had reviewed and was acceptable.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And then the refuse layout, it was just not drawn to scale? Is that what I'm understanding?
There was a dimension discrepancy between what was on the plan and on the detail. That has been corrected. What was on the plan is actually correct, and the detail was revised to match.
Okay.
Chair, I have a question about demolition of the existing structure and construction, if you can hold that or... So I'm just a little curious if you have an idea of how you're going to demolish the existing structure and construct the new building. Will you be using the Assembly of God? Will you demolish that first to make a parking lot to store your building, your equipment, to go across Walnut? Will you be closing Walnut temporarily? Do you have an idea yet how you build this?
Tony Cheeto, principal in LPG. No, our intent is actually to use that area for staging, any storage, any equipment. It's just like when I did the rail property, that we had the industrial building across the street. And that's where I was able to store everything so we could build our building. So the church would be the last thing to come down.
I'm sorry, the church would be the last thing that you would.
I would utilize
Park-
that
can you give me
space.
Yeah.
I'd be utilizing the facilities there to store all of our equipment that we need to build our building.
Around the existing church.
Right.
You would store, but then you would be moving the equipment across
The cost,
Walnut.
that's right, just like we did when we did the rail property, exactly the same thing.
Would you be
Okay.
closing Walnut to the
No,
public? If
no, we never had to close the street, no. We just bring it as required, as whatever we need. For example, we store all the light fixtures, and then we take them and we install them. And then, once we completed with the building, then we would take down the church and the so-called house that's part of the church, and we would develop the parking lot as the last part of it. That would be our area to stage whatever we need to build our building. Sorry. Okay?
Other questions? Dan, you have any comments, any input on anybody on the board, whether or not we can close the public hearing?
Yeah, I can. So in terms of open items, right? There was a couple outstanding stuff. We obviously just received the plans, so staff still has to go through the plans on our end. We are gonna similar approach to the other application we talked about, refer to Fire Marshal again, DPWs, to make sure there's no more additional comments, because I know they had some preliminary comments last time, but I know there's still, just to make sure it meets their expectations or if they have any comments. In terms of like major issues, I don't think we have many at this time. I know they've expansively responded to many of what we've asked for in the past. The one thing I just wanted to mention, because I've reached out, and this is actually something that's coming up as part of our staff updates as part of the next of this, but regarding engineering review, you might remember that with this project, the engineering comments were given towards an older version of the plan. Then we had a newer version of the plan in May that was submitted actually coincidentally the day after those comments were issued. And then we had this revised version, which was even further after. I don't know if this board wants to consider going back to engineering as in addition to the other departments to make sure everything's been appropriately addressed. Obviously, I'll do as much as I can on my end, but that's something that's been highly encouraged by internally, at least by the engineers as well.
If they can do a quick turnaround, I wouldn't think, since they've already commented, that it would take that long to do,
I think it took a week or two last time.
Yeah, they should,
So the
we
thing
should
is,
use them.
it just might be an additional escrow amount, the same amount as
Yeah,
last time.
I
don't know if the
think that would,
applicant's
to
open the,
expedite it, yeah.
idea, but exactly, to help us,
Yeah.
part of the review, I think.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that as well.
Yeah.
That's probably my biggest recommendation. I don't know if that should preclude the public hearing, but again, the warning is, if you close the public hearing, you do have
Yeah.
62 days, obviously, to make a decision. I don't know if you want to wait for those comments or if the board's comfortable enough.
Well, if they've already made the comments and then there's just revisions to look at.
The other comment I would have, but again, I don't know if everyone agrees with it, because we mentioned it last time about construction stage and demolition, and for many projects, I know recent applications, especially by this board, you've been asking them as part of that site plan review process that be submitted. Just because there was a lot described about it tonight, I just think the board should have a look at that at some point, whether that be as part of the site plan review, the next submission, or as a condition of the approval. We would always recommend it as the board gets a look at that more formally, just to ensure that when this project goes on, again, even there's another project right next door, and coordination between the two, I think it's just important for the board to consider, but that's up to your purview.
Well, that's the other thing, we could keep the hearing open, but proceed with an expedited review and then request the review of the demo
Well, I wouldn't say, okay. Yeah.
at the same time, and then just, just to make sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot with the 62-day response deadline.
Unless the applicant's open to the potential extension of,
We would respectfully request that you close the hearing tonight. You do have the 62 days. If you needed a short extension, we of course would grant that to you.
Okay.
I think, these couple of housekeeping cleanup things it's of course common in any approval to have a list of conditions you have to meet anyway, and if it's worded, any outstanding issues like that, that's not a problem for the applicant either, but we'd love to be able to move forward at this time towards the end game of moving towards a decision and just closing the public hearing anyway, since there really hasn't been any objections at all throughout the entire process.
Cindy, can you just tell me our September 10th planning board meeting, is that within the 62 days?
September 10th?
Yeah, because other than that, we have the August 20th, and that might be really quick if we had to turn around that quickly.
I think September 10th is probably exactly 62 days from tonight.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So as long as we could make a decision on the 10th, at least that gives us one more meeting, right? That gives us 2 meetings essentially. So we have the August 20th and then we have September 10th.
And the applicant has said that he would be willing to extend it.
Yeah, if you need a few days, obviously.
Now, do we have anything on demo so
Yeah,
far?
September 9th would
Do we
be
have
your
it?
62 days. So we would need the extension to the 10th.
You can certainly have a one-day extension. I mean, if you need an extension, you just write us a letter. I mean, we're not,
Do we have a preliminary demo plan yet, or at staging, or not? Nothing, anything?
Yes, there's a removals plan.
Oh, okay, so it's in
included
the
package.
current set?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right, so that makes sense. So we could close.
So I,
All right.
yeah, I motion that we close the public hearing.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we're gonna take another 5-minute break because we're gonna move down.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
escrow amount to allow the engineer to review the project. There was original bank of 5,000 requested, so that Hada could do the. Yes.
You're
but-
saying another 5,000?
Potentially, yeah.
What's the other one? We're charging another 5,000?
No, I don't think they use. I don't think they use. There might be some. We can go back and find out. The number.
No, he's saying to have to look at it again.
Up to the most.
5,000. Let's just get that.
No, okay.
Okay.
That's all. I'm just.
Okay.
It better not be that.
We're gonna take, okay, good. We're gonna take a break and move down, just a couple minutes. Okay, now we're ready. Okay, we have some general business to just discuss. Won't take that long, and then we'll get into the work sessions. First of all, we have a new liaison to the planning board, and I understand it's Kathy Ann Staten?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Kathy Ann's not here tonight, but she's actually served as a liaison in the past. So she'll be the liaison from the Board of Trustees. We have two new planning board members. One is here tonight, Dan Siegel, who served as an alternate and served his time as an alternate and waited for the opportunity, and it came as we expanded to 7 members. The other board member is Jen Siegel. Jen Siegler, sorry, Siegel and Siegler. Jen Siegler, who was actually on the planning board when I joined over 20 years ago. She's an architect. She's done architectural work. I think she was still doing architectural work at the time. She's volunteered to become a full planning board member. And she also served as the director of planning and building.
I think it was building planning at the time,
for
right?
a short period of time, right? Relatively.
1 year.
1 year.
And then she was a part-time site
And she
planner.
was a site plan reviewer for many years.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's got a long career. She's familiar with village codes, although maybe not exactly current, but she's well versed in the village code in the past and using it on projects. And Lee Rosner, sitting next to me, has been reappointed because his term expired. And that happened last night.
Whether you like it or not.
A resume has been submitted also for the alternate position, which is now vacant. It's from Matt Tyler, who works for Bowler Engineering. He's an engineer. I believe he's been contacted and asked if he's willing to serve as an alternate. I'm not sure if that's been finalized, that process, but he may very well. He seems to be the one person with a resume that would be appropriate. He was willing to serve as a board member if that opportunity arose, but for him it would be as an alternate, so it's likely he would take that if he was willing to serve as a full member. So that could happen. I just wanted to briefly talk about the revisions to the State Environmental Quality Review Act. I know you actually saw a presentation when you went to the New York Planning Federation annual meeting in April, right?
Yeah, it was April.
April.
Flew by.
There was one just a couple of days ago.
Yes, there's another one, yeah.
Yeah, this was I actually watched that work session for credit, or a presentation, I should say. Part of it was about the environmental justice and disadvantaged communities.
Yes.
And the map has been updated, state map, showing those communities. That would affect us if Port Jefferson happened to be a disadvantaged community. It's not,
Yeah, we're
no
not listed.
surprise there. But if there was a community near here which might be affected by a project in the village, that would be something we'd have to consider. There are no communities near Port Jefferson which would have been impacted by a project in the village.
Ray, the C2 district is no longer considered disadvantaged. It was many years ago.
It's
not anymore.
okay, yeah. Was it?
That's what I'm asking.
Oh,
There was, I was doing work for town of Brookhaven and the landfill, and we were looking at disadvantaged communities. And there was a section in Port Jefferson on the east side of 112, up like in the hill area, that was listed. I don't know why, I never asked, I just thought it was interesting, and it must have been finally taken off.
Yeah.
So there was certain factors that they come up with, an equation to determine it, and it must have been the income of the area at the time.
Okay, but there are things that would apply to us, or the other component of the revisions were an acceleration of additional housing construction. So I guess that just took effect, all the regulations with that, just within, I think the last part of it was within the last week.
Yeah,
It was really recent. It encourages housing construction, which is, of course, residential, but a mixed-use project could qualify if it had a small component of retail, it sounded like, or some other use. I don't know if that's different from what you got told.
It's fairly accurate. It's interesting because it definitely I believe it made it through. Listing as a type 2 action of infill development of I don't remember. I think it's a mixed use structure that is less than 100 units could be considered a type 2 action in certain circumstances, which is interesting because our village code currently says anything with 35 or more units is type 1, right? So it kind of, I think going forward, we might have to take a look at it. We already are taking a look at our own village secret code because, as you know, retaining walls are considered a type 1 action. But that, it's definitely going to be an interesting conversation, I think, and I think for this board because, right, it's supposed to, like you said, I don't want to cut you off. I'm sorry to jump in.
I was finished.
Yeah. Is that something that you're able to do in-house, or you're going to have to ask any of our outside consultants to assist with that review?
We might have, Haydick Engineering recently hired I forgot his name, the former.
John Pavlich.
Huh?
John Pavlich.
Yes, John Pavlich. Yes. So he's now equipped to help us out, so I think I'm gonna have him definitely take a look at and help out with some of these changes going forward, so.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
So this is state secret modifications.
Yes.
And it's my understanding that we can be more strict at a local level?
Yes.
Not the other way around.
Yes.
Less strict, we can be more strict.
Yeah, and we currently are. We are we're a lot more strict than the state.
Does that apply to this housing initiative also? Or?
So that's a good question. We'll have to learn as we go. And I don't know.
Yeah, you probably have to analyze that.
Because 100 units in a city is not a lot of units, but 100 units in Jefferson Village is obviously a lot of units.
And with our topography,
Exactly.
I mean, I feel like we should be a little more strict than a flat piece of land somewhere.
But it has to be looked at, and maybe there might be some nuance in that revision that says that to encourage residential development, that municipalities can't be more strict. You'd have to look at it.
True, that's a good point.
Dan, are we a pro-housing community? Do you know that state?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we actually recently Parker. Recently, we just submitted, they ask you to keep an update on how many permits you approved, the number of units. So we are currently still pro-housing and just resubmitted for it again. So.
And just so everyone is, when you're in the state designated a pro-housing community, you're eligible for additional grants.
Yes.
So it always behooves you to be that. But then it's also that you have to show them you're supporting building as much housing as you can.
Thank you.
All right. Why don't we go into your staff updates? Because I'm finished.
Yeah? Okay. Anything else on seeker though? So, we'll definitely look into it. And obviously we would want this board's input, I think, definitely on anything we might consider. So we'll definitely keep you guys on the loop and work with you on, see how it affects us, going forward. So in terms of other staff updates, I'll try to keep it brief. As I mentioned a little bit before about the engineering, I kind of hinted at it a little bit. We've been talking with our consultant engineers. Obviously, Haydick's currently our consultant. On villages, we also retain JRH to help as well. We're currently working on an agreement with JRH to also be another assistance for engineering. But we wanted to talk about the process of engineering in general, right? Right now, the way the code's set up, as you know, is that the application has to come to a board meeting. The planning board has to make a formal determination regarding engineering review. Once that determination is made, we request the escrow amount, right? It's 250-52G1 that allows you to do that. And then once it's done, then we send to the engineers. They take out that escrow amount that's paid by the applicant, and if additional funds are needed, usually it comes back for this board for reconsideration. The one thing that we've been talking about internally is that the idea of potentially requiring, probably have to develop parameters around it because we don't want every project going, but a way for mechanism for either staff, once we receive an application, that escrow is almost submitted as part of the application. It's an automatic referral to engineering review, just to help expedite things a little bit more, right? You get the engineers' comments up front in addition to planning, DPW, fire marshals. It's kind of a way to try to put everyone together as early as possible to move them forward. Or if we can't, because the current framework of the code says it has to be a decision by the planning board. I'm not sure, this is probably a legal question, but if the board can't adopt a formal policy to require it, then make some kind of resolutions where applications would come in, it would come before the board purely just to be referred for engineering to establish the amount. Obviously, it's
Would
next.
there be thresholds? A smaller application, we'd let you immediately do an escrow, but it's something larger, and I don't know what those thresholds would be.
That's something we would probably work with you guys on, because I agree with that. I don't think it makes sense to send everyone when it's like, especially if it's like a tree removal.
But it would definitely speed up the process.
Yes.
If we could have some sort of expedited review, not having to have a meeting first and then say, hey, we need a review.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it would help, but the challenge is there are certain applications that we receive that don't require it. Really, I mean, we internally decide don't require it. How do we screen for that up front? You know, what threshold does the application need to meet in order for it to automatically kick to that?
When I was at Suffolk County, when Andy Freeling was the former director here, was chief planner, a lot of times it came down that department head's recommendation and their decision about what to bring to a planning board and whatnot. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I would say, again, it's usually a department head that would make that executive decision.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I'd be all in favor of.
I don't know how we make that happen. Is that a code change or a policy?
That's the question.
Yeah, we can look into it.
Yeah. Do I like you?
There's an extra one here.
Says Jim right on
Yeah, I mean, we can look into the procedurally, I think. I don't know, I don't think it would require a code change for what we're talking about, but we'll have to discuss with Dan.
Because maybe you guys could adopt, maybe they could adopt a policy in recognition of that code section. Because it says at any time the board may require fees that the escrow to be established, so maybe there's. Look at it.
The department head makes a decision that this application requires outside environmental, engineering review, and it happens it happens early.
Right. Good. Sounds appropriate.
Great idea. Okay.
As you go along, you're gonna recognize which ones truly needed, right off the bat. We'll know.
Yeah.
We've been surrounded by pretty significant projects here. We've fought, I remember playing board for many years. I think this is the busiest I've seen the village in decades. So you guys have been
But we staffed.
You've been doing a tremendous job keeping up with it.
All right.
Okay.
So I guess, we'll work on something and
Yeah.
try to come back to you with that, but thank you for thinking favorably of that. I'll keep going quick. Planning board member assignments. So last time, I don't know if you want to jump in, or last time we talked
Yeah.
about.
We talked about any new projects going forward that it automatically gets assigned to a planning board member when it comes in. So the planning board member is another set of eyes to go out and look at it in the field, and then come up in addition to the department. And, maybe it's a field trip together, the planning board member and the department member go out together and look at it. It's, and then we've got a heads up and another viewpoint.
Would you want to do it by type or just a sequence order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
It's almost like the way we did it last time. We've done this before, years ago, and actually on the agenda, the work session agenda, the initials of the planning board person would actually be in the title of the project, so that you know who a planning board member was kind of in charge of a review or initial comments on it. Worked out very well. I think the mayor actually brought this up, and I said, well, we did it before, sure, we could do it again.
Why did we stop if it worked?
I don't know why we stopped. Just kind of, Peter, do you remember, Sidney?
In the past, it was done where, as the applications came in, we just had a spreadsheet, and it was done in the order.
Oh, what?
But then we talked about changing that because it would be, well, who would like to take this, who's got the best expertise in this
Right.
area of
That
the type of
That
application.
made more sense.
So we stopped doing it the way we were doing it, and we never started the new process.
Oh, okay, we dropped it. We dropped the ball in the middle, I guess. We fumbled.
Yeah.
So,
Do you still have that spreadsheet? Can we just go back to it?
I do.
Oh, you do?
I do still have that spreadsheet.
I like the idea. The only thing I would ask if we start implementing this, that the application that is assigned to the board member gets sent out really
Yes.
early.
Well, that's why it would probably be expedited faster if we internally assign them rather than wait for a board meeting.
That's
So,
also true.
in the past, as they came in, I would review them and assign them to who was next on the list. But in this case, I would review it with the department, and then we could send it out to who we chose and ask if that's something you think you would be able to take on.
yeah, why don't you do that, because it'll even make it quicker.
Okay.
You may want to consider the size of the project, right? Not just
Yes.
necessarily the next on the list. Right?
Exactly.
You want to get.
We're not gonna just
Well,
assign it
yeah,
to the
like
next
5
person anymore.
big projects or something.
It's all drainage.
And this isn't gonna preclude the department's review of it, it's just an additional set of eyes.
Oh,
Yeah.
It might even, getting back to the engineering, board members assign earlier, then maybe they can have input on
Oh, yeah.
the outside engineering.
Just before it even comes.
Yeah.
It could be part of our completeness check that we do internally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would work.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool. So there are some new ones on tonight if you feel so inclined, but I'm just kidding. All right, I guess, so I'll go quick, I know there's a lot of stuff.
Pine Hill Woods? is
Yeah,
next?
I just want to, can I do two things before that one?
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
so really quick, ESL code, we've mentioned a lot to you guys, right? The environmentally sensitive lands code / area code, we're working on the name of it. To get better, increased environmental regulations for the village, greater protections of steep slopes, wetland areas, high groundwater areas, a lot of stuff that's kind of already regulated under CHA and some existing code, we never have it in its own framework. Mr. Parker and I, mostly Parker, did a very good job, putting it together, making a draft version of it. We have a first draft finally. We referred it to Haydock Engineering. Haydock just gave us their first round of comments back, so we're still going through that, but hopefully that's something we've been told to prioritize internally, so I'm hoping, there's big hope, but to have that before this board, hopefully at the next meeting by August 20th. It's something that's really important to us, obviously, and we've talked about a lot. It is finally getting somewhere, and we're finally, happy to say that it's hopefully almost at a version ready for you all to consider. The next thing before that is, obviously, we've mentioned the 2026 Smart Growth Community Planning Grant Program. That is the grant we've been talking about the village's comprehensive plan, potential future path forward for it. We're kind of at not so much a crossroad, but kind of an area where we want to really get the board's input. The way the grant works is there's a couple of categories of things it can fund. And the two of them that we're kind of considering the most right now is one of them is basically updating the comprehensive plan, which would include what the state calls smart growth principles. As you notice in all your packet, I've included basically copies of all those smart growth principles, of a lot of which I think the village current plan kind of follows a lot. It talks about diversification of housing, addressing different needs of community and different uses besides for single family homes. It talks about infill development, right, prioritizing development in existing places rather than continuing disturbance and impact in neighboring areas. Protection of environmental resources. It mentions the public space and recreational resources, right? Ways to enhance public recreational spaces or provide for it in areas that otherwise wasn't in the past. There's a whole list there, and it's all provided. But regardless of what path going forward, the way the state grant works is that they would look to incorporate those principles into whatever plan's adopted. The question is, do we want to, basically what we're looking for your input is whether we want to revise our current comprehensive plan, basically give an update to the current plan, which would allow us to update our current zoning code and have funding available for that. Or is it better to prioritize the new comprehensive plan, which will eventually lead to zoning code changes, but again, it focuses on the new plan first. that makes sense.
Yeah. There's a grant writer, right, that
Yes.
works for, she work for Hayek?
No, just a separate consultant for us.
She's independent.
Yeah.
She has experience doing these. I don't know, I think if she has any input on which is more successful, the successful option in terms of, like, a full comprehensive plan is tremendously expensive, right?
Yes.
And the update is not.
Major left.
Right. But
3 years, $1 million.
Well, that's the thing. There's also a 25% match requirement, right?
Yeah.
So
25% match requirement, and if you go over, you eat it.
Yeah.
You eat the overage. I know, and the village can't afford that. So, but I don't know if she has an opinion on what's, it's much better to go for the update because it's quicker and they give out 10 updates to one comprehensive plan, and the odds of getting it are like, 10 times less.
Really?
Really?
I thought I saw an announcement in the newspaper.
Yeah, I don't know why
I didn't see.
I think you're, I think you should.
What's a Lisa
Lisa Motto.
No.
Lisa Motto.
Is it MATO?
MATO, yeah, Motto. Well, her and I are working together on the grant application. We've been speaking a lot on it. I think it's probably both our first times applying for it. It is sponsored by the Department of State, so we always ask the Department of State if they have any recommendations. The one thing we're trying to do, we're trying to reach out to a couple companies to get potential cost estimates of just like a general idea. Hey, if we go this route, what would it cost?
Yes.
If we go this route, what would it cost? To help us make this decision.
Yeah.
But when I spoke to the administration internally, they just thought the planning boards really should be, give input on that kind of idea. If you'd rather wait for those figures, I can share those and circulate them internally. Here's everything we received. The problem is the grant's due July 31st, the application. So, I mean, personally, at this point, knowing our current status, maybe we apply for the update this year and then next year go for the bigger grant or however it works. I don't know. I don't think there's anything precluding you applying from year after year. I think, but then the update would allow us to, there's a lot of zoning code changes we're looking to do right now, and we just don't have the physical time. And this would give us funding to have consultants help us develop those changes.
I think
That'd be great.
The update makes more sense.
Yeah. And actually have our code actually match the comp plan would be great.
That's true too. Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's some really great things in there that still have yet been codified.
And the comp plan was very thorough, but you have things like climate change.
Exactly.
You have, are we developing some areas? I don't know.
Only 10 years, it's 11 years
Well,
old.
adopted
It was adopted in 2014. There was
13 years old.
Yeah, and then there was area studies done
Yeah, but-
since though.
yeah.
So they did specific area studies is what they call them. So they've done some, like the GIS was 2017. So there's been
Yes.
some subsequent
Yes.
studies
Okay.
added to it.
Yeah.
Which is another thing the grant can fund if you want to do an area study. So say there was a big concern downtown or the future revitalization or development of
Yeah.
downtown,
Yeah.
you can just fund an area too instead of
Yeah.
the entire comprehensive plan. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure we were there yet, but
Yeah.
update. Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I needed. So I will work on that.
Yeah.
And then the very last thing, and I guess I'll make it very short, Pine Hill Woods subdivision. Now, I know you've been down Pine Hill Road and noticed there's a subdivision that's been developed. It was approved by the planning board back in 2008. 2008, and then conditional approval, then a final approval in 2009. Then they had an amendment to their approval in 2012, and it may be coming back. So right now, as part of that approval, they're required to maintain SWIP. And SWIP, mostly from my understanding of what they've described to me, it's mostly from the prior owner, but again, the current active site, the SWIP is not being maintained. There is clearing beyond the typical limits that have been approved, and there's, trailing, where there's some soil sediment coming into the roadways, so there's some concerns. So we're trying to get them in compliance with SWIP. I think that's the biggest priority right now, and in order to do that, we originally had site inspection fees. It was returned to the prior owner, and so we do need to establish a new escrow amount, and then just so HADA could be overseeing it,
We did keep some money though, we didn't let it all go, right?
I think we let it, didn't we return almost?
I would have to check the
No,
We gotta check.
Some, I remember, it wasn't that long ago, when they came to the release, but.
Well, 25, they were back approved for the performance bond change. And then,
That was a different.
but they sold it during that process to new developers, and I think for some reason that our recollection was the site inspection fees were returned. So
I will check the record, but I think they were returned with the prior owner. This is a new owner.
yeah, so this is a new owner now, so we need, huh?
Should have gotten it then from the new owner.
Yes, which is the goal for, they're actually coming back before this board though, so we're working with them right now.
Why are they coming back?
They want to change the clearing, the location of the clearing limits. So not the percentages that are approved, but the orientation of the clearing, they do want to change it. Because they don't, the way the development's played out, it doesn't work for, I guess it doesn't work for what they want, so they're coming in to request.
Is it still 6 homes?
Yes, it is still it's still a 6 lot subdivision. It is filed with the county, but there's a lot of open items. There's a lot of things that they actually came in for an amendment in 2021 when they first went to develop it, and a bunch of stuff that wasn't conditioned with. As we reviewed it, it seems like a lot of these things haven't fully been addressed yet, so we are gonna bring them back before this board to address some of those items. Also, there are additional requests for the clearing. They're working on a package to come before the board, but again, the reason I wanted to mention it tonight is just, if the board chooses it, we would highly recommend an escrow amount, just so we can get the SWIP into compliance. It's a big concern, there's a lot of public comments about it, us as staff, it's technically a violation of.
Well, it's not, it is, it's not technically.
It is a violation, yes, sorry, I'm just being nice. It's a violation, so that's the goal, is that, they have to hire a new engineer consultant to do their inspections, and then our engineers are gonna certify that the appropriate things are being inspected for and looked after to kind of protect the village and the surrounding community, so.
And isn't that like a monthly, don't they have to?
Yes.
Monthly?
It could be up to weekly, but I think monthly was the original. I
Yeah.
think for typical residential development, I think that's what they were saying,
Yeah.
it would go monthly.
I'm in favor of
Okay, they said 5,000, they're okay with. I think that would give us, initial review of the plans and then 10 weeks thereafter. So that's what they're planning for now. The construction might be longer than that, so we might have to come back for additional fees, or unless the board wants to allow staff to request additional fees. I think you did that for Beechwood, so.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
Do we need a vote?
I don't know, the vote for the engineer, it's okay okay, so we'll just say you guys determined at the meeting. And that's it for my updates.
Dan, what's this Army Corps, Department of Army permit?
Yeah, we
Danvers?
just received this as a notice, right? It's for the.
That was a notice I received in the email, it's just protocol to let the planning board know
Danvers.
that there's work being done on the docks.
Does the planning board have any say or any? No.
They did not ask us for comments, it was just sent to me for your awareness.
Okay with that, that's it. Okay with them? Yeah, but what okay with them is that?
Cindy, can you send this out? I'd like to click on this link here.
So I can resend it again, I thought I
See
did,
this? Oh, you did?
but I'll send it again tomorrow.
Yeah. I'd like to see if there's actually any backup to this.
How's that for the county? The private fee municipalities? Or is it just kind of? Oh, sorry. Oh, you were just, yeah.
They own the whole Danfords Marina, town of Brookhaven, and Danfords leases space to run their marina.
Might go out 1,000 feet from the shore line. Brookhaven's jurisdiction.
Go ahead. All right, can we approve?
I had a couple comments.
Okay.
Just under, so I had to open it in Open Office because I'm too cheap to buy Word. So it's under the 1506, 1510, 1512 Main Street, the Baxter. I don't know what page because it got all messed up. Sorry, Cindy.
Okay.
4 or 5, I think. Not sure. So the very last line to close the public hearing, I actually voted against that. So it was 3-0, 3-1.
Okay.
And then under 1506, 1510, 1512, but in the work session, so maybe page 7 or 8, I'm not sure. Under my last comment, so very towards the end. Right, I also, so LZ Planning Board cannot waive parking fees, blah, 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 the application. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so additionally to that, I said also, we are just taking the applicant's hired traffic engineer's word that there is sufficient parking. The village has not verified this with our own study. We haven't, so no engineering review has been done on the parking availability. How about that? I don't know how to word it, but we haven't gone out and said and had any eyes that we're just accepting the applicant's engineering.
Weren't there studies through the applicant? He hired people to do
Right.
studies?
So, but we're just accepting that and not, we didn't verify any of it.
Our engineer, I don't believe reviewed traffic.
Just
But
that.
their engineers stamped it, so.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Just saying.
at what point do we honor what
Well,
the people?
I
that
just
did
want it
it?
in the record. It's just for the minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That will be next.
All right.
And that was it.
Thank you.
That was on the back.
That's Baxter.
Other than that, I have no comment.
Okay. Anybody else who hadn't commented? Gil and I already commented, those comments are incorporated.
No,
Anybody
I'm
else?
good.
Okay. All right. So a motion to approve the minutes as amended tonight?
Motion to approve as amended
Okay.
tonight.
Can we get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And next, we've already said this, but the next meeting is August 20th at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. Okay, first item is the Baxter. Before we hear from the applicants, we'd like to discuss amongst the board. We're gonna try to do this on all projects and work sessions now. Board has a discussion with staff, and then we call the applicant out. I think it's gonna be quicker to handle it.
Good luck.
It's gonna be- We note the shaking of the heads and the smiles from the audience. However, that's what we're gonna do.
They have an
So,
attending
I guess, Jim, you probably want to
Discuss this,
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, this whole.
Where do you want to start?
I mean, do we have updated plans? Okay.
We have the most recent estimate, but not reflecting the recent request for the major public amenity we changed. We have not received this.
What's
Oh, sorry. I'll talk in the mic. Yes. So there's been a lot of changes, right? Not a lot, but there's been some changes to the application. We received, following the last board review of it, we received a formal letter from the applicant indicating that there's been a change to the major public amenity. Previously, the board found acceptable the walkway between the Baxter and the Hills being proposed, right, to connect the residents to Main Street. And then there was a $318,000 just over it, right, total estimate. So the improvements for the sidewalk were to be subtracted from that, and the remainder of the money was to be dedicated to the village, which, through recommendation of the Board of Trustees, would have been put in what they're calling a South Village Revitalization Fund, so to allow future projects up there. Since then, we've received a letter that is now indicating that the walkway is to be requested to be removed, and then the whole $318,000 could be dedicated to the village for, again, whatever purpose the board was open to. Last time that was a revitalization fund. Since that point, since the last meeting, that's all we've physically received. We haven't received revised plans reflecting these changes at this time. I've spoken about it a bit, but we haven't received it at this time. It's something that personally I would recommend. There hasn't been, there's also been discussion about the parking arrangement, which we talked about last time, right?
Yeah, well, so I have a feeling I'm just completely misunderstanding the parking requirements for the Hills.
Yes.
So, because do they need relief, not relief, I'm trying to,
Based on that.
so under the code, are they to code or are they over? Do they have more parking than the code requires them now, the C2 overlay?
So if you go by the overlay standards, so remember, just to very quickly, briefly update everyone as a reminder,
Right.
the project was originally approved in the C2 district. At the time, the C2 district had 1.5 spaces per 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and then you would add on if you had, I think it was over 3.
Okay.
Subsequent to that, there's an establishment following the recommendation of the comprehensive plan of the C2R overlay and the C2P overlay. And the Hills is currently was located into the C2R. So this is after the original approval of the Hills project. The C2R has its own standards and regulations, which the way the code reads is that if the C2R has a bulk and parking regulations, an attachment to the zoning chapter, I believe it's attachment 4, that talks about the regulations for the C2R overlay. And anywhere it's not specifically addressed in the C2R, you go to the C2 district guidelines. The C2R overlay establishes a parking requirement for residential development to be 1.5 spaces per unit. At the same time, the C2 is lowered to 1 space per unit.
Okay.
So the C2 itself has been lowered, the C2R
Has not been adjusted at all.
Exactly, it's remained at 1.5 spaces. If you go by that, the Hills, as is currently by itself, meets it perfectly. It's 111 spaces.
But they don't have any extra spaces, even though,
If
even
you
if
go-
they're not used, technically to code, they don't have extra spaces.
Yes, to code,
Okay.
they don't have extra spaces.
Okay.
Sorry for the long, but I just
No,
wanted to
no,
give you the
that's
background.
what I thought I was missing. I
No.
thought I misunderstood, but that was my understanding.
And, the Baxter, they have 40 units. What do they require for parking? 40? 1 to 1?
It's more because there's also the commercial and if you go by the units, yeah, residential it's 40. There's an additional 13, 12, so 52 total is what they require. They have 28 on site, so
Right.
that's where the 37.
And I understand that they're saying that the Hills next door has the supply available. However, per code, the Hills doesn't have any more to give up, even if it's not
Right.
being parked on.
That's the issue.
Right.
Exactly. And the board, again, they did the traffic studies, right? There's been extensive studies by the applicant on that and saying it could physically work. Our issue is the actual code
But
framework.
does it meet the code?
Yes.
Right.
Then they need a variance.
Right. They need
Well,
a
so that's the other problem. In our village code, any parking deficiency, you can't, and this is the Board of Trustees Council also clarified this, just being like, there is no other, you can't get a variance for parking. You can only do pile-up.
So they have to do pile-up for
Pile-up in the
20,
C2
whatever.
district is 4,000 per space. For 37 stalls, it's over, it's about 141. Yeah. No, I'm just saying, that's the current.
So,
If you go by the code.
I just want to address.
And I'm sorry, is it unlimited, the number of pile-up spaces that we can allocate?
What do you mean?
So I'm
Could
actually
we
going to
give-
piggyback that.
Could we give 27 pile-up spaces? Is it unlimited, the supply of pile-up spaces? Or is there a?
Yeah, the
cap?
applicant just has to pay.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your, the planning board's jurisdiction. right?
But technically,
Right, as long as they
You gotta fit the
pay,
plan.
they can buy 27 spaces.
As long as you feel
You're
that
right.
it's adequate.
It's just a number,
It's a
yeah.
functional thing for you wouldn't want to waive it, you wouldn't want to grant it if you thought it was gonna be unmanageable for the project.
Well, I'm not talking about waiving it, I'm just.
No, I'm not saying waive it, I'm just saying you wouldn't want
There's
to
no limit.
grant, you wouldn't want to grant 27 pilots if you thought, and this is up to you guys, absolutely, but that by doing that, you'd be creating a project that didn't work.
right,
Exactly.
that's
So
what,
the testimony's been over and over again,
That's enough.
right.
but they have to take it from,
The Hills.
so then does the Hills, so who is paying for twice, are they going to pay twice then?
No, they're gonna pay probably, I guess for one of the projects. It's only one payment. We'll probably put it in this
You know what I'm
approval.
saying,
So
though,
you're saying
because-
But wouldn't it be the Baxter that would be paying
The Hills
it
is grand-
because they're
the Hills is
The Baxter's short, exactly.
It'll be the
Right.
Baxter.
So-
But if they want to use the parking at the Hills, then the
Oh, so
Hills is short.
losing as well?
Yeah, technically. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
but I
not
would
trying to cause
highly
an
recommend-
issue,
yeah, I
but we should establish that, and I also want to say, pile up is great, especially in the C1, when we already don't have parking, and we're trying to use buildings that we already have, right? We don't want to demolish, we don't want to get rid of open space. But when we keep granting 4 spaces here, 3 spaces there, 6 spaces over there, I feel like we're just going to be creating
Well,
an
the
issue for
pileup is supposed to
parking.
go into, in theory, that 6, that 4 times 4,000 should go to a dedicated fund for future parking to.
Which is municipal lot.
Yeah, for a municipal lot
Right.
in the area.
I mean, if
It's
someone wants a
it's
parking garage,
not,
we could-
but it should be. So, but just to understand, Dan, you're saying that if they have to go the pilot for their
37 short.
27.
Oh, no, 27, wait, it's 100, hold on.
They have 20, you provide 28, they need 52. So
whatever it is, times
Yeah.
4,000, so that amount
48, 24.
would have to go in the pilot, and then an additional, now we're talking about 318,000 for the public amenity.
Yeah. They're separate issues. That's the one thing
They're
I was
separate.
very clear
It's
is,
a big number, it's a big check.
yeah, they're both separate issues. So pilot, major public benefit
Right.
should be considered as a
But-
major public benefit.
But again, we are starting out fresh. So 3 spaces here, 4 spaces there, it's an apartment. We're talking about 1 or 2 apartments so I guess what I'm saying is there is completely reasonable, in my opinion, an expectation. If you're starting from scratch, you shouldn't need pileup at all. And it's only sought because it's a much less, think about it economically. If somebody has to pay, how much is it per space?
4,000 in the C2.
4,000.
Yeah.
That's a bargain,
Bargain.
right?
The bill.
Because they're getting the extra apartment or 2, is what I'm saying. This application, I completely, I'm not opposed to the sharing, or I don't even want to call it that. I just want us to recognize that every time that we grant PILAP, it's because these, in the C2, when they're demolishing and starting over, that we are allowing the applicant to pay a very, very small fee to avoid having enough parking, even if it's de minimis, 2 or 3. I'm just saying it's going to add up over time. And if pileup is so low, why wouldn't you maximize the amount of apartments and not have the correct parking
Developers
calculation?
are doing that. They
That is what I'm
maximize-
saying, and I guess that's why I'm getting frustrated,
I
because,
understand what you're saying, but
you know, at some point we
I
have to think of what Lee
it's
just
a
said.
small price to pay
Yes.
not to have empty buildings, and we're talking about buildings
Yes,
that have
and
been
I
empty
agree,
for
but
decades.
at some point we need to take stock of how many pileups there are,
Well,
just piggybacking.
But we're talking about a specific application.
Yes.
And we've gotten some, I think, some healthy evidence that the hills can provide.
Right, and I'm not opposed to this, is what I'm saying. I'm just saying in the future, we really need to consider how many
But
spaces, not
If the
just in
money was
general.
going as it
So lots
should,
consider.
you know, because the only thing I am really aware of that the village invested in was that Barnum Avenue lot downtown. You know, where are the lots that the meters are supposed to be paying for, and the pileups are supposed to be paying for? Where's the money? You know,
Well, the money's
It
still
wasn't the
assigned.
Barnum, I mean, I could be wrong, I think the developers, wasn't the Barnum Avenue lot as part of the CBS?
No, it's a separate one.
No,
There's the one with
it's
the
separate.
shipyard.
It's- Yeah, the one
Oh,
right
you
next
know
to
that,
the
I'm
little
sorry,
free
I
lot.
was thinking of the one up
Right,
by across the street.
because there was a house there,
Yeah, no,
they
yeah, I
bought the
understand.
house and then put up the lot.
But I
That's
saw
the
it.
only one that I can recall.
Yeah.
And
You're right.
I think if it's done right, that 1 or 2 or 3 spaces here and there
Right.
will pay off eventually.
I hope so. That's, I mean, and again, we're not, none of these uses are restaurant use.
Yes.
Even though they might eventually be able to have an in-house grease trap, but then they're gonna be short more parking.
So wait, can I just
So-
ask, is it council's belief that the only way to get around this 27, 24 parking space deficit is they have to pay pileup? They can't use legally now the next door because they're
No,
separate?
I mean, it's, and the issue of the shared arrangement with the parking, that was being discussed, what for months. I mean, I think you were actually invited the applicant to make the application for the shared parking, so that's up to you as the board to consider that.
But do we have-
And we talked, last meeting, that the comp plan actually, encourage a shared parking.
Not between the same use. Like the comp plan encourages shared parking between retail and residential. So it's the whole idea of having.
The retail's during the day, the
idea being
residential's
that
at
you don't
night.
want to see a parking up and uptown, right? That wasn't what the vision of the retail.
You wanna walk
was.
the wall.
So, yeah, I think, like you're saying, that you think this application, it works.
It works.
Right, it works
So,
specifically for
application
this
works.
application.
As a
That's
planning
all-
board,
that's
do
very
we have
cool.
authority
I'm sorry.
to override PILOT and say we're gonna share the parking, so you don't have
Yeah,
to?
you're not overriding it. I mean, and Laura's correct that it would be nice if all the significant provisions of the comp plan were adopted in the code. That would make it clear.
So much better.
But, you know, the fact that, you have it in the comp plan, that is, you know, something that, it's not mandated, but it's also something that you can lean on. And I've been in, you know, I've represented municipalities where if there's a comp plan that says this area should be used for this, you know, something that's suggested particularly in that comp plan, and somebody apply for that use and gets denied, I've had that comp plan being used against me when I'm trying to defend that denial. You know, so the courts take comp plans seriously. They look at it. I've seen it over and over again. So it's not, even though it's not codified, it is significant. And Laura has brought this up a number of times. So, and so, I don't know, we can talk about the share, we can talk further about. To me, I read the provision of the comp plan that says you can have shared parking, and that have the ability to, and if you did that, I think the calculations were, we'd reduce the pilot down to 4.
Yeah, it's really small.
I think I'd like to just, we talk about the comp plan, I'd like to segue into discussion about that sidewalk.
Yeah.
I mean, if my memory serves me, that there was a component of maybe it was the upper port part of the comp, because we had broke it up when we.
Yeah, there was an
did
upper
the
port study first, 2011, and then 2014 kind of
Right.
adopted some of those recommendations.
Right, but as my memory serves me, hopefully correctly, there was, an important component was connecting
Yes.
the properties that are behind Main Street with Main Street.
Yeah.
That's an important thing. So I was very happy to see that sidewalk proposal in the plan.
So should we talk to the
To
applicant
see,
why?
to see it out is disturbing.
I'll say for the record, I disagree. I don't think, if I'm the resident in the hills and I'm gonna walk between 3.5 feet between two buildings for a period, I'd rather walk down to the corner. It's not that big of a distance to do it. I also don't know what the liability is to the applicant for that. You know, somebody gets hurt. Normally you would, if you were gonna give a walkway, you would give that land, but then that impacts their setbacks. So but then the question becomes, what do you do with it? Do you just leave it fallow and then it collects trash? They're not gonna do that because they live there. But, you know, I personally don't think that's something worth arguing about. Again, 3.5 feet, that's about maybe the size of this table width. And you're carrying groceries, you're carrying whatever, you know, it's dark, I just don't.
I thought the walkway was wider than that. You're saying
It's 5 feet it's 5 feet at the door.
Yeah.
And then it's 3.5 feet just past it, on either side. Well, it should be probably this, but it's not, yeah, again, it's more easily said than done. So I just don't see this as, I never thought it was much of a public amenity, to be honest with you. I know Andy liked it a lot, but, yeah, I mean, if there was another way through there that it was wider, where you could, you know, like, this is an exaggeration, but between the Chemical Bank downtown and Ralph's Ice, you know, you've got a nice walkway going through there.
He's showing his age.
Yeah. Oh, it's not chemical? Oh. Okay,
There you go. So, do we want to have the applicant come up and discuss their change of the
Are we
walkway?
ready for that?
Well,
Do we have anything else?
Dan,
one of
Yeah,
the
we
things
have
I
more
want to
recommendations.
say,
Yes, that's
is that
definitely.
no matter how this turns out, because I kind of like the walkway, the money that will go to the village for future uptown revitalization improvements, I cannot stress enough how it has to be written up that that's exactly what they're going to do. Because in the past, I've seen money that was supposed to stay uptown go right downtown. And I don't want any if, ands, or buts.
Has to go to a dedicated fund.
Has to
Yeah,
go into the
absolutely.
dedicated
That's
fund.
not the applicant, that's the village. has
That's
to
the
make sure,
village,
yeah.
but how we write it up or how it gets written up, whoever writes it up has to write it up that way. Okay.
Sure. More to talk about?
Yes, a couple things. But yeah, so that's something, and I will want to add to this too. The trustees, and speaking with their council, have also said they're more than willing to, like, if you guys want to refer this to them, this issue, you can with your recommendations. So they could formally consider if you wanted to.
I'm sorry, how to use the money?
Yes, how to use the money.
Oh, okay.
So if there's a recommendation from this board how to use the money, and refer it to the board, unless because you are the planning board, technically you have. This is probably the major public benefits their decision. But if you want to refer it to them, you can. They are open to that, and if you want to with recommendations.
Is there already any dedicated uptown fund that this would go into?
It doesn't exist yet.
Doesn't it? So this would be the first one?
This will be the first one, and the goal is to set this up as part of it, if this board finds that appropriate, which,
I would love to see that 7-acre park actually developed as one of the listed, there were like 4 different possibilities in the comp plan.
Yeah.
And they were all active use, not just walking paths, right? You know, think of how much people use the park and the basketball courts, right? So if we had an active use, and they had several options in the comp plan.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like a field, right, that you could play softball in, or you couldn't have a full soccer field, but you could have a half a one, like just something more active than just a walking.
With the Highlands.
But it's not there.
I know.
So Dan, besides parking and the sidewalk,
If you think
what
about
else?
another thing,
Yeah.
nice to walk out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You look at Huntington, I think they built that way, it's almost the exact similar location as this is to.
But I mean, the comp plan specifically addressed it and had like 4
Yes.
different options.
Absolutely.
And the nice thing too is with all these projects, we're also getting parkland fee. That was recently raised to it's about $1,900 a unit too, so
Every village is built
that helps.
by NCAA. Yeah, you can enhance it, it's total, Huntington, Babylon, Bayshore, and give you a nice roll.
What else?
Yes. So other stuff, and I'll keep it quick. I know I'm kind of on my pedestal with this one, but the construction staging demolition, I'm still
Yes.
continue to recommend that's either condition as final site plan approval as acceptable in a form acceptable to the board, or submitted as part of the site plan review. I just think that's highly important. I know it's been discussed internally. It's highly recommended by our own engineers. I just think that's very. Personally, I think construction staging, basically a logistics plan, right? Staging, phasing, demolition, how it's all going to work and
In a
function.
compressed area like this, it's important.
Yeah.
We've been
Yeah.
doing that
Completely
for
agree.
projects lately,
Yeah.
consistently, so.
That's so that's one thing I'm recommending. The other thing is that we had several other comments. I think we could been put in your packet as comments we had. Some stuff, basically staff, we sent them an email prior to the June meeting regarding the parking issue and some other items we had concerns of. A lot of these have been requested to be conditions of approval, which one of them was such as for example, submission of a construction cost estimate, right? The applicant said they can't really provide that until they have their site plan approval. Other applicants have done it before site plan approval, but again, if you just condition final site plan approval on that item, and then that would help us establish the parkland fees, the performance bond, the site inspection fee, all that's basically based on the construction cost estimate. And usually it's a detailed breakdown, right, of all on-site and off-site work. So the board gets a decision about what's included and what's not. I would highly recommend that also be provided. The other thing is Suffolk County Planning Commission, right? They reviewed it. They gave the applicant and the board some comments. Some of it had to do with like EV charging stations and different questions that applicant addressed a lot verbally. But I think even, for example, things such as EV charging, you usually want to show where those spaces are going to be on a plan. So I think that's a plan. I think the board should, right, responding to the comments as part of a submission.
Brookhaven does that.
Yeah. We did it out east
There's a
too.
number of them in the medical complex over there, Oakland Avenue. Pretty struggling.
Yeah. It was like they did a lot of recommendations based on like county-wide adopted plans. So I would just highly recommend at least something in the record reflecting those that are actually being incorporated if the board agrees with them. The last one. So this was another comment we've talked about internally, and I don't know the applicant's openness to this idea, but then there's the actual arrangement itself, right? There's the parking arrangement, which I sent you guys a draft recently, and we're still reviewing it between us. Right, you Jim's had it as well. The one thing that we talked about is potentially the actual logistics of how this is going to function, right? Because if you go to the Hills project, a lot of those spaces are also in the garage. So where Baxter residents are going to park versus where Hills residents are going to park. I mean, I don't know if the Baxter, right? Some kind of covenant that reflects it. Maybe it wasn't there. I didn't read it thoroughly.
That's why the shared parking agreement, we have to see it in its completeness.
But are you saying that they have dedicated, like
Well,
it's
that's the
marked
question.
on
If
the
they want-
parking?
If you want marked out stalls, I'm just.
It had very general.
The people in the Baxter are not going to
We
be.
have it? Oh, we might have that plan.
We have all of it.
Okay, all right, no worries.
We haven't seen I have not seen.
Well, I sent the draft.
agreement.
You sent the draft agreement. I don't. Was there a plan though showing the?
Yeah,
You're gonna see it.
Okay.
for months. For months.
Months.
Come on, enough. For months.
The shared parking agreement,
That has been in. I've submitted it.
The
Yes.
drawing has been in for at least a
the
month.
drawing, yes, not the
Well, no,
shared.
we can pull up the drawing.
The
You'll
agreement
see.
is very
It shows the
straightforward.
access.
It's just
It shows the
joint-
access easement.
Joint use of the properties.
But where are the parking spaces?
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say is that we don't have a plan.
That include the indoor.
Look, that's the plan. But see, it doesn't say, all I'm asking, and look, I promise, it's just of clarity's sake, right?
We
There's,
were asked for an easement.
Not
Yeah.
the easement.
And that's
you asked for.
no, guys, it's an agreement, it's a
This is what
separate,
you asked for.
Shared
It's not what I'm
parking
talking about.
agreement.
No, that's it.
No, that's not.
it's,
Yeah, we'll do. It's a deal.
I'm just,
Hang on.
I prepared at the request of Mr. Rosner a shared parking agreement and provided it to the planning department and council for them to review.
Yes.
And agree whether or not it was an agreement between Rail and the Baxter, and you wanted a shared parking agreement. It came in at the same time that you requested an amended site plan for Rail showing that the parking was adequate. All of that was given. That request came in March the 19th, if I'm not mistaken, when we last met. And then it was provided subsequently as you requested. And then we came, well,
Extra staff, you gotta get from your staff.
the bottom line is, when I came in April, I advised everybody we did it. And it has been here, along with the 3 easements that are shown on the plan. They were all provided, drafted by my office
I sent it.
and provided.
Today?
I sent it today, but you had it originally when they had
Today,
it.
I
No,
got it.
they had it, we sent it in June. We did send it in June.
Wait, I guess, but the
We got-
question we
I'm
have,
sorry.
very simple question.
I know you're having a private conversation, so when you're done with that, then I'll be happy.
I think the question is,
Yeah,
Was
getting
it
frustrated.
an
Where-
easement or an arrangement? It was an easement, right? The
Which?
the
There were
cross
3
Cross
easements.
easement box.
There were 3 easements given. You see the 3 green spaces there? Those are the 3 easements that were requested. I provided and drafted 3 easements. In addition to that, Mr. Rosner requested a parking agreement between Rail, and you sat in that chair and said, Eric, I want a parking agreement between Rail and the Baxter. I prepared that and submitted that. All 4 documents have been here since probably May, asking everybody to review it, tell me what's going on, does it adequate, it reflects and exemplifies that plan. And I haven't heard from anybody. Then in June, I was not able to be here because I was away, but Ms. Elkowitz was here on my behalf. They went through all the parking calculations. They went through all the documents that have been provided. And the outcome of that is you close the public hearing and you have 62 days to make a determination. After the 62 days, that is going to expire, according to what I'm hearing now for the calendar, would be August the 20th, you said, was the
Next meeting.
next meeting. and the 19th, the 62-day period expires. So tonight, the reason that I'm here is earlier this week, on Monday, the planning department, through Dan Gross, asked me to write a letter to you, which I provided with copies to everybody, which were circulated, asking me to state that the correspondence in response to your request, Upper Harbor PJ Realty proposes to dedicate the full public amenity, thank you, the full public amenity of $318,500 to the Village of Port Jefferson for future use of uptown revitalization improvements, because everybody was concerned that it would be placed other than Upper Port Jefferson improvements. There was discussion that it might be to the Tucker House or somewhere else that the board wanted, but it was our understanding that the planning board was more receptive and open to allowing it for Upper Port Jefferson solely, which is what you've been discussing, which we acknowledge. We also,
can you discuss why you're not doing the sidewalk?
I'm going to let the applicant, I'm going to let the applicant in person explain that nuance for you, but the reason, one of it in part has to do with liability, but in addition to that, he can explain why they do not want to do that. I will let him explain it. But the option that he's going to point out to you is it's going to wind up being grass and shrubs, and there's going to be part of it that's going to Main Street for fire access. But I'll leave that to Mr. Gito to explain. So my letter to you indicated very simply that we needed to resolve these three issues, hopefully this evening, so we can move forward. And that's all I have. I don't have any other magic in my, basket here to discuss with you. And I appreciate Ms. Zimmerman's comments, and I understand what your concerns are, and I was of the impression, and I did know, that you did not vote in favor of it at the last meeting. Mr. Rosner was not here.
That we shouldn't close the public hearing.
Again, Mr. Rosner was not here. There were 4 members of the board. It was a 3-to-1 vote, and that's what transpired. Tonight, we have a new board member who's now participating in the discussion, and with all fairness and in all honesty, he should be recusing himself from a decision because he hasn't been here. He's been in the room providing comments and input with no disrespect to you, and I congratulate you on your appointment, but you haven't been involved in the application in the entire time period and the negotiations and discussions that's gone back and forth between the board, etc. So at this particular point, I'll leave it at that for the village attorney and you to conclude your discussion, and if you're then opening it up so that we can talk, I'd be happy to do so, and so would Mr. Gito.
Still on the parking thing.
Yeah.
So you have to have a decent
Can I-
shared parking agreement that stipulates where.
Can I please
Yeah.
jump in, guys? Because there's some statements I don't think were entirely accurate. We've had the access agreement, right? The access easement to allow the shared parking arrangement. Yes, we've had that for a long time. The dedicated parking arrangement, right? The actual parking agreement, it's June 8th. If you can pull up I don't know if you're able to pull that up real quick. I believe it was June 8th. It was June following the last, right? We had the meeting at the end of May. June what?
June 8th, I have to draft.
June 8th. So, well, no, just understand. Look, I'm not at all saying anything bad. I just wanted to clarify that one point. The thing is, I'm not saying what was submitted was wrong, but in reviewing that plan with our consultant engineers, with the internal staff, the recommendation that came out of that was looking at that site plan and saying, does this board need to dedicate certain spaces to the Baxter and certain spaces to the Hills, because the Hills has garage spaces, right? I mean, unless you're okay with Baxter residents using the garage spaces at the Hills.
No, we're not. They're not.
Well, that's there's nothing.
We've said we've gone through this.
No, but
it's the same thing over and over again. We told you guys the Hills people will only use the garage spaces. How many times? The outside
it's just not
spaces
shown
will
on
be
there.
used by Hills and Baxter. We keep saying the same thing to you guys.
Which is understandable, but it's not shown on. It doesn't say. Like, are you reserving those?
That's what you asked for.
Are you reserving? I gave it to engineers. This is what I got out of it. I'm only saying it's a condition. I'm not. All right. Well.
You got anything else?
Now I'll hold my peace.
That was.
All right. Come on up or use the mic. It might be easier to use the mic there.
You want
You want to come on? You guys can
Want
come
me
on.
up here?
Tony, why don't you come and sit down? You guys can sit.
In regard to the sidewalk, first of all, like you said, it was Andy's idea that this was the benefit he wanted, and we did it, okay? We've been approached many times by the mayor. She wants that money for something else, but she was waiting for a grant before she made her decision. She recently called my son and said, I want that 318 for what I want to use for the Tucker House. That's what she has told us. That being said, we said, we're fine with that. We won't build the sidewalk. What our plan was, we have a plan here that we can show you, was that by not putting the sidewalk in, which by the way, was going to be a bluestone sidewalk, it was going to be all lit, okay? And it was going to be land we were taking from rail that we had to come up with this number way back many months ago. Our intent now was to make this all grass, no more lighting, put a fence here, landscaping here, and we'll give you the plan. And then from here, we have a second means of egress of our building, so we need to get access. So we have a gate here and a fence here, so nobody can go past here. Okay, they can get around, through here. All right? And this is the plan we have. And we didn't care. We said, we'll do the sidewalk or we'll give you the money.
Yeah.
It's not us.
I don't think it's the Board of Trustees' purview where the money goes.
It's the code is fully within the planning board. I asked the clarification for the trustees council on this, and that's all. And he said, trustees council said this, that it's technically right. The planning board is the independent board for a reason. Right. It's your decision for the major public amenity. You can refer to them purely for say that estimate, you received the 318 or whatever ends up being proposed as the major public benefit. You refer to them what should we do with this? But in terms of what's actually accepted as a major public benefit, that is your purview. I just wanted to clarify.
The proposal for the sidewalk has been something that the board's been discussing for months, so it's up to this board whether to change it at this point or not. I mean, that's what I think that's what we're talking about tonight. So,
Would you prefer to build the sidewalk or prefer to
We don't
do
care.
the 300,000?
We don't care.
You don't care.
Same money.
The amount of the money is
Tell us what to do.
The amount of the money is $318,500. That's the number. And the applicant's prepared to pay the $318,500. If you determine that it goes to a special fund for Upper Port Jefferson that you're going to set up, or that you're going to request the village board to set up by action of the village, that's between you and the village board. The applicant's prepared to pay the money and give you the money for the public benefit as a public amenity.
We feel like we're caught in the middle here. We have the trustees telling us one thing and the planning board telling us something else. We're just saying, make a decision.
I mean, to be fair to the trustees, I think it's just discussions, right? I mean, it's everybody. People. I think the idea being that people. It's just suggestions. I don't think it was somebody was mandating, but I think the idea is to try to get as much of a fund as possible so they can do improvements to uptown with roads and other things like that. So it's not. I don't think it came down from the trustees. They understand their role, as far as the separation of the powers between the planning board and
But the other point that you need to remember is that the previously approved site plan that we discussed here for the rail, okay, as far as that was concerned, it met all the requirements of the necessary zoning and parking. And the application that we have before you as to the Baxter also meets all the necessary requirements as it relates to zoning. And the issue as to parking, the considerations came into effect, and the council of the village board and the council of the planning board discussed and confirmed that the parking as proposed is adequate and appropriate, and that it meets the requirements between what is outlined under the code for the respective municipal districts, and also in keeping with the theory behind the master plan for parking. That's the way it was relayed to me by Mr. Burke.
Yeah,
So,
and most significantly, this board has felt that the project as presented was adequate. The parking was presented. I mean, it's clearly up to this board to make that determination. And
Well, it
that's
doesn't
been-
really, Baxter doesn't meet the code though, right?
No, well, right, no, and that's the issue of the pilot was separate, but
Well,
one of the things you were
That was
weighing
a-
is
that was a-
considering,
that was a
consideration
late-
of what the pilot was gonna be, is the fact that
determination
the
or
project is,
finding, right?
as
Very late.
proposed,
Very late.
functions adequately.
Oh, we know it's gonna,
Yeah,
we
right.
believe
That's
that
all.
it'll function adequately.
Yeah,
We
that's
have a
right.
problem because it doesn't meet code.
Baxter.
But what we're
Yeah, the
looking at
problem
is
is
the
just how much
parking,
pilot,
we're
that's-
looking at a
which
coordinated
is just
parking
the money.
strategy between the two parcels
Yeah, I
on the two projects that are owned by the same applicant.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very unique difference here from any other project that you may talk about in the future. In this particular case, the rail not only created its own parking, it created an agreement between the village, the MTA, and also the applicant
really-
for spaces on another place to allow. And as part of that approval, the applicant was also to create the park on Texaco. So that stood on its own and had its own merits. And the parking underneath was there, used by the tenants. Then when we came in with this application, we created another parking scenario, but we agreed that the parking could be shared because we went for a fourth floor with the additional benefit that we're supposed to pay through the pilot. So at the end, it's been evaluated, and our traffic consultant and our site plan showed that the numbers worked. So there's no increase in intensity of zoning, and the end result at the end of the day came back to, well, what's the public amenity? $318,500. A very nice sum to be used however this planning board decides they want to allocate it. And if it's only for upper parking in Upper Port, then so make that a condition, and then you can sort that out between this board, the planning department, and the board of trustees.
But you still need a pilot.
yeah,
And-
and
and
I
if
would
you-
say it
and
would
if
be
you-
cleaner that it's the Hills needs a pileup. Because it's the Hills ultimately that's giving up parking for the Baxter. By giving up that parking and giving it to the Baxter is now fine. They have plenty of parking. But now it's technically the Hills that is not providing the parking that it should under the code. I'm just,
I think it's the other way around.
It's
no,
the other-
it isn't though. Think about it. So the agreement is the Hills should have 1.5. Anyway, I just thought it would be cleaner to think of it that way because
The Hills is
technically by
done.
giving.
The Hills is done. It has a certificate of occupancy. It's
Right, but you
finished.
need to come back and get a site
I
plan
understand
amendment
what you're
if you're giving up parking.
We're not
because-
giving up parking, we're sharing the parking with the Baxter.
Well, they need
That's
one
just-
side though.
You
They do
need
need
1.5 spaces per unit
And
for
it's-
the Baxter.
No.
And you came in with an application.
It's one.
No,
Space.
One space.
It is.
One space.
It's not.
Baxter's in the C2.
No, Baxter it's one, for Hills it's 1.5.
It's
Yeah.
one.
The Hills
What
is
was-
1.5.
What was the Hills approved for?
1.5.
Come on.
So the Hills is approved as per the code, the Baxter is the,
1.5.
So Baxter is one.
Is one. And Hills-
the line is right between the two properties, actually. So that's
So
where.
I have a question for the applicant. Under the shared parking scenario, conceptually, someone in the Baxter comes home and they're allowed to park on the Hills site, but all the Hills surface parking is taken. But there is space in the Hills garage, but the Baxter resident doesn't know that.
They can't get in
They
the
can't
garage.
get
They can't get
in.
in.
So are you gonna mandate the Hills residents,
asking for.
we would like you to park in the garage to leave the surface parking
They
lot
are-
free?
They are already assigned. The Hills garage spaces are already previously assigned to specific tenants.
Okay.
There are a few tenants from the Hills that have to park outside, so we have excess spaces at the Hills.
So
because we're using to
here's
share
my
with the
question,
Baxter.
are you willing to dedicate 10 or whatever spaces on the surface parking of the Hills solely for Baxter residents?
No,
You
because
need
they
to-
can use it across the street.
You
So
need
have
to
across
also
the street,
remember
too.
that the parking across
Got
on
19
Linden,
spaces across the street.
in the agreement itself, speaks to the fact that it's also parking for the
Hills can use that,
Hills
but the Baxter
and
residents can't
their
use that in the
guests.
agreement.
So that's that agreement.
You guys
that-
gotta look at the agreement that we sent.
That's the wording is in the agreement.
That's everything that you need. So when you come home, you park either behind the Hills or you park across the street. We have 19 spaces there.
Why were we not short spaces up, a month and a half ago, and now we're supposedly
Because
short
they're-
24 spaces?
Because the whole property we believed was in the C2 district.
And
But you look
what-
up, it's really in the
let's
C2.
just go through
why it changed.
Just the parking ratio requirement in C2, what is that?
C2, it's 1 space per unit. Unless you, per 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 1 studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, you add onto that, you have to add a half space per unit. So if it's a 3 bedroom, you have to do 1.5.
But we don't have any, mostly
Yes,
all one bedroom.
it's all one,
Mostly
yeah.
one bedrooms, right?
Yeah.
So you need, you have, it's
So
40
the Baxter,
units.
just so you know, is
Right.
1 bedrooms and studios.
Right.
The Hills has a few 2
Right,
bedrooms.
so let's just stick with the
But one
Baxter for a moment, all right? So we have 40
One bedroom.
1-bedroom units. So
Yeah.
we need 40 parking spaces for the residential, and
For
how,
the
and
resi-
13 for the commercial?
12.
12?
Yes.
12 for everything.
I trust it.
So 52 spaces, and that's following C2.
District regulations.
District. Now, what if it's, and that is the applicable district?
Yep, correct, for this project.
And the original application that we got, was it submitted as C2?
Yeah.
Yes.
The problem is it showed the Hills as 1 space per unit, where the Hills is in the C2R, which is 1.5. We didn't catch that,
So
which it is on
here's
us,
the-
yes, or we didn't
here's
catch it
the
right.
problem. So
That's
and
what
I
I was
agree with
saying.
you, okay.
Yeah,
That's where the
explained.
issue arises.
So Hills is short.
Hills
Hills
is
is
short.
short.
It makes
But remember, Hills was built out to the 1.5.
And they
Yeah.
still need the 1.5 per their code. That's the whole
But
point
they
that
didn't
we're
at the
making.
time, but they
At
didn't
the
at the
time,
time.
not
At the time, there were, well, the time it was 1.5. but-
No, yes
No.
now.
No.
The
No.
Hills needs 1.5.
No.
No, because it was
And still needs
approved,
Not
it was
now.
approved that way, yeah.
It was approved at 1.5 and
No,
it
it was
still
approved
needs.
at 1.
No,
No, it was approved at,
1.5.
it was approved at 1.5, but then, listen, this was then
Change
placed
1.5,
into the
it only
zoo
needs
zone.
1 now.
No,
No,
it
no,
still
it
needs
doesn't need
1.5.
The Hills still needs 1.5 because it's in the C2R. It's not in the C2 district.
Right.
So the Hills got subsequently put into this district, overlay district, which kept it at 1.5 units per, 1.5 spaces per unit.
So if
So
it's
it-
been approved, you can't go back
You
and
can't go
say,
back, yeah,
we
you can't.
disapprove you
You
now.
can't.
No,
If
we're not
it's
trying
done.
to.
No,
They
but no.
need
Also,
parking.
I would just say
No,
the
they
pile.
don't because the parking that they have has been approved.
The approved site plan retains its vested
Okay.
rights.
Right, no,
So
because-
understand this though, they are now, so they have the right amount of parking now at 1.5,
Yes.
right?
How many parking
But they
spaces?
need to give some of those parking
They're
spaces
not
to the
giving, they're
Baxter.
sharing.
We're sharing.
So I have a driveway.
It's just not how it works though.
But it is
Do
how
we
it
have,
works.
do we have a code that says you're allowed to share so many parking
The
spaces?
comprehensive plan, not
The
the.
comprehensive plan
That's the
suggests
whole idea of it.
that.
So you don't have to see a parking, you know, that was the whole idea behind the concept of the concept.
It's usually shared parking between different uses.
Exactly.
Not between the same use.
There's retail use, there's retail use.
One's a mixed use, one's an apartment
So it's
building.
used primarily
Residential.
apartments and apartments.
I just don't understand how we can wave a magic wand and decide.
Doesn't make a distinction.
Okay, fine, let's ignore the comp plan then, and let's just go by the zoning. You tell me how we're gonna get around. I do not wanna set another precedent. Well, no, you're saying it's the comp plan we need to share, but what I'm saying is we have to follow the code also, right? Because
Except-
obviously we have made,
We've been talking about that the whole time.
okay,
The
but
code's
we're
the issue.
not.
Excuse me, can I just ask Mr. Lanahan to,
I just want to make one point that I think is important. I'm gonna come, theoretically, if I came in with a residential use in the C2 district, and I wanted to build 20 units, and I had 15 parking spaces, there was something I was constrained, that's what I had. And I came before this board, and I asked you for a pile up of 5 spaces. Would you ask me where those cars went?
No.
We have shown you where these cars go.
But that's not an issue.
We have an
That's not an
accommodation
issue.
for those the cars that aren't in the code.
That's great.
We have an accommodation, and we did a lot of work to show you, so that we don't cause the same issue that 5-car pileup might cause you. So when we talk about 3, 4, those cars potentially spill out onto the street. We have a place for these cars.
Let's take the Overlook, for example, which we're doing. The Overlook is short 4 parking spaces. We don't have the land. We have to pay for it.
Right.
Here we have the land. We own the parking lot. We own the spaces.
Great. It's great.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
And then it's
just not what we're.
providing a parking lot.
So are we being asked to waive pileup then?
Yeah, because they're saying
That's
they're
what I'm
sharing it.
confused. Are we
They're
allowed-
sharing it, so they're
sharing.
just creating a whole
The
new.
comp plan allows you
It's
to
our land.
reduce,
We're using
if you apply the comp plan language, you're reducing the required pileup from the 24 to the 4.
Show me exactly where it says that in the comp plan,
Looked at it
because
last time.
I
don't
know,
have
but
in
it was,
front of me. We
it
had-
was,
we did it
it
last
was
week. I
very
don't have it in front of me.
specifically
We can hold
talking
it.
about
Talked about
shared
it.
uses.
You know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that I'm causing an issue, but I just don't, I don't see,
just don't have it in front of me
again,
because
we're
we had it last
setting
week.
another
We're
precedent
gonna get it up.
that
We're gonna pull it up.
might,
Present.
oh, okay.
We all sat here today and we agreed that the parking was adequate for this. And we were looking at this on a case-by-case basis. That's what the comp plan referred to. That's what we were looking at, and that's what
So,
we're, the
so
ideal
how are we
situation
getting
for Uptown.
around, so we're just waving a magic wand
That's
for code?
that's up to you. That's your consideration. Nobody's mandating you to do it. It's your consideration.
That we can just ignore the code?
It's your consideration.
Okay.
If you wanna take it into comp plan.
We may not be.
Yeah, we're gonna pull up the comprehensive stuff.
We may not be.
Listen, it's gonna be 4, it's gonna be 24, it's gonna be money anyway. They offer that, that's $318,000 inclusive of the pilot. Where the 318 came from, I'm not really sure, but that's.
What's the pileup number?
It's what we've been talking about all night.
So I'm paying for my
With the
own money.
24 or 4.
24, it's just like 100
Makes
grand.
no sense.
Okay.
So you're charging me as though I don't own the
If
land.
it's 20, yes.
It's like, I'd be better off saying to you, I don't have the flocking, how much you want for each space, I don't own the land.
And then put them in the street.
I own it, it's
And
my
then
own
you guys
land.
don't- and then-
Right,
no
but
code
that,
against
but that land is dedicated to the hills right now.
But I have enough parking to accommodate both.
From logistical
We've done all
standpoint,
the
it's accommodate
studies.
both. That's right. I think.
It's, it's-
Logistically, it does. It works. Yeah, we're trying to get the plan up, but we're.
You know, everybody
I
says
don't
it
think
works.
It
And it
does.
was your planning staff, not you, that led us down here. So, I mean,
Let him.
That's how we got here.
Oh, go ahead, look up what you wanna look up.
Good planning practice.
Where you going to, tell them where you're going.
I know, I'm trying to, Jimmy reference, do you remember where it is?
What's that?
This section of the comp plan, it was the Uptown section, you found it in here, right? It
Yeah.
was in the Uptown, we have an email, actually, wait,
Hold on.
we have an email, it's in your packets actually. We have a letter from VHB responding to us, they referenced it,
We reviewed it last month.
you guys did your work, I know. Hold on.
You agreed upon it, and now.
Hold on one second. Appendix Q, Upper Port Jefferson Revitalization Plan, so it's Appendix Q. It does it, page 84. So if you go to the, it's a 2011 comp plan, it's, sorry, Upper Port Study. So this is the Upper Port Study.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, so page 84, it says any proposed development with a lot larger than 20,000 square feet or 75 linear feet in any of the proposed zoning districts, which is the C2, the C2R, and the C2PO, would have the possibility to change from the required residential parking requirements of 1.5 space for a studio or one bedroom to 1 space. And it continues.
So
we'll pull it
Jim,
up.
is this language in the comp plan, is the planning board allowed to adopt this even though the code doesn't have this?
It's your consideration, yes. That's been my position. We discussed it in nauseam last month, and that's my position. And I discussed it with the village attorney, so.
And he concurred.
Okay. So the attorneys concur.
the planning board.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
So
it's
it's
not
pilot.
mandate, I mean, what doesn't have to, but it's just that it really comes down to the amount of pilot you're gonna consider. You're still gonna need the pilot one way or the other, because I think in Dan's calculations, it still reduces from the 24 to the 4, I believe. So that's what, because so-
Yeah, it's on their, actually, it's on their plan. Their actual first site plan shows it. It might not have, it's a very small pilot though, I
Or
think.
with pilot. I mean, when I was at, when I was on a planning board, there were times when we considered whether the property was near a municipal lot. So if it was near a municipal lot.
If you look
sometimes we
at
considered way
C2
too-
or C3.
We're
you
not
will see
allowed
it.
to do that
That was
anymore.
removed from the code, yeah.
Yeah.
But it was, you're right, that was in the code. Well, they
Cindy,
thought,
can you call up the site plan C2 and C3? Because Mr. No, C2, C3 of the
oh, sheet two
DHB
is.
plan.
The parking calculations are shown on there.
Tell them where it is.
Nope.
Back up.
Parker, go back up,
Go
just
back
zoom in on the
one
parking
page.
calculations, then you can see, that's the accurate number. So,
Come and
oh, if you consider one space per unit for the hills, that's what you're looking at.
So it shows like
Where's the,
It shows extra spaces, there will be no pileup.
so now no pileup is
Yeah, so if you go by the, so if you do one space per unit for the hills and the Baxter, they have extra parking.
Correct,
They're extra 9 spaces, yes.
correct.
Yeah.
And that's why
we
we
could
came
sell
back.
to another project maybe. You guys are looking for it.
Yes. I'm open.
We're getting penalized for having parking.
No, I said I'm good either way. Whatever they decide.
So then the options available, we all agree there's enough parking. That's okay. But the problem is how that gets processed. So we either have the option of accepting a pileup, whatever number we have, or disapproving the project. I mean.
Well, no, it just, well, that's the thing, the way the code reads, it has to be pileup, there's no variances allowed, it's just a requirement.
Although, unless we can see our way to adopting or making a decision based on the Upper Port Jefferson revitalization plan that.
Do you want to see the
seems to
pileup code? We
indicate
can pull it up.
that
Okay.
But that's not code.
It's not code.
It's not codified, yeah.
It's not codified.
So we have to legally charge something for a pileup.
Should be it says for any deficient stalls, right, that's where pileups required. And I guess it's just determination of the project's deficient, maybe that's the open end.
So.
I gave my opinion. I'd say
Yeah,
the board has the ability to consider the comp plan, discuss it with the village attorney. I mean, it's your, I'm not mandating, it's up to you, it's your consideration.
We can override the code?
Overriding the code.
It's not really overriding. I think what he's saying is that if we accept a shared parking arrangement based on the
That's
upper
provided
study.
Comp plan that the village spent a good
As
amount
a
of money
planning
on in
board,
many
we
years.
can make that accommodation.
Zero.
That's what.
Right.
It wouldn't be, yeah, there'd be zero
That's
pileup.
what
The
Jim
planning board
is
has this flexibility.
suggesting.
But in reality, the developer's giving $318,000.
We're just gonna
But
give that either way.
That's
Yeah.
different,
Right.
that's
Either way.
different.
That's different than the pilot.
That's
Right.
totally different than
That would,
parking.
we were
but
advised
it's
to
not.
consider those
But it's not.
separately. I didn't know,
Oh,
I
okay.
know
It
the
is,
reality
because that's the public benefit. I mean, I would rather have the walkway, but
Well, that's completely different.
yeah, that's a
That's-
totally,
yeah,
that number is totally
That's
different.
I don't care.
Yeah. And
Well, what's on the
actually,
table right now is the 318 inclusive of any pilot, right? So the 318 is a static number right now. I mean, that's up to you guys too. It's not,
So,
that's
and-
the number that's out there.
Right.
So that's
Wait.
inclusive of any pilot.
Can you
right?
show us how you got to the sidewalk cost
We gave
$318,000?
you a breakdown.
We did.
They have a
Yes, they
breakdown.
did.
You think of a breakdown?
It's in the
There's a breakdown that has been provided,
Yeah,
there's
we're
just
good.
318.5.
We're not questioning it, that's what.
Months ago.
Yeah, that was like one of the earlier reviews we got that in.
Again, I just joined the board.
I recognize that.
As far as all those other
Bonuses on that, that's section
normally,
320 or
Here, I got it.
Make a condition, once we know what we're doing.
Yeah,
Come back to you.
which we're okay with, that I'm fine with. That
So all
was,
the fees, it's a condition, we come back and do it after we know what we got.
But my third concern, besides the parking, the sidewalk, which is already been discussed, is it's such a tight fit. I don't know how the board can approve a site plan without understanding a demolition and construction plan, at least conceptually.
Yes.
I thought that, I said you wrote here.
We discussed at the prior meeting that in demolition, construction, and storage, it was relayed where that would be located. If you looked at the site plan, we had it going.
We even showed the staging area on our plan.
we just, yes.
There's
We
a
did discuss it
demolition.
last time.
There's a demolition
We
and
did discuss
removals
it.
plan in the current site plan package. What was been asked for is a logistics plan, which is construction related, which shouldn't be required prior to the site plan, in my opinion.
We said we can have it as a condition. I think we said
Right.
last time we're okay with that.
That was the discussion at the
Yes.
last work
Yeah.
session. The last work session, it was agreed that there would be a condition, the one that I attended in May, that it would be a condition as to where the staging would take place, and it was pointed that it was gonna be behind the rail building.
No, we gave you
Yes.
drawings.
Remember?
No, I do. I was saying, all I was saying was just making sure it's a condition. That's why I brought it back up.
Exactly.
It's the logistics plan.
And that was the discussion
As long as
and
you're
agreement.
right. Yes, okay. I'm just.
Yeah, so we can either.
So that points to the side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or we can.
Yeah.
And anything else you put a condition?
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, even the parking that I mentioned before, I just wanted that as a condition, I wasn't saying that was.
Yeah, yes, I.
So there, what was it, 4 spaces then? If we go with the 1, bonus 2 in the comp plan, that's a 4 space deficiency?
No, they're actually 9 extra spaces.
Then they're
It's a
not
negative
even
9
functional.
space deficiency.
Oh, really?
So, you get 9 spaces. No, I'm serious, yeah.
Positive 9 spaces.
Positive 9 spaces, there's no, I'm just being dark. Yeah, it's just 9 spaces. It's up to this board, I mean, that's.
So, just to keep things moving, do we want to make a decision about the access walkway? Sure.
Yeah.
We can talk to a blue in the face, but let's,
We need help.
Are you okay with bonus 2, using that to drop the requirement to 1 space?
That's the excerpt from the upper.
I mean, we're picking and choosing when we follow the comp plan, but if that's what it, you know, I just,
It's specific to.
well, so was retail, all of those, so was commercial use on the whole first floor, but now we're not.
can we get the side, I hate
Yeah, a
to,
little bit.
can we
Yeah.
get the sidewalk out of the way?
Yeah, yeah.
Whether.
But
Ray
when it
just asked
says
me a
it's-
question.
I know, no, I
But when it
understand.
says it's
I'm
our
not- Just trying
discretion,
to.
that's picking and choosing when it's our discretion. I like the sidewalk. I know you don't like the sidewalk.
Yeah.
I can vote
Let's
down.
get the sidewalk out of the way.
Right. How many hands are in favor of the sidewalk?
I'd like to see this.
Okay, so the majority.
You got a sidewalk.
Okay, you got a sidewalk.
Okay,
So we just-
done. You got a sidewalk.
Just for the record, what is the side,
Yeah.
out of the 318,
No.
318 is some magic number. Out of the, what does that reduce? You're gonna do the sidewalk, how does that reduce the 318? Like, how much?
Well, that was my question. We just have to have it as a
It
condition.
was 318 with the lighting, the sidewalk.
That's everything. We're doing the lighting, the sidewalk.
The sidewalk was
Okay, it was all bluestone sidewalk.
The estimate that was provided, so that everybody's clear. 318.5 was the estimate that was provided for the sidewalk, the lighting, everything that was required. And there is a sheet that explains that.
The other side.
And there's, and then for the additional monies for the public benefit, are there additional monies or is that the full amount?
No, there's additional.
318 is for the benefit,
Okay,
With
full
that,
amount.
the full amount.
That's
That's, I think,
lighting,
Right.
that's sidewalk.
Right, there's no
that's land
leftover.
that we're taking away from
Yeah.
another property, everything.
Oh, wait. So, no, I was just asking, so like, when you're subtracting the sidewalk out of the 318, right? Or there's nothing left?
No, that was the sidewalk.
Oh, that is the full, okay.
Well, you
guys all break
sidewalk was.
Yeah, no, I trust you. I know you did. I don't remember.
That was the whole thing.
It's been since March.
Wasn't there some other money allocated for the corner that we had?
We eliminated
I know
that way
we-
back when, we were gonna have a plaza, so that was eliminated.
That was before.
Yeah, but that, but
The
that.
The number
money
came
out-
after the.
Yeah, that was gonna be more.
The money came after.
That was gonna be
Well, the
more.
dollar.
The dollar amount.
Yes,
Okay.
that was gonna be more.
That's
Because
for the
originally
sidewalk.
Andy wanted that plaza, remember?
Right, so-
Underneath?
So.
You were doing the plaza and the sidewalk.
Yes,
So
originally.
now you're only doing the sidewalk, so we're asking, what was that plaza?
No, that was separate. The 318 was.
We never had a number for the plaza.
That was not in the 318.
We have the walkway. We have a, it's 30.
He has to break it.
I did, we pulled it up too. It's from March. It's been a
What
while.
I'm saying is, what was, you
I
never
don't
came up with
remember
a
that.
number for the.
No,
No,
there
we
was
didn't
no
come up
number.
with Because it was decided not to do it.
I guess what we're asking is, what is the dollar amount that they have to pay for a bonus 4th story?
Well, they're all for 318. There's no number. There's really no number per unit. It's a lot per unit if you break it down.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot per unit.
That's what that's I think what we're.
I'll tell you what, you're right.
It should be a number.
Other projects, and I walked away from the
Guys.
fourth floor because the board was never in a position to tell us what each one is worth.
Right, right.
We have a dollar amount per unit.
I agree completely.
What I think you as a board should establish a number.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we don't know. That's
Yeah.
why we've always been avoiding the fourth floor, because no one will be able to give us a number.
Could we please, and I'm not addressing you guys, but, and the folks in the audience, Just keep your comments to a minimum. We're trying, it's very difficult with everybody speaking over each other.
So we got 40 items.
Okay.
Now let's get to the point.
So, do you know how many units you have on the fourth floor? Do you know off the top of your head how many units on the fourth?
12? How many, Eric?
If it's 13 units on the fourth floor.
That's what I was just asking. Yeah.
So if it's 13, all right, let's go on the greater side, then we're giving 24, almost 25 grand per unit to have the benefit.
That's because you're using the
That's
picture.
a substantial
Use
number.
this as an
So
example.
I'm not saying that's the number, but that's a substantial number, but that's substantial.
Use that as your number, for anybody else.
Anyway, that's, if it's 13, if it's 12, it's all the
A follow-up question, when you removed the plaza on the corner, you got something back, you got more square footage.
Retail that we didn't want.
No extra residential units?
Retail that we had another space for, so it actually.
We had to have more parking, we didn't want it because hard to.
Did you
We
get
didn't
it?
get more
You
residential.
didn't get more residents?
No,
Okay.
no, just a little.
It was more retail on the ground.
No, it was a soffit. It was a soffit. And we lost the parking space and we got restricted.
So recognizing that, would the board prefer, again, recognizing that the full dollar amount will go to the walkway? That's the question. Would you prefer the walkway or the fund? Because I don't think there's no in between. It's just one or the other.
Yeah, the
Right? Am
walkway.
I understanding correctly? The walkway. Okay, no, I'm just making sure. Just, I'm being annoying.
There were 4 votes, 5 votes
No,
on the walkway.
I just didn't know if they all
Did I not
recognized
count
that.
correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm not right.
I know.
Well,
Everybody?
I'm doing my job, guys.
I voted against.
well, specifically on the walkway, yes, but is there something else? That's the other question.
I mean,
Well, that
right
was
now
yes
there
before
isn't.
the
It's just
walkway.
some mysterious, which, by the way, I believe Conifer paid money for their 4th floor. Where is that?
No, they consider it 3 stories, Conifer. There's this
Oh,
opinion from the
forget it.
zoning
Never
board.
mind.
No,
I'm sorry.
well, we're the first ones.
They're 3-story.
Yeah, I don't wanna-
We're the first ones to ever do it.
Okay,
That's why you guys need to establish a number.
I agree.
So then the question's parking.
So, we're back to,
Bonus too.
Yeah.
we need a decision.
Question, what do you, what's the part of the question? I mean specifically.
No, there's just no decision. Would you prefer how you calculate the, again, Jim gave his opinion. I mean, it's up to this board. I mean, you know what the code says, why you go to the strict interpretation of the zoning code, it's the number. And then
Yeah,
If
but
they
it-
consider the comprehensive plan, they're a positive
I-
9 spaces.
To me, the bonus 2, talks about the code.
Yeah.
So it's kind of saying, for a report, this is a bonus.
When there's a shared parking arrangement, which we have.
It doesn't say that, but yeah.
It does.
It says shared.
Shared. It says when there's a shared parking arrangement. It says that.
So that's specifically
Bonus
saying
two.
when there's a shared parking arrangement.
Yes, when there's a shared bonus to any
Page 80.
would have possibly
Change. Doesn't say anything about sharing.
Should be, hold on. Oh, it does say change, you're right. But I think they are proposing a change from 1.5 to 1.0. So it's.
Yeah, I mean,
We just need consensus.
Here, with planning board concurrence, a shared agreement or purchase of relief of parking would be used to create.
Oh, I
parking residential
understand.
use.
I get it.
Encourage building in Main Street to be a mixed use with up to 4 stories of build out. This plan proposes to make modifications to the code parking requirement with planning board concurrence, a shared agreement, or purchase of relief of pile up would be used to create pedestrian public parking improvements recommended. So bonus 2 is, changes it from 1.5 to 1.5 spaces to 1.
1 space. So any resolution written would just have to, would basically reflect, is that the right, reflect
Yeah.
For this specific, that's my recommendation, this, if they are considering this specific
Yeah.
application
Yeah.
under this circumstance. But again,
As long as you reference that and it's specific to this is
Oh, I
not.
see where I saw.
So it's
It
not
seems to me like there's not ever going to be another way of doing this, but I feel like we set a precedent with your Cappy's building. Well, you considered it a precedent. I was saying we should not do that.
What are they?
The Brookport having the gym on the first floor started this whole thing uptown, which is exactly what I didn't want to have happen. Because C2 and C1 have the exact same language, but you knew in C1 you weren't really supposed to have.
Yeah, we thought,
Yeah, oh, well, and we granted that, but knowing that it was not the code.
it actually worked for us, believe it or not.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is don't consider this to be, I don't want to have this argument again.
I don't think you will. We have an unusual situation because we own all the land.
Right,
Someone else is sharing with another owner.
Yeah.
A municipality.
right.
It's a unique situation. It's very unique.
It's a little convoluted, but.
Yeah.
And it's not an argument, it's a discussion. That's it.
Okay, thank you,
How do
Mr.
you like
Lawyer.
that?
I agree. That's a nice way of putting it.
We're trying to collectively come to a conclusion.
Thank you. I rescind the argument.
Okay,
We were
thank you.
having a nice discussion.
Maybe
You own the
he
land,
is.
you have a parking spot, pay $4,000.
Yeah.
It's unique.
When there's municipalities changing their code says maximum parking, they don't want parking.
Yes, or do a pile up, one or the other.
Doing these, because you're not doing a pile, because you don't want a pile.
No, so you don't need to do a pile up.
Once
When
you
you
go-
do a shared, when you have a shared,
Planning-wise, it's
a
actually
shared
correct.
parking
Change
arrangement.
code is hard.
So that's really what we're focusing on, because that's what we have in front of us.
Shared agreement. But you're not sharing with yourself. That's the
Share.
But it's two different sites.
Two different sites.
It's two different
The
entities.
idea was that in the future,
Well, they,
Owners.
No, we're the same owner.
well, if you ever sell it, you gotta design like every
We
separate
have a covenant between the two properties, it goes with the life of the property. If we sell one, it doesn't matter, there's a covenant there that.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's in the deed, so.
right,
It's
but
like
we're
an
talking
easement. It's the same
about
thing as
it
an
being,
easement.
understood, we're talking
is,
about
well,
it
there
being a
is.
shared agreement, which I.
Normally it would be a different owner.
No,
Right.
I have to really look at that shared agreement.
You guys have had it, I don't know what to tell you, you've had it. You got it yesterday, that's.
I'm not worried about the
You guys gotta look
easement.
internally. I don't know.
I'm not worried about the
I-
easement.
yeah, I
Yeah.
see it.
That was fine. I mean, it's, yeah.
Whatever.
When I gave all of the documents, I specifically wrote, if there are any changes, revisions, or concerns, please call my office. I will incorporate
We're open
anything
to
you
doing
suggest.
what you guys want.
I've been asking for it. Then.
We can't help with that.
I don't know, it's if they're comfortable.
So,
Okay.
where are we going?
I'm happy following the comp plan with this one specific, very specific. Begrudgingly, because I like the comp plan and I wish we would follow it. I would like to follow it even when they're not happy with it, but we're past that. How about that?
So.
I am okay with making the hills, to me, it's the hills is moving from 1.5 to 1 by sharing their parking.
Right.
So now they don't even need pile up because the comp plan encourages the sharing.
And the other thing.
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean, it's not easy reading.
The other thing that the Hills has in its favor is that when it was approved, stop me if I'm wrong, it was only required to have one parking
No, it's
space.
1.5. The hills
One.
is 1.5.
It was 1.5.
Always
One
1.5.
was 1.5.
It was 1.5.
Correct.
And you gave, and you
But then it was
provided,
rezoned.
and you provided more than that.
And then rezoning came, and now it's the one.
Now it's the one.
Well, no, technically it's still 1.5 because it's in the C2R overlay. But we're saying is, since bonus 2 specifically talks about C2 and the C2R and the C2PO
We're good.
being, yeah.
So we're accepting this as.
So in recognition of the comprehensive plan.
Right,
sidewalk-
but we have,
Specific
we need a
section.
resolution, I mean, we can't vote on anything until we have a resolution, so.
Oh, I gotta write it, yeah.
Yeah, until
I'm
next
here to-
meeting.
Right.
Which you may need an extension for, which I'll
Yeah, we
gladly
do.
give you,
Okay.
of 1 day.
All right.
One day.
This is why.
So this, you can, the sidewalk estimate was 318.
Yes, we have it from March. If there's any issues, I will
Including
call
the
you.
lighting.
Do you want to come in and meet with us?
You do whatever you want.
Okay, I might need you to come in if that's okay.
So,
That you put
it's-
next to One North on Main Street. As you go by it and you look, there's like a little alleyway with stone for drainage and all kinds of bushes, when you see that, next to the way back. So between the way back
Yeah.
and One North,
Right.
you have a little
Yeah, yeah,
alleyway.
yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And if you can incorporate some of that garden sense into what you're building.
All landscape, what do you think about landscape, on any of our properties?
Your landscaper's the best. So
You know it's
there
good.
you go.
You know it's good.
So there you go.
Are we in agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
But I think it needs to be noted on the Hills app. The Hills, it's not the Baxter that's short, it's the Hills that's short. So really it should be that file that's amended.
And you have the amended site plan application.
Right,
And
so
plan
then
that I provided
that's what
as requested by
should be-
Mr. Rosner.
well, so this,
And
so
the
both
easements will be recorded against both properties.
Yeah.
Right.
And we can even record the park.
Yeah,
Right.
you should.
But you see what I'm saying, just to
Yeah,
make it clean.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I just want to clarify, maybe just with you, just for when I'm writing this resolution.
It's two different resolutions, right?
Yes.
One
just
would be for the Hills.
text- Yeah, one's for the hills, one's for this
This
project, but this project's, they're both gonna mention the shared parking arrangement.
Correct.
But this one's not gonna have pile-up, because pile-up is for the other, no, there's no pile-up at all,
There's
I'm
no
sorry,
pile-up.
I'm sorry. Don't-
But
don't
there
kill me.
needs to be, the site plan amendment for the Hills has to reflect
Yeah.
that we're following.
Yeah, so we'll have both resolutions ready by the
got it.
next meeting, unless there's further discussion. Or a draft, we'll have draft resolutions ready for the next meeting, so.
So we'll be able to see a draft to make sure everybody's happy.
Yes,
The board
including
members,
you.
the
Yes.
board members need to see it, the village
You guys should
attorney,
agree.
for the planning board, myself, and the GDOs, so
Yes.
that everybody can see it and be comfortable with the resolutions for both projects.
We're not gonna have it.
That would be greatly appreciated.
Yep.
We'll get back to shared parking agreement comments.
And in terms of conditions of the approval, I will go, we've talked about a lot between these bunch of meetings, but I'm assuming we'll request as a condition of sign plan approval, so it's not gonna preclude the approval, but the construction cost estimate, right?
That should be a condition.
It will, yeah, conditions for construction cost estimate, if you're okay with the logistics plan being a condition, I would have approval.
We can give you that. That's not a
Yeah,
problem.
so we'll make, and then,
Just make these as conditions, we'll give you whatever you want.
Draft the document,
I will.
that would be perfect.
It's halfway done. I just got I got stuck here, and then like I was like, what do I do? So,
Can't do this and direct your documents?
I mean, maybe I mean, should.
Come on, here you go.
Sorry, I'm trying.
And because you're right, and you can be construction, staging and demo, you got that covered too?
We gave you
Yeah,
a drawing showing where we were staging.
Yeah, they have the location. We're gonna build a condition of the approval is the logistics phasing, right? So that's all documented before anything. Hope and reflect. We'll probably say reflecting both projects because they're so close.
And just so you know, I'm flexible, whatever you guys want, I'll do. I mean, I'm not gonna fight you. You know?
And everybody will be happy when you see this brand-new structure, number 4, which may get there before the overlook.
For what reason?
All right.
You're a lawyer.
Are we done? Done?
Yeah. So
We're done.
we'll prepare a draft resolution,
Wow.
and I'll be available next
We're
week.
finished before midnight.
Everybody vote yes here?
Yeah, we don't need a vote.
We don't need to vote, we just all kind of agreed the direction we're going.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Sorry it took so long.
You should leave now.
I'm leaving. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, have a good evening.
And they're gonna build it.
Yep.
That sounds really outrageous.
What about the other guy?
That is outrageous, right?
Oh, I know.
These guys? Coming up.
I definitely propose that we come up with a number for the fourth story bonus. We need a number, because the way it is now, it's very,
25,000 units.
Oh, in the future?
yeah, like,
For
Believe
a
it.
consistent approach.
yeah.
It should be in the code.
It's good established.
Yeah.
You'll see, oh, you're fine. You'll see for the, well, I mean, I will say, 'cause it's a big range, right? You go to the Hills project, I mean, not the Hills, the Overlook, the amount per unit's much higher, because it's a public parking lot, right? It's a lot
Right.
bigger. So if there's a range there, we actually have to refer it to as part of, there's another project which is anything under 20,000 square feet also has to pay because they're under 20,000 square feet, the lot size, have to go to Board of Trustees for a payment per unit, so that's another thing that's coming up. Anyways.
Right, can I recommend that for the agendas, asking me going forward, put the smaller guys who wait all night.
Yeah.
Put them up front. These overlooks and backs are, they should be at the end of the agenda.
Well, the public hearings have to go first.
The public hearing.
Fine, but this discussion could have been.
Yeah, work session and then.
Right, but for the work session, you could put them towards the back.
All right, yeah, I think once we get through these couple of big ones, then we won't have counted. And huge projects.
So there's one thing that
All
next,
right, that's-
to announce quickly, is that the next project
322 Main.
was done by Mr. Moore over here.
Okay,
So
all
it's
right,
a camper
Parker,
all-
come
bring
on
Parker
down.
Parker, you're
Come
up.
speak.
They're gonna decide.
Over here.
And then we're gonna get to talk.
This is the.
Okay, no problem.
This is the comic book place, right? The comic book place?
Yeah.
Wasn't there problem where the entrance was the upstairs space at the non-conversion block?
I think there's gonna be a stairway inside. I think it's the guys, it's not station rental for someone else. They're gonna live there.
Oh, okay, but when we, I think it's something up months ago, and.
Has the applicant seen these comments, Tina?
Look at Dan, bring up the floor plan, will you, the first floor plan?
This is new for me. I don't normally sit here. Is that good?
See, it's a spiral staircase.
All right.
Hello, Board and Chairman. I'm presenting the application for a site plan amendment / conditional use permit for 322 Main Street. So currently existing is the comic book store, first floor retail, second floor previously approved, currently approved as storage, and they wish to legalize that space as a single story or residential, apartment space. So they had recently submitted this, and the reason why I wasn't able to previously was because the ceiling height was the first thing. It was marked below the habitable limit of 8 feet, I believe, but these plans now show 8 feet instead of the previous 7 feet 6 inches, I believe is what it was.
Okay.
So I believe what they plan on doing is closing the circular staircase there with fire-rated material for the partition. With speaking with our building inspector, they said that the plans in general were fine, as long as they're maintaining the fire-rated material between the apartment and the retail space. Maybe some indication for the walls and the other pieces of partition that aren't being replaced to be seen as fire-rated if possible was recommended. Trying to think what else.
So you can only get to the apartment in the middle of in the store downstairs?
So I'll get to it, and I'll say it now. So currently in the back, there is a staircase that only goes up to the second floor. Building inspector, in quotes, said it was a little rickety, a little bit worse for wear. So the applicant wishes to also reconstruct that in conformance with the current building state code.
Yes.
So this would be a second floor rental. It wouldn't be like the guy working the comic downstairs walks upstairs to home. It's completely separate?
Completely separate as far as I know.
Is it with the does the staircase to the second floor have to be covered?
I don't believe so. The building inspector did not make any comments into any such thing like that.
And what about code?
Would you be able to go to the elevation for the stairs?
And if they're if someone who rents this is going to come through the back outdoor staircase, why do you need the circle staircase?
He's getting rid of it.
Yeah, he's
Getting rid of it.
abandoning it, as they
Yeah.
say.
Oh, okay. So that's the current access to the storage,
I believe so.
and that's gonna be removed.
And how are these
Also
solving
the back
ceiling
of the
height?
battlements. The ceiling height, it should be on the structural section there on the top right. You can zoom in really close, it should say 8 feet,
Yeah, it looks like.
which the building inspector deemed to be good for habitable space.
How is access to that rear staircase? Is it good?
So if you would go to the first page site plan, you should be able to see on the bottom middle there, you zoom in really, really close. There's the staircase there, leading to the back of the building. I believe it adjoins the parking lot that would be behind
Would
it.
this require a parking spot, or one apartment, what's
So, that's the thing, I wasn't able to find any historical grandfathered spots.
Was it CO'd, that second floor space?
So it was CO,
It's a C1 now.
Oh,
yes.
CO, did it have a CO?
As the storage.
Occupancy,
It was,
yes.
yeah,
So
as
it's
storage.
not habitable, right?
Yes.
So it that would not likely have any parking credit?
It would not. So since it's being changed to a conditional use, they have different things apply for residential space. So according to my calculations, it comes to around 4.73 parking spaces required for the retail and residential component combined.
What would the residents just require? One?
One
Yeah.
to one, I believe. Actually, I guess I can check it.
It says 1.5 spaces are required.
C2? No, this is C1.
It says, I'm just reading.
Yeah,
Par-
apartments shall
Parker.
require 1.5 parking spaces per studio or one-bedroom apartment. It's chapter 250, 27C for the C1 district.
So pile up of 1.5.
Yeah.
But then 6 grand.
Do you have the C1 district?
I don't understand, so in the past, the planning board from, I forgot the year, you had it in here. Whatever year they approved this, specifically said do not put an apartment up there.
Yes.
Specifically, a previous planning board approved this building, approved the storage, saying do not put an apartment up there.
Only because of the ceiling height
But they specified the ceiling height, I thought.
at 7
No, but I
feet,
thought
6
like the
inches at
planning board,
time.
I thought it was an addition. The way I read it was, this was,
It previously was 7 feet, 6 inches, not able to be used as habitable space.
right,
They're proposing it or existing, I'm unsure.
so they're
which
gonna,
one.
they're gonna,
It's 8 feet, as they say on the plans.
I guess what I'm confused. So it says in 1991, the planning board reviewed and approved the construction of a second floor, okay? Attic storage space. During the review process, the board expressed concerns that the space could not be, or could be converted into residential apartment, and as a result, required revisions to ensure it remained habitable.
So the previous board did not, why did the previous
Specifically.
board not want it up there, I wonder?
I think back in '91, the thought was they didn't want apartments. Now, apartments are desired. So I think it was the times.
Okay, so then it says the approved plans limited the space to storage only with no bathroom and reduced ceiling height. So I guess the question I'm leading up to is, so they built it at 8 feet, or they're going to renovate it to 8 feet?
So it's an existing, my understanding, right? The goal of this application is to legalize the apartment.
So
there is.
I understand there's an apartment there now, but I guess I'm not saying this right. It sounds like.
How are they getting the extra 6 inches?
Well, that was the question I had. So,
Right, Because
rebuild it.
did they
could probably
did they
rebuild
build it to 8 feet?
I don't think,
Or
I
did
believe
they-
the last inspection that's in our record said it wasn't compliant. And that was.
It was
years ago.
not.
It was very
Was
recent.
not.
It was not compliant with the New York State Building Code.
Okay.
My understanding of this application is to legalize it and make it meet the New York State Building Code. How it's gonna happen, that's a great question.
Yeah.
We can start here.
So let's bring.
But I think, yeah.
I mean, if they remove the ceiling, they have enough room above to make the.
Yeah, it's probably extend
higher?
the ceiling or,
Extend
it
the
was
ceiling.
not sure by much. It wasn't, yeah.
Because we're just talking 6 inches.
Yeah, exactly. So it's probably with the ceiling, but they could probably clarify that.
Was there anything else that is of concern?
Parking,
I think parking.
ceiling height.
Parking, I think they have a private parking lot in the back, right?
This is,
Can we look at an aerial?
Yes.
Please.
So it's across the road. Because that's.
It's
Yeah,
next to the,
Building
next
at
to
the
the,
end.
It's
Just like in the back.
Is that behind us?
No. So maybe, yeah, maybe.
This is the common.
Here's Maple, here's Maple, and then a couple of stores in is the common store.
Right, that's the
And that's the Ruba.
Right, and that's
That's
the
the driveway. And that's the.
That's
That's
the
it.
back.
All right, then, got it. Sorry.
Because it looks like.
Yeah, this. It's someone else's property.
So how do you put a staircase in, how does somebody get there?
Back driveway, back driveway.
How does somebody walk
Can we
there?
bring up the applicant?
Yeah, I would bring it up.
Can you show Lee how they get back there?
John Casetta, Pegasus Engineering.
Come on
Sit
down.
here.
Walk us through what you're doing, how you're doing it, how they're gonna get there.
Okay, so this was built out originally with an 8-foot ceiling. Can you pull up the structural section?
Yes.
So, wasn't built to the plans that were approved.
As far as I can determine, this was not built to the approved plans.
Okay.
So this is how I saw the structure probably about 4 or 5 years ago. He has 8-foot ceilings. He could probably make them bigger because he's got all the cribbing in there. Or the scabs, that's what they call it, the scabs.
But it was supposed to be built at 7.5 and it was built at 8.
As far as I can determine, this is the original construction.
How do you access the rear staircase? Is there a rear staircase?
There is a rear staircase from Ruvo's.
Yeah.
There's a recorded right of way across their property. And if you look at the site plan, you can see the staircase right in there. So there's a deck, and then there's, on the deck, which goes into the first floor, there's a staircase going from there up to the second floor.
Any parking on site?
No parking on site at all.
Is that right away clear and easily accessible at present?
There's some contention with Ruvo over access, but it hasn't come to anything really.
The person
The
that,
applicant sometimes parks back there and the Ruvo complains.
does this proposed tenant that would live on the second floor, they would access solely from the back?
Solely from the back,
Solely from the
yes.
back. And you'd obviously be constructing, going up and down the back for all the materials.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Construction, demolition of the storage, construction of this first floor apartment, you'd have to go up and down these stairs.
Yes, you would have to go up and down the stairs, yes, if you had to do any construction up there.
So you have to use the existing right of way.
Right.
Where would the tenant throw their trash out?
There are cans there now, so I don't know how they're actually picked up. But there is trash there, it is picked up.
Then still smiling.
James, who picks up the trash?
Yeah, they work, the mover, so they just, they are their employees.
Oh,
Right now, they're using Rubos.
I can see the point of
The comic book
contention.
store is using Rubo?
I guess so.
Oh, no, the mover, he took it, he put in his.
Oh, the current tenant works for
Yeah.
Rubo, and he's throwing his trash.
Yeah.
Oh,
So someone's living there now?
Yes.
it's an illegal apartment.
Oh, it's already an apartment? Someone's-
Right, we're looking to maintain an existing apartment. So this is a legalization process.
So the floor plan you have of the apartment is,
That's,
existing.
those are existing
Existing.
conditions, yes.
Yeah, it's,
as part of your proposal, or you plan to rebuild those back stairs?
Yes, we will rebuild the back stairs.
Independent.
And we'll enclose the circular staircase.
With fireproof walls.
Yeah, there's actually partition sections on this sheet, off to the right there. If you move over to the right.
Come on, Dan.
I'm sorry.
No, where did I put them?
This one.
You have to go down one more page.
Yeah, this sheet. Yeah, there we go.
This?
Partition diagrams, right. So those are their fire-rated partitions.
How long has the apartment been in use legally?
I don't know, how long has it been in the apartment?
6 months ago.
6 months.
I
I mean, the apartment's been there for a while.
Never used.
So in your staff report, what conditional use standard or zoning relief might they need?
So since it's a mixed occupancy within the C1 district, it's a conditional use, and the conditions are as follows. Parking for residents will be in an adjacent separate lot or in a reserved section of a parking area on site. It's to be must be adequately marked, landscaped, and otherwise demarcated from commercial parking. Currently unclear if this project would comply with that conditional
Sounds like
use.
no, it won't,
Yeah.
right? So it would need a variance then?
Well, we would
Pilot.
use the pilot.
We should not do variance for parking.
Is that available?
Yeah.
So,
We're right adjacent to a municipal lot.
sorry, I don't want to jump in, but I was gonna say, if a project doesn't meet a conditional use standard, the strict interpretation of the code has been a variance. So if it
Yeah.
doesn't meet any of the conditions, yeah, it'd be variances from the zoning board for any of the conditional use standards in the code.
Which
So-
would be parking.
Yes, it would be, for this case, it would be parking. So, yeah, that's.
So it needs a
Yeah.
variance.
So it should go to the zoning board.
So,
But you're saying that you can't get a variance for parking. We would ask for a variance for parking.
Yeah, it's a very specific case scenario. So we have things called conditional use standards. It's basically like when you have a certain use, you have certain conditions you have to comply with. In this case, the parking is part of that conditional use standard. So if you don't meet it, you technically have to get the variance. For basically, you're going to get a variance from the conditional use standard. I don't know if it
you
is.
still have to get the parking.
You also have to get the pile up. It's an additional step, unfortunately, just because it doesn't meet those standards.
I'm sorry, you have to get a variance plus a pileup?
Yes.
Even though they're living across the street from a municipal parking lot?
Yeah, that was removed from the village code. So, well, and the way it works is you're not getting a variance from the parking, you're getting a variance from the conditional use standard. Exactly. Yeah, so this happened with recently, I think 1037 Main Street's the most recent one. It's kind of the same situation.
Well, as has been stated very clearly in the previous applications, the impetus to increase housing exists now. So this is what we're doing. We're putting in a one-bedroom apartment above a retail space, which is in the spirit.
Sure,
Applies.
but, so you were here for the last time. So the comp plan is only for Uptown, which that project was only for Uptown.
Right. Well,
So we
I'm
can't
just
wave a
saying.
magic wand. I hear you, but
But it sounds like there's a path forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, it's
Right,
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
yeah, I mean, technically, we could go, no, you need to tear it down and build it just like it was approved originally. Because technically, it's completely illegal.
It's
the way it is.
Have you
So
received
a
code
path
violations?
forward is
No.
your best bet.
Is there a violation ever? I think they did this instead of, oh, there was.
Oh, yeah, they
Yeah.
paid a ticket, right, they did.
There was an violation.
So
So we can advise the gentleman to go and get a variance plus pay a follow.
I think they would have to do the variance, come back,
Exactly.
right? And then what is
Does he have-
insufficient in the plans, Parker? That was your last. So it was
What else?
plan
They wanted
sufficiency.
some-
Oh, yeah, so it's just the 3 recommendations.
Yeah. What was insufficient in the plans?
Oh, it was just, if you guys believe that they are sufficient for
Okay.
that going forward.
Do we need fire marshal comments on this?
Not yet.
Do we need them?
That's a, we typically refer everything now.
Okay, because that's the
Okay.
only way in, right?
Exactly,
Once you
so
have
I
a
would
stairway,
want,
you
definitely
can't-
want his input.
You can only
Well,
exit
there's
from-
sliding doors in the front, so there's egress at the front of the building, onto Main Street.
That's for the first floor.
No, second.
The second floor is sliders and a landing.
I will see.
You show that?
Yes.
John.
Sorry. The elevation board?
And will they need a variance for from a,
Fire escape or something.
oh my God, my brain
State code?
hurts right now.
Well, this almost becomes a fire escape.
Garbage enclosure, because technically it's a multi-use building, so I think they would need a variance for that, and then just show on the plans where you plan on putting the garbage cans, and that there's an agreement with Maggio or somebody to come and pick up the garbage, right? But they need a variance from the actual,
Yeah, it's in the village code.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, which
So
you will easily get,
you're
it's
gonna tell
just,
us these are the variances they
So the
need.
variances, yeah, it would be the conditional use standards, right? Which ones did they not meet? They didn't meet the park.
It'd be one for the.
It's one, so there's one for the one conditional use standard, which is for the parking,
right.
and then the next one
one-
will be for the garbage enclosure. So that'll be two.
Right.
Two variances.
Because they'll just use refuse bins, but you just have to show us where they're gonna be.
Sure, that's
Yeah.
enough.
It doesn't have to be a variance. If you provide it, then it's not a, you know.
Oh, I thought every multi-use building had to have a
What garbage?
garbage, like a
An enclosure.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, we've accepted it for the deli.
There are a lot of stores uptown
Mhm.
that it's just a regular garbage can.
I know, but for some reason I thought they had to have a variance for that. No?
1600 Main Street. It's the trustees.
Oh, my bad.
I-
Okay, so
Is it? What kind of?
That's in the hall.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it's a trustees thing. So we can
Okay.
refer it to the trustees.
refer that. the
So it's just one
garbage.
variance then, right? For the, yeah.
So the conditional use variance is issued by the board of trustees?
No.
No. The garbage one.
The garbage.
Yeah, garbage is board of trustees. The garbage variance. The conditional use is the zoning board.
Next building, just.
We can refer simultaneously
Yeah, no,
if that
that's what
board
they're
wants to go to
discussing now.
one trustees, one for the. We can do that for sure.
I'm sorry, I missed that last.
So the trustees are the ones who approve the variances for the garbage enclosure, and then the zoning board does the variances for the conditional use standards. So we can refer them both at the same time. So the
Right.
trustees can do their review and the zoning board can do their review, so it's kind of saves you that step of going back and forth between a bunch of boards.
Sure.
Once those are done, we can bring you back for the planning board and then go from there.
What does Red Shirt Comics use for their garbage? Do they?
The comics people, what do they use for garbage? Where's their garbage go?
He took it home.
He takes it home?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he doesn't generate enough garbage to put out in the alley.
No, apparently he just takes it.
It's at home.
Yeah, well, that's not, we can't, no.
We could give him garbage cans.
Yeah.
John, he only had one people work there, you know. by
Yeah, but
himself.
there's just rules, you know? You could
Right.
sell it, someone else could move in with a retail and, yeah. They need garbage cans.
One small thing I suggest that you consider looking into. I mean, fire code does require 2 means of egress. Is that, even that, I think that would apply to this unit. And I understand that you have sliders on the front, on the second story. I don't know if you know, coming out on a rooftop terrace on the second floor, because it's set back, correct?
Correct.
If that, you know, you're out on the second, you know, on top of a 1-story roof, if that meets the requirement of a second means of egress. How do you get that?
I think under the fire code, that does qualify.
Okay.
For the fire marshal.
For the fire marshal, yeah.
We can send it to them.
Yeah.
We send it to DPW. We'll send it to everyone who we typically send it to, just for
Okay.
comments.
Yeah.
I'm just suggesting that you verify before you go with variant, go for variance.
Well, we'll,
Public hearing.
whatever the fire marshal requires, we'll provide.
Technically, conditional
Yeah.
use. So this is a public hearing.
So,
I
public
mean,
hearing.
there's, if he requires a
Conditional use.
ladder.
Yeah, right, a
perhaps,
ladder.
Is going to install that.
What, that's required? Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, eventually, too, there will be a there'll be a public hearing technically required too, because it's
Yes.
conditional use is what they call
You
it.
have to
so.
notice.
That would probably be after the zoning board
Yes.
/ board of trustees, when it comes back to this board, that's when we
Right.
would recommend the public hearing. We just don't know the date yet, unfortunately.
All right, so we're going to refer this, I'm gonna take this to the zoning board then.
Yeah, so you'll get a referral letter from us. Or if the board votes on it tonight, you'll get a letter from us that basically, you would take that, and then you would work with myself and Cindy. We'll get you the application for the zoning board, and that's how you get on the schedule for the zoning board.
Okay.
And trustees should just be kind of an automatic referral. I don't know if there's an application for.
It's just a referral.
It's a referral, so we'll write a
We
letter.
need a vote on it because we all agree.
Okay.
And Parker, I like the
Yeah.
great job on the staff report.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Okay,
Very
that's
nice.
it?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, ready? More work to do.
I was looking at staff, January, Baxter, and it was 318
That's it.
just for the side.
Oh, right.
In there.
Okay.
That's been pretty consistent, but I still think that's.
So you think that this,
Riviera project? Riviera, they wanted to do addition.
I don't think they have it.
HOA approved it, it's off the property. Well, yeah. Outside their own use onto the common area. HOA approved it. Riviera.
We were just
So one common addition.
The HOA.
You've already said, you said we should leave the plan because there's a question about the zoning. Yeah, it was never clarified in the original proposal.
You guys walk the sidewalk
Not
inside
inside
the
the common
building.
area.
There.
Maybe we should take.
It's not much, yeah, well,
Let's go, let's go.
Maybe site plan amendment.
yeah, exactly, that's why we're here. I mean, I need your, I don't know parts of the process. Crap.
can we call in?
Invite up the applicant.
Oh, I can,
Can
we just needed, I
47?
just don't have the plans yet, I might live for Parker. But yes, 27 Timberlands in next, right, project?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I wouldn't be opposed if you wanted.
You want the plan up, Dan?
Yes, if you can pull the plan up.
Well, we have a survey is the plan.
Sorry, so late, Amy.
Yeah, thank you.
Like I said, we can put
There's no declaration.
First position.
It's just a survey right now? Okay.
That's just the sum.
So I guess what brought us here, right? This is an application that is proposing an addition, right? It's a one-story addition to the rear.
It's just a little sunroom addition.
Yeah.
Which
This
goes-
is in the Riviera.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
in
it's
the-
gonna go over an existing deck. The deck will be partially removed, but there's currently a deck there that encroaches onto the property about 3.5 feet, onto the common area property.
Yeah.
Interestingly, that Trex deck you see on what would be the right side of the building has a CO, as does the walkway, and it is completely on Riviera common area, not even on the client's property at all. So I foiled the entire file and read through like every stitch of paper. The only thing I see is that there is like acknowledgement that this occurred at the time the CO was issued, but like there was no formal process at that time. So in speaking with Dan and Josephine, and then consulting with Mr. Burke, it was decided that a site plan amendment would be necessary. We did get a letter from the Riviera's Homeowners Association giving us permission to encroach on the property. I have it back here, I'll give it to Dan.
That's just for that one deck, not for the addition.
This is for the sunroom addition.
No, they gotta prove for the addition.
Yeah, the
Sunroom.
Trex deck up there, that's a non-issue, that's CO'd. So we're not dealing with that. I'm just explaining that this is like a thing in the Riviera, but like nobody really knows how that thing occurred or like how they were doing it all these years. But nonetheless, we're trying to do it the right way this time. So I have a letter approving the, from the HOA approving the encroachment of the sunroom. They also approved the plans and everything like that. So they're good to go on their end. So we're here to have a site plan amendment with you guys, just to basically, do some housekeeping and ask for permission to have it encroach and of course install the sunroom.
Would it be heated?
No.
No.
Not conditioned at all.
Not conditioned at all.
Yeah, I have a paper set here, but you guys should have them as well.
I remember seeing it. Don't we have elevations? Yeah, we should. I remember seeing it.
Otherwise, I do have these. It should be that second attachment, Parker.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, that's one of our meetings.
So it's a 20.5 foot by 13 foot sunroom. I actually wrote on the application 23 feet, so I'll send in a corrected page for that.
Oh, thank you.
I realized, yeah. I realized it while I was looking at it before.
So this is going with basically where that Trex deck is?
Not the one that I pointed out that's on the left side of the house. It's going where in place of where the Trex deck is on the rear of the,
rear of the
yeah,
house.
correct.
The Trex deck is going?
Yeah, partially, part of it's going to stay on, so if you're looking at it, where it says, Trex deck to be removed, that area will be removed, the area adjacent to it will remain, yeah.
Okay.
But the footprint will still extend into the common area.
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And just for reference, and I actually forgot to bring the photo with me, but it's pretty wooded back there. There's like there's nothing happening back there.
Story. Will there be any sun for the sun?
But yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe they're trying to like will it upon themselves. I'm not sure. It's a shade room. And that's all I got, guys.
That's there's not much to say.
I can't think of anything else to say. It's like 11 o'clock.
That's what there's no
It's
staff
like
report.
3 hours past my bedtime.
No variance needed.
Well, that's
That's the other
That's
thing.
the question. Yeah, here we go.
You might
So-
need, I guess, a variance for 0 to the lot line, and then obviously you guys can't, well,
easement.
not you, but the board can't grant a variance to go over the lot line. So it would be a 0-foot variance to the lot line, and then we would,
An easement.
Yeah.
Yeah, to allow the encroachment.
that's at least how Brookhaven handles stuff like that. So I'm just going based on them. I know your code's a little different, but that's kind of like the common sense way to do
So
it,
the
so.
next step would be the ZBA?
Correct.
So you need a referral?
Yes.
I concur.
If you guys are still doing that, I don't know, that keeps changing.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We are still doing that. I was gonna say, I agree with
It was
everything.
like taken away and then it was given back, so.
Yes, I concur with that. It just might, yeah, that'd be basically variances and easements, encroachment easements. It would be the mechanism. It's weird because this subdivision, I mean, it's old. Technically it's a major subdivision and a site plan approval when they got the approval. It never really indicated anything about setbacks and variances and what applies. And it's definitely, right, it's technically for a condominium development, there's typically, it divides it by the property lines, and there's usually something in there about expanding the units or anything, but there really wasn't much in this resolution. There's not even much in the actual common area agreement that really regulates it much, besides HOA could consider approving and allows some kind of improvements in
Yeah,
there.
the bylaw doesn't really have anything, it's kind of
It's
like a mystery.
very vague.
And which
Yeah.
is, when I first took on this job, I had asked if there was any special conditions related to the subdivision, because a lot of times with these cluster developments and or condos, that is the case, but none to be found, so.
Nothing.
Here we are.
So the board might want to consider establishing that going forward, because there's a process, but that's something we were talking about, but again, I kind of agree with the next steps here with the variance and then easements.
I agree. And then put something, right, is what you're saying, for the future.
Yes.
Something.
Just, yeah, if you guys agree with that, maybe it'll be a modification, but we'll probably just have to get the HOA's agreement on that. Just basically covenanting, Because technically that deck might also need an easement, but it was already CO'd, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you really do much to it. Yeah.
I can put you in touch with the representative at Camco that I've been dealing with for this. That way
Yeah.
we can. She might have spoken to Josephine too, like at some point. So
okay.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out. So
I know because it was on my desk too, and I was kind of like, I can't find anything. Yeah. Hate to admit that, but.
So that was it. I just want everybody to acknowledge I was the shortest conversation of the night. Yes. Maybe the library will beat me. I don't know. Yeah.
So.
All right. So. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you a letter and then
You'll
the process.
You'll be in touch.
Exactly.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank
You
you.
guys can put these in your file if you want. I have like 1 million copies.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Nick.
We can,
You guys start.
yeah.
It's still like, throw something at me.
We can,
Do you want to hang out?
That's good.
Andrew Thompson, that you?
Huh?
Andrew Thompson is you, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Parker. We work together on it.
Okay, we can probably just have him come up.
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Finally, sorry.
Thank you, Floyd.
Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Jenny Bloom, I'm the director of the library. It's nice to meet you all. Thanks for staying up.
Thank you.
You want to
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. I should have been. I was giving you the opportunity here. Yeah. So obviously, right, this is a new proposal to do several site improvements to the Port Jefferson Free Library site. I always say free public library because that's my local one's called that, so I always mix it up. So I apologize. Right. They're proposing several improvements to kind of have better interconnectivity, right? Enhance ADA components of the site, so it's better ADA accessibility, pedestrian safety, basically walkways, right? Do seating areas. There's landscaping improvements, and it's basically kind of a whole plan to kind of tie a lot of it together, if I'm understanding properly. So the reason this came in is that I understand that it's not no one's fault here, but there was some work that was already kind of going underway. We got notified of an 811 dig that was going on, and then we did have some internal discussions about it. And basically, it seems to be that this should be before the board as a site plan amendment pursuant to 250-10E that says any changes to pedestrian flows or to an approved site plan has to go before the planning board or parking. So, in terms of our comments, there's not many, right? There's the initial discussion talks about SECRA, of course, with any project, right? There's precedent that's been set on the site that these types of improvements have been considered type 2 actions in the past. We gave you a specific recommendation within the staff report and several other type 2 actions that it could be considered of. The one consideration beyond what the board might want to consider is that this is technically within the East Main Street Historic District, and both are nationally registered on the list of historic places, they're registered. So whether or not that exceeds the threshold of the type 2 actions, the problem is if it exceeds those type 2s, we wouldn't say it was type 1, we would say it's unlisted. The way our village code is written is every unlisted action technically becomes a type 1 action if it's within the historic district. So that's the decision for the board. Again, there's been precedent done that it's been a type 2 action. I don't know if this, because no structural, because the buildings themselves are not being impacted, I personally, as staff, I would recommend it to be a type 2 action under the code provisions provided in the staff report, but we want to just make you aware of that as part of your review tonight. Yeah, I know. I'm just.
You want to walk us through very quickly?
Yeah, first I'd like to apologize. Quite honestly, this has been a project for about 9 months. We have a board member who is an architect, and so we had when we finished the renovation of the teen center, which is the dark structure to the right. So that's the teen center. And when we finished that, not this past April, but the April before, what we stood back and realized was a couple issues sort of were left over from that project that seemed to make things feel incomplete. So the first one being that currently, if we have a teen in a wheelchair, they would need to be dropped off at the back of the building by a vehicle and use the wheelchair lift to get down into the building. There's no way to get across the property from the handicap parking spot on the street, or if they're just in the main building, or, I mean, teens roving the community, right? So what it's left us with is a scenario where if I have a teen in a wheelchair come to me and say, I'm trying to get into the teen center, unless they get a ride there, there's not really a good way to do it. Reason being, the pathways that currently exist, which are the dotted lines, not all the dotted lines, because there's a number of sets of dotted lines, but if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Coming out of the entrance.
Yeah, so over here is the handicapped parking spot that the library has. This is the existing, this dotted line is the existing pathway, and it's 3 feet wide rather than 4 feet wide. So if you're in a wheelchair, it's not serving you. It also goes down by several inches. This is the present circle of masonry, which is very uneven, and then it currently takes this path. This is a tree. The roots are pushing up all of these bricks. There's absolutely no way to get a wheelchair across here. And when you do, you're being put out onto the sidewalk. And this is a power pole. So if your wheelchair is at all a realistic, like a young adult size wheelchair, you're 100% not making it into the building. So it is ADA compliant in that we've got a handicap parking spot that's painted so, there's a wheelchair elevator, but again, it requires the accompaniment of an adult with a vehicle to get you there. So we looked at the spot and I thought, if I have to tell a kid, look him in the face and say, yeah, I can't get you there unless you get dropped off, that really felt like we weren't doing our job. So the other element to it is really the aesthetics of it. It seemed like here we have the teen center and we have the main library, and the ability for them to feel like the trustees our board trustees of the library, we're managed by a board of 7 board members, and they kept talking about, shouldn't we have a campus? It should feel like we're connected, right? And so the concept behind that was, so we now have, this is all redone brick. It's stunning to go into the teen center. It's a nice wide area. Sometimes the kids come out and do projects out in this landing. This is the way that our staff, we have library aides who come out of the main library with the book carts, right? And they bring over new books and weed is what we call them, take books out of the collection. They're coming down, by the way, they is often me, come down on the sidewalk. We rattle along here, we push up here, we push up here. This is a ramp that takes us to the back entrance. And so that's how we move books and program materials and tables and all the things that we do. So what we're looking to do is have the 4-foot brick walkway connect where this ends now and come on the back side of the tree, as well as have, so we don't want to ruin what people are used to, because the other thing that happens is every day I walk up to the library and I watch little kids and their parents skip along the curvy path. We've got, if you'll excuse me, it's a super weird brass statue of 2 little kids on a bench, and I watch little children kiss their faces all day long. If you're a germphobe, it's the worst thing in the world to look at, but it goes on all day, every day. So we got the bench, we got the face kissing going on. Kids love these pads, the curve of it. So we didn't want to do away with that by having this extension replace it. So the concept of this piece is to move it away from its present course where it's being pushed up by the tree roots. So that's what we're talking about with these paths. Now, these are downward lights to just light the path. They currently exist. They were put in here and here and here. For some reason, they got put in over here, and they keep getting dinged into every time the lawn gets mowed. So we want to redo them up here and then extend them the rest of the way. So this currently exists. With the new walkway, we'd like it to be also better lit. So that's what that's The things I haven't mentioned that is a new, sort of a new concept here is this. So these dotted lines are grates over like window wells that go into the basement. And this is the original 100-year-old room of the library. So these are the window well grates. These here were filled with bushes, and now we've removed them, and that's what I need to apologize for, because we really didn't think that this was going to be on anyone's radar but ours. But these would now be patio spaces, so little brick, 6 foot by, and so that we could put a bench on each one. The company that we put out an RFP, we asked the company which is Organically Green, that's the local landscape, I should probably talk to the microphone, sorry. The local landscape architect firm that won. We had 6 bidders for the RFP we put out to do this work, based on things like who could accomplish the brick work in a way that we were really happy with, who had a vendor who could construct the 2 metal benches. The design of the benches that we asked for is, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but over the main historic doorway, there's this really beautiful semicircle. It's not quite a semicircle, it's sort of a little squashed with these radials. It looks a little like a spider web. It's a really beautiful historic piece to it. So we wanted benches to be designed with those backs to hearken that. Now the other piece that is new is, sorry. So the other piece that's new would be this semicircle, which is a bench that's sort of like a retaining wall in that, it's sort of a masonry semicircle bench. Our concept is that it has people who walk along the sidewalk have an opportunity to sit and sort of see that beautiful historic entryway with the beautiful woodwork. We also thought, we watch all day long. We watch people at Tiger Lily and at locals kind of stroll around looking for a place to sit and eat their sandwich. And the seats are usually full in front of Tiger Lily. So we thought, hey, if we have a bench that's facing the sidewalk, it's an opportunity for people to sort of stop and rest. And the other thing, those 2 benches in front, the concept was we have a lot of people who wait for rides, kids waiting, and so we just liked the idea of having more people making use of this public space. So these were the things that we were focused on, trying to think what the other elements are. Up towards the side. So back here, thank you. So this is our current, this is the wheelchair lift. So right now, there's a staff well-worn path. This is our back entrance. Staff who work in the teen center, staff who bring materials back and forth. We pop out of this door and we walk on a grass and now dirt trodden pathway to hop through to go into the back. And so we wanted to actually formalize that a little bit and have it not be, every time it's really getting worn down already in 1 year. So that's the concept of this concrete, is to create that. There's currently over here, someone at some point using a lot of caulk and some random materials added, it's about a 3 foot deep by 3 foot wide closet, shed. There's a door, but it's basically just caulked onto the brick. And so the concept was, and that's where we store our snow melt. So we wanted to get rid of that so that we can, it's a historic building and it's got this weird caulked shed to it. So the concept was to do away with that. And that would be a 6 by 8 pre-built thing. And so also Organically Green is the company that was going to order it and install it and deal with that. This patio, which I actually have a printout of, it shows the original line, like the current lines, because there currently is, there probably, I'm going to say maybe 14 by 14 or 15 by 15 square sort of patio squares that make up a little area there. So staff right now, about 3 times a year, we've got a barbecue, and they barbecue hot dogs for each other and have a little staff party. Extending this slightly, I'm going to say currently it probably ends here. The concept is we could put a picnic table out there, right? Because right now staff don't have a place outside where they go. So I know it's really late. I don't want to ramble.
Seems like a good plan. Yeah.
Any possibility of making a few of maybe the curved paths more of a pervious? I know some of the bricks that are there now were bought, right? Don't they have inscriptions?
They do, and so what we're.
But yeah.
Pervious or impervious? Pervious. So
What did I say?
I
I don't know what time it is.
No,
So the pervious.
You don't want to know.
Yeah, whatever I.
Yes.
The opposite of what I said.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, maybe you could use those. That way, there's less drainage required because that's a lot.
I'm
of,
sorry, using the bricks that are
the bought bricks, and then in between squares of grass,
So-
kind of thing. I don't know.
How is the ADA, how's a
Well,
wheelchair?
Well, that's not a problem. Yeah.
I understood it that the wheelchair was going to go hug the building.
Well,
all paths have to be ADA accessible.
yeah.
So the idea is all just, yeah, it's all the ADA. So there's certain.
Really?
Hmm?
They all do?
No, I believe the proposal is to make them all.
I mean, I will say though, the piece that comes down at a very steep pitch right now.
Yeah.
And so it certainly isn't. And it won't, the piece that pops down to the sidewalk, again, it dumps out where there's a power pole. So
Yeah.
even if it were a width, and even if the grade was changed, which it really couldn't in that short rise, that's why it needs to cut across.
Yeah.
The other aspect of it is you're popping out onto the sidewalk to a power pole.
So maybe those could be
So here's,
pervious.
so our plan is, so we had people purchase bricks. They're no longer legible.
Oh.
And it was done by the Friends, and the Friends, it sounds terrible, there's no files of what they were. So we're actually right now compiling a list of what they say is best we can do. We're rubbing, we're doing the whole thing. And we're gonna have those redone in the same brick. Part of the point was to have it feel more unified, and the brickwork in front of the teen center is what we were sort of wanted to carry that across to continue that feel. Our original thought with putting out the RFP was, yeah, save those bricks, we'll find a place to put them in. But they're not legible at all. The
But
material that was
where are you
used
going to
for
put the
those.
new bricks that you create?
Into these walkways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But hypothetically, 2 of the walkways could be pervious because they're not ADA feasible anyway.
I'm sorry, 2 of them?
I understood
Two
the
sections.
curved.
The curve
You can't-
down.
You can't build something new and say that's ADA and that's not ADA.
But it's not. Then they can't build it because it's steep, right? My understanding right?
You have to.
Whatever. I
you have to have a certain
just
amount of pads.
Just a thought. Just because
I don't know.
you're supposed to also contain all your runoff. You know,
Yes.
like I'm just thinking those steeper paths out to the street might cause a little issue, and maybe they could be pervious. But I don't know how they're going to build them if they're steep and
Well,
they
there's
run into
materials
a
that
pole.
they're expensive though. There are pervious hard materials that can accommodate both. They're just it's not going to look like brick. It's gonna
Anyway,
I think we're.
just a thought.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just.
So Dan, what are the next steps for them?
Okay, so I know it's scary. It's not that much.
It
but
looks like a lot.
there's a lot here, but we're just covering bases. Okay, so couple things. A, this is considered conditional use. I think in the past, I don't think because there's no actual change to the use of the site, it's more just kind of functionality and exterior improvements. I don't think it needs a new conditional use. Our recommendation is just do a site plan amendment.
Yes.
That being said, we did mention the conditional uses for a few specific reasons. The first one being, as part of any conditional use approval for a library or museum specifically, the way the code reads is that the planning board shall establish the coverage requirements and the setbacks as part of the conditional use approval. Now, we've gone through all the conditional uses that have been approved There's never been that established. So there never was a setback requirement or coverage established, so regulating this site development, so really it's kind of an open question for this board regarding coverage, regarding
Coverage,
like lot coverage, like building, like the amount of pervious,
okay.
like you're saying, like amount of services being developed on how much the overall development, right? There's it's in the RB3 residential district, but obviously it's not a residential structure, so you can go by the residential code, but again, it's usually much smaller than a commercial property, right? This is commercial, it's a service, you know? And then setbacks, right? So you notice the shed is right on the property line, but again, it's up to the board to establish the appropriate setbacks.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Does it make a difference that we own the property next to it?
The board could weigh that in, yeah.
Oh, you mean the property where the shed is?
So the property line that it
center.
is the edge of our other property.
Yeah, so.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the teen center property.
So it hasn't been merged into one?
It hasn't been, there's five separate properties.
I don't
Isn't there
think
a-
that's an issue.
I'm sorry, but isn't there, a shed is below a certain square footage, isn't it?
So it doesn't need a building permit, but it does need to meet zoning requirements, which
A prefab shed needs to meet the zone.
everything, yeah. We've talked, I've talked to our building
Maybe
inspector about
just
this.
write an agreement between the two properties.
What, no, you guys
shed.
could say as part of your approval tonight, just be like, not approval, but as part of your consideration, you could say, we find that to be a status, like, basically the way the conditional use is written, it's your determination. I'm just raising it for the fact it's in the code, it's never been established. But no, the properties haven't been merged, and there's no.
Probably, it's not gonna have a foundation, it's just gonna be a sitting
Absolutely.
on the ground,
Yeah.
raised.
And the interesting part is the far edge, the edge to the right of the shed itself, is actually, will be nestled in along an existing cement
Yeah,
wall.
there's a big retaining wall there, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, butts right up against there.
So,
No problem.
what's the next step here?
Well, okay,
We
so.
Go to a zoning board for the variance for the conditional use, or are we okay?
No, you guys can say it's fine.
Yeah.
That's what I'm just saying what the code is, but there's a bigger issue that I wanna.
Go ahead, go.
In the right of way, there's the seating area being proposed. Part of that's not the library's property. There's no agreement right now to formalize that, so we probably need an agreement with the board of trustees.
Are you talking about the semicircle?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there's that
Dotted
some
line
of
is
this
property
is
Maybe
like,
just move it a little bit.
we're happy to move it, whatever.
Yep.
Put it up.
We just
Right.
didn't.
Done. That's
I
fine.
mentioned
Done.
this to Andrew, the designer, the other day, and he went, oh, I forgot.
Let's bump it up to the east.
What is it, a bench?
Bench.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
it's
it's
elevated.
elevated. Well, it's
No,
like,
it's not
isn't
elevated,
it like
it'll
a
be
wall?
flat.
It's like
But-
It's against the wall,
Smooth.
the sidewalk, so it would be a matter of making the apron off of the sidewalk that it sits on.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be elevated, it'd be flush, but.
Yeah. The entrance, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can do
Which
it.
actually might improve it, only because now,
Jim, what?
I'm just saying, we all put landscaping in the village right away. We all have it in our house.
Yeah.
But not permanent.
No, not
Well, no,
structured.
it's because
Yeah.
it's
No, I
a
think you were saying-
raised, like, structure.
Yeah.
I know, that's why.
Please, right.
You just move it back 2 feet on your property.
Happy to.
Easiest way to do it.
2 feet back?
Whatever-
But you can
whatever
landscape
the-
around it. You can landscape in
Above
the-
that line.
Away from the property line.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, as long as it's on your property.
Yeah.
If you're dressing it up with landscaping around it, that's fine.
Mm.
It's just the structure itself.
And you agree it's a type 2?
Yes, I'm assuming that's I think type 2 action. And then there's referrals, basically, if you want to refer it to the ARC, though I know the ARC CAC tree committee, we just put that, you don't have to, just doing my job.
Well,
And
they have an
Basically,
architect who designed it,
project, essentially.
Yeah, and I apologize, that's why, so what happened was the Organically Green started on, I think it was June 9th. They came in, they took out all of the bushes that were there. Anything that they could save, like the 2 big hollies that were way too big for their location, but are beautiful. And they relocated them to the side of the building so that, and we're watering them and they're establishing well. And so we tried to save everything we could to break up so the view, if you're on Vineyard, you're no longer looking at our giant ugly brick wall. So we moved those, and by like midday, I got an email from you guys saying, hey, there was a request for an 811, what's happening? And so we stopped, so they only worked that Wednesday. It became clear that we were like, oh, because we had a conversation among ourselves and went like, well, there's no structures, it's walkways and plants. We looked at each other and said, is there anything to do here? And both the landscape architect and the architect went, no, we're good. So that's why we started the project. We stopped the day that we got the email, and we've been stopped, and we certainly, I don't want to, I'm so glad you guys are interested in hearing about this, so, yeah.
Retaining wall details? I don't know, I'm just going down your list.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of stuff. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's really what the board feels they, I mean, we always recommend what we always recommend to every applicant, and that's just because we're in our.
Are you building a new retaining wall?
Well, the seating, the concerns with it, we didn't know the height. There's no heights on there regarding the seating area. There's no heights regarding, there's no elevations on
You
here.
know,
like
we
we
just
typically
cross
ask.
all our T's, dot all our I's
Well, exactly,
as
it's-
easily as possible.
That you're not building a retaining wall?
There's no retaining wall, but the semicircle bench has height to it, so I don't know if that's what it would be considered. I have met.
Because it's
them-
holding soil
It's not
back.
holding anything.
It is not.
Oh,
It's just a
okay.
bench.
It's a bench.
I thought, because
No,
there's
that's what I-
elevation change. I understand. Okay.
ARC, yes.
You want to do the ARC?
Right, just for comments,
I
but
don't-
stress.
But
Is
they're not.
is your architect Andrew Thomas?
It is.
So it's
Oh,
kind
He's
of
the
like.
one who drew the plan.
Oh.
That's what I was trying not to say, but yes.
So he already,
Right.
they already weighed
Yeah,
in.
here, feed yourself.
They're basically, yeah, this
Yeah.
is coming from
Okay.
them.
Alright.
Yeah, and full disclosure, he's
Yeah.
one of our 7 trustees, and he drew the plan.
Okay.
So we said no,
Yeah,
right?
right,
No?
yeah,
No,
because they're not
ARC.
touching the
No.
building,
No,
it's just
I agree.
pathways, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
SHPO, do we have to refer to SHPO? Just for information?
So there's been, I mean, they're not affecting the buildings, they're just
Yeah.
affecting the setting of the buildings.
Yeah.
It's advisory. Any input from SHPO is advisory from my understanding of SHPO. So if
Right.
you did revert to them, they can give you comments, but it's mostly advisory. I don't believe it's regulated unless there's an actual impact to the building, or this was done through state or federal funding, which I don't believe either. That's a place, yeah. Right? For SHPO?
What's that?
Do they have to, even if it's nationally registered under SHPO, under the historic register, this has to be referred to the historic preservation office?
Sometimes they don't.
Building was not.
No, I know.
We aren't aware that we're on
I
the
don't think
National
they are.
Historic
I don't think they
Register,
are.
just so you know.
I really don't think they were.
It's listed on the state website. We have the cultural resource information system through the state, and it said those are listed. At least they're listed on the state,
I
right?
can tell you that the teen center is an 1812 building, it's
Yes.
one of the earliest in
But that's
the
not on the
village,
register.
but
That's definitely not.
not on the
I was
register.
involved with that.
Right, and the other building is, we
Something's
don't.
wrong.
Well,
If you go to the state's
It's on the
cultural
National
resource.
Register. That was a
Why don't you
surprise
look
in
it up,
that.
and if it is registered, submit a inquiry. If it's not, we don't have to.
Actually.
Okay.
My
Maybe it was wrong. I don't know. It's on the cultural resource information system, so they're both identified. So is that?
Yeah, well,
It says both. It says the library and it says the 1812 house. But
I'll look. I have it.
Okay.
There's some substantial renovations, right, within our last 20 years.
just to clarify, the lighting that's proposed is just
Yeah,
cathode lighting.
yeah.
There's nothing else.
You-
Okay.
I don't think it is.
The whole change along Thompson
It's a building, National Register building, so.
It's registered, it's on the, it's got,
Listed.
Yeah.
What does that mean, listed? Does listed mean
it's listed, but
not?
it's not, it's not elevated to the level of.
It might just
you
be a
know,
state.
Property that has to.
Protected.
Where you're, it's protected,
Yes.
right?
It
It's
is-
listed,
yeah, it's
it's
right.
low
That's what I was
threshold
asking. Oh, okay.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
That's our understanding.
Yeah,
We
it's
have-
historical
We have
about it.
no information, we have no information about ever applying for registry on for the National Historic Registry. So I have to say, it was a surprise. I was like, oh, we all kind of looked at each other and went, oh.
Okay.
So
give you.
So then, no to SHPO?
It's not. All right.
You're not
Sorry,
You're not
I just-
affecting the building, you're not affecting the facade.
And, I mean, you guys can approve if you want, just don't have a resolution tonight, unfortunately, so.
Next time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But they are actively working, so. I don't.
Actively works.
No, you paused it, I'm just
Yeah.
saying it's
Yeah,
active.
it wasn't, so.
Yeah.
It's not active, it's paused.
It's paused.
We need a resolution to approve it,
Yeah.
so it's gonna
Yeah.
take a month.
Oh, really?
Takes
So our
August
next
20th.
meeting, August 20th.
Well, that's
But-
our next meeting.
Is there a way of,
Approving
Jim.
it as presented and.
That's my question.
is there a way
Yeah, that's my
of
question.
passing
Yeah,
around
we
a
don't wanna hold it.
resolution?
No, we don't want to hold it.
Yeah, is there a way of emailing a resolution? Are we allowed to do that in
Yeah,
an
of
open
course,
meeting
yeah,
law?
yes, we can. Yeah.
Approve it,
Sure.
you'll just have to guess what you'll have to wait for the actual resolution, as long as we're allowed to do it, email wise.
You don't wanna let them to work now or soon.
Yeah,
Or you could approve the plan
I
as
agree.
presented, and then should anything fall, like, we'll prepare the resolution, but allow the work to come, maybe.
You can vote to approve the plan as
The plan as
presented.
presented.
Yeah.
drainage,
Yeah, then the resolution.
the only issue is drainage and
I brought that up
changing the
too,
drainage.
in the coverage, you know.
That'll be a.
Do you know how much more, from your new walkways, how much more impervious surfaces you're adding from existing grass areas?
We asked for that.
I'm gonna open this, and I think this is the one, so.
Usually architect will say
No, this one has all the plans written on it.
something like X amount of new square feet.
He does not say that, but he did drop this off, and this.
So I already want to let them.
No, I'm not trying, I'm
Yeah,
just.
So,
Yeah, no,
I feel bad.
sorry.
Sometimes the bend, the trees are bend.
I'll bend it, okay.
No, it's all right.
Just
No,
because it's just a
we're
lot.
doing perfect, don't worry. There's nothing-
That's the only problem. That's why.
So,
That may be it.
this shows that.
Well, this shows the new,
At my age, I'll sign
Shows,
every
yeah,
year.
so the red is the current.
so what we need to know, we need to know
There is a,
the, how much
right,
is the current red.
it's this one. It's the next page. So this one this one
So
has
like, station wagon
elevation.
full of
It shows the current, let's see here, so
I
like,
saw it, already.
Utilities.
I don't think I have that.
So basically, we would like to know the current
Yes.
existing walkways, what's the square footage?
Right.
And in the pros, what's the square footage and what's the new
Yeah,
difference?
Yeah, but that would still be significant too, it wouldn't be, are they ripping up the whole?
Post.
I don't know
No.
if they might need
No.
a drainage.
That's not new, though, it's
That's
just
it.
an
That's fine.
extension, I think that.
Oh, you're.
No?
So we're right up on the ledge.
Wait.
So look at this, that's the red that's existing,
Oh.
right? And then that blue is all
Oh,
new.
really?
Blue will be what?
This blue
Concrete?
is concrete.
Okay, so
It's
you're
concrete
pouring that
walkway.
much new concrete?
Yes.
Okay, that's not what I did.
Yeah, it's a
Alright.
lot,
Yeah, we-
unfortunately. I
we're
want to help and make it go faster, but that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's just,
We need to know the
But also,
existing.
there's also a new
impervious
irrigation
coverage
system.
and the new coverage.
In place,
Well, there's
right? Isn't there a new irrigation system being put in place as well?
new heads going where the.
It's just
there's
heads?
currently sprinklers, and
Yeah.
it's just
It's changing
sprinklers
out the
are
heads.
where the plants will be exactly now instead of where they were
and
before.
what I'm trying to say is, since these are already steep and not really ADA compliant already, as far as I'm understanding, because they dump out into a place where a wheelchair can't fit, and these are steep. Maybe these are pervious.
Typically, you're supposed to verify it's ADA compliant, the plan is supposed to show the grade differences, the actual slope of the.
So this drawing does show the slope.
Oh, it does, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, so these are the different slopes. Andrew explained this thoroughly to me. The rise, I can tell you this number I do remember, is that the overall rise of the entire area from here to here is a 6 inches, and so that affects the bottom step. And that's the extent of the.
So the whole front is only 6 inches? From the
East
street,
Main Street.
from East Main Street to the front of the library?
Thompson.
Yeah, Thompson's higher.
I want to confirm that with Andrew. I'm not.
That's okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is like 24 to 27 feet, like a
I think
3
what we
foot
just need to know
increase
is
here.
the new concrete you're pouring, what's the difference compared to what's existing paved, and how stormwater will be handled.
Okay. And is there a number, because is there a number that we need to meet in order for it to not be an issue? Because I don't care about that very deeply. So, this stuff
I think
is
it's just
critically important.
how is stormwater gonna be handled?
Yeah.
If they can come, like you heard before in the very beginning, you talked about a 9-inch rainfall event, like someone did the stormwater calculations.
Usually an engineer.
We'd like someone to do stormwater calculations on your proposed blue concrete and say it's not a problem.
So you need someone to do stormwater calculations.
It might behoove you, in my opinion, to not incorporate this area right now. Because that's the
biggest.
huge amount of concrete.
Quite honestly, if we can move ahead without that, I'm happy to drop all that out. We
Not
have
that it
papers,
wouldn't
we'll
be
put our picnic
great.
table
Yeah,
on
we
it.
know you want
Future.
to. But we just,
Right.
I
if
don't
we
know
wanna
about
make
you
sure that
guys.
if you pave that,
Right.
you're not gonna see all this runoff flooding this area.
We're happy to let that go if we can move ahead with planting and walkways.
That would be, honestly, would be probably a pretty easy area to make pervious.
Absolutely.
Stone and
Exactly.
whatever, yeah.
The whole concept was, so this is the ugly shed, this was the concept for the new shed, this is the extent, this would give us a place to put a picnic table.
I love the
There's
idea.
grass already, it can sit on grass.
We love the
Right
idea.
there.
Love the idea.
Just to make sure it's gonna work where,
Just
It
think
doesn't-
of
it
9
doesn't run
inches
off.
of rain, and this is a retaining wall, right? Like, where's
This
all
is
that
a
water
retaining
go?
I'm happy to let it all go right now, if it means we can move forward and start planning.
What do you
again, we're
guys-
just,
Do you
normally
have?
we would refer this to either an applicant would have an engineer to say it works, or we'd have a consulting engineer.
Would we
They're
let that
adding-
go?
They're adding this
Right.
and that.
And this
But
looks
we're
like,
removing the
Yeah,
this
existing.
this is almost flush. 27.1, 27.25, 28 and a half. This is ADA, this is not, probably. So, like you said,
And they're taking out existing impervious surfaces, correct? Aren't they?
yes, they're removing the
I mean, it's brick.
dotted lines.
Yeah.
So
But it's
there's a
going from
difference.
brick to brick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's pretty, it's more, but not dramatically more.
Right, if you exclude that, yeah.
I hate to exclude it, but I'd rather you get
Honest-
going.
And then, yeah, do
Me too.
It's a
something,
great
and
idea.
do something
Me too.
with a pervious material.
Yeah, like stones or something.
Yeah.
Happy
Yeah.
to. It's really.
Then I'm happy we can just nice resolution.
Yeah, then we can do it
Alright,
easier.
so,
Just magically do it without extra.
so it sounds like we're talking about taking a vote on just the walkways
Yes.
tonight.
Well, the walk-
And relocating the seating area to
Right.
within the property lines.
And,
Yeah.
and the plantings.
Yes, and the plantings fully within property. Are you okay with the landscape lighting? There's some small landscape lighting proposed okay.
Is it solar or is it electric?
It's electric, there's already a conduit.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's good.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is there lighting there now? Is there lighting?
There's lighting in front of the teen center, but not in front of the.
Okay.
So you just tap into the existing wire.
Thank you for coming.
No, thank you.
We don't want to penalize at
And I
all.
appreciate that.
I'm gonna make a motion. Can I make a motion, Chip?
Yes,
Go
please.
ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve it per the modifications of removing the back concrete picnic table area at this time, but approving the new walkways, the lighting changes, the relocated half-circle seating,
And the
And the-
landscaping.
the landscaping, Daniel coming up with a resolution.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
Leave these?
Yes.
Leave
Yeah, put them in the box.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all your time.
Best librarian in county.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, but they're gonna circulate internally.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you? I'm good. How you doing? Good.
Sorry.
I'm staying.
I didn't know it was gonna be midnight.
Sorry.
Hi guys. I met you guys do this
It's
once a month.
11:30.
I can see why I come once a month.
We need to make it more than once a month, that's fine. So we don't do this.
Yeah.
Parking time.
Well, either you're doing 3 hours every other week, or 6 hours.
Okay.
Yes, no, we met one thing in the hallway.
Oh, yes, that's right, that's right.
Backs up onto,
I know this properly.
maybe we just skip ahead to your staff recommendations.
They want to remove 18 trees.
Is that the advantage of going last?
Again.
I don't want to steal your thunder. I would like to see you.
No,
And I'll chime in.
Okay.
So the applicant seeks approval for a tree clearing and grading permit application. They propose the removal of 18 trees, and they plan on revegetating the property with 30 emerald green arbor vitae,
And can you-
21 new shrubs and additional grass plantings. So there's not much to say, but I do have a couple comments about the clearing limits and how they're represented in the plans. So the applicant states that the amount of trees that they have on the property is, where is it? 95 trees. And they propose to remove 19% of them with the 18 trees. So per the clearing limits permitted for this would be 60%. The percentage of clearing isn't based off of the amount of trees, but the amount of land cleared with all undergrowth and everything included. So it's not exactly that percentage, but so basically what I'm trying to get at is.
So many trees in the front. Okay.
Let me see where it is.
Yeah, you wanted a calculation based on the land, not the trees.
So the land ownership, that's wrong. It's actually 0.54 acres, which represents.
It's 21 something like that was it.
It's actually, it makes my numbers worse, but I want to be honest, right?
You would still fall within the 60%.
Yeah, I'm not worried because, well, I'm hoping I'm not worried.
And I had gotten that number from the Suffolk County JS viewer for the parcel itself. I didn't see a.
It's okay. I got a new updated, so I just bought the house.
Okay,
April 30th.
congratulations.
Thank you. And I love the area, and one of the first things my wife and I said when we got there with our 4-year-old was, we have to get rid of some of these trees. It's unsafe, not just for our kid, but most of the trees outlining the perimeter of the house in the backyard are literally leaning towards the house. So much so that on Friday, storm, one tree fell down. Took the mast of my electric completely off the wall. I sent Cindy the photographs. I have them on my phone if you'd like to see it. It cost me $2,500 in damage. That said, everything's good. The electric mast is back up, but the entire east side of the house is threatened by these wires. Sorry.
Is that one of the trees you were proposing to take down?
Oh, yeah. And the tree didn't come down entirely. It was my neighbor's tree limb. It was completely hollowed out with ants through it. Came down on my tree, knocked down, I don't know how it didn't hit the roof, but it took out all the electric. The electric company thinks it's what took out Port Jefferson, Hollow Hills power.
Wow.
So, there, if I may. So, this This is the corner of my garage in the backyard. This tree and way higher up, 2 limbs came down, and these wires right here, that just looks thin, but it's not. It's really thick. Came down, and all around here, I had to cut these trees up, and like I said, pay money to get the mast back on properly, turn off the power, put the mast back on, then turn the power back on.
Insurance didn't cover that?
Not my deductible. My deductible was $2,500.
Yeah.
So it cost me $2,500, and so no. But that's okay. Everybody's safe and everything's fine. But you can see the threat. This is this is what's happening. All the trees on this property side are doing this, and on the other side, if you can go through the slides, I took really good photos. You know, I'll call it 8 aesthetics, 10 are threatening, just equipment threatening or home threatening. And a lot of it is just power lines. So obviously I'm in the woods. It's a really decent sized property. The majority of the property is level and flat. And the trees that I don't want to touch go down to oak wood. Thank you, oak wood. And I'm not looking to touch that. And that's where it slopes, is right, it's after all of this. I'm looking at like 8 to 10 feet prior to this slope. So everything that I would be removing is flat, as you can see.
Have you determined these are the trees, or you had an arborist or a landscape say these are the ones?
No, I had a guy come out. You know, arborist is a funny word. It's hard to find a real arborist.
But you had a professional landscaper
Yeah.
say take these down.
Well, I had a tree guy who I actually, ironically enough, I was born and raised in Long Island, went to Longwood High School, worked in the city for years, then moved to California. Came back 15 years later, December this year. And I met with a tree guy, and that tree guy happened to be a teacher in my school when I graduated.
Of course.
So I know Gary, and
Yeah.
Gary was like, dude, there's some trees that you really need to consider taking down. And he wasn't trying to make money on me because he's already given me a decent deal. But
is this his
this
layout?
was his layout.
And is this what you're proposing?
It's exactly what I'm proposing. It's like I'm taking his advice because he's like, that's threatening, that's threatening, that's threatening. And then of course there was a few aesthetics. Am I gonna put a pool on this property? Because I could? No. I already have a pool. I don't care to manage or maintain a pool. I'm over it. I just want a nice size layout so my kid can play safely. And I want to add a fence to the back. I would like to add a fence to the back, past the egress, chain link. It's not that I don't want deer. I know they'll hop it anyway. But most of this fence, it's undetermined who owns it. You know, it's common. I don't know if it was the previous owner or not, but all these trees as well. And I know Port Jeff's big on canopy, and I know they're big on size of trunks, and I get it. But what I'm proposing is 18 trees, and 95 is what I could count. And I'm going through the woods trying to keep up with the count. It's probably more than 95.
It's not always the number of trees, it's the size of the caliber.
Yeah, no, I know. And so this guy's thin. This guy's pretty big.
Usually it's a what is it, a 6 inch set, 9 inches diameter breast height?
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to know what the caliper are of
Do you have the of the trees you're
taking.
I did like
I mean,
measure them now, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think all we need is the percentage represented just correctly, that's all. And
Yeah.
you shouldn't be in trouble because,
Yeah.
like you said, we just need it to reflect the land, not the trees.
So how do we figure that out? Because the
The-
land is 0.54 acres.
The land, so then
Which I can give you in square footage.
does he just look at like around the tree?
So, land clearing is defined in our code as something along the lines of total area of land proposed to be cleared, including the indiscriminate removal of trees, shrubs, and/or undergrowth by stripping or any other process undertaken to prepare a property for non-agricultural development.
It's not proposing a development of this.
Non-agricultural.
No.
I don't think of this as that applies.
Yeah. So I would just look at you know, each tree is an area instead of a tree. So it's like,
And then
some of the
take-
trees are in a row, so then you could take that whole row, like a rectangle. One is a square, right? Like, that's how I would do it.
Then how does he go by the canopy?
Well, that's the question. Are
Or does he
you
go in the
removing
trunk?
anything underneath the like? So where the trees are, is it
Yeah.
is it what, just purely lawn below it, or is there undergrowth?
Most of it's in dirt.
Yeah,
Okay.
if
I don't
you go
even
back
have
to
that
the
much
pictures.
grass.
Yeah.
My proposal is to grass
grass,
everything,
That's
so that you don't have runoff, that I don't create runoff.
yeah.
That's not already there.
So we need a plan just basically showing the limits of where the grass area is going to be, because that's all considered clearing. So you have to just
But there's no grass.
no. He's proposing grass.
We have the final plan shows the.
Oh, the final plan shows. We just need the percentages of it. That's all.
Well,
To make sure you can't go
I
more than
was,
60%.
when I read through these bylaws, or whatever you wanna call it, it made me feel as though you would prefer that I put grass, right? So that's why that's the way I felt after reading it, because grass will prevent runoff to your neighbor's property, which was a concern that most people might have when removing trees
Well,
and shrubs.
Usually it's the opposite. Natural vegetation, your naturally vegetated areas tend to preserve it a little bit more than grass.
Yeah.
So-
The tree
Yeah.
would suck up more water than grass.
So it's the opposite, yeah. So
Well,
you just
even
gotta
though
show.
they're in dirt,
Yeah.
like
They-
you
yep.
can see the roots.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
They would suck up more water than grass.
Well, I don't have to do grass. I thought that was what.
But
I
if the
should
tree
do.
isn't there,
Then what? Right. That's why. I
then it
said-
doesn't matter. Then the
Well-
roots aren't gonna suck anything up anymore, whether it's grass or.
Well, let me just say this. My house almost got taken out. What do I do? Because I was told if it's a life-threatening thing, you can call a different number and I can bypass this whole meeting
Well,
about
now-
those types of trees.
That's us, by the way. So
Right.
planning staff is authorized for emergency situations to basically allow trees to come down that are we consider emergencies, right? To
Right.
threaten life or property.
Right.
And then we have to notify
Let me-
this
Let me
board.
just finish my thought.
Yeah.
How do you know what's threatening until you have a storm?
Well, we usually get a letter from an arborist or a professional landscaper saying these ones are marked out. Then we go out and inspect it. We have
Yeah, but with all due respect,
This guy would come
this
and
tree
say-
that came down
Yeah.
looked beautiful and healthy. And the only way you would know that is if you had an arborist climb up the tree and find out there were
That's true.
ants penetrating in the top.
That's
it.
We tried
Does
that
that
before,
tree
that's all I
wanna?
can say.
Well, that's why I'm at a point where I just bought a house for $929. I almost lost the roof on the garage. I've been waiting for this meeting. I'm not trying to get pissy. I'm just being honest with you. It's a matter of safety. There's 10 trees that are not safe in the positioning of where they are. They should have been removed before I bought the house, frankly. So it was one of the first things I said when I got in. The other 8, sure, they're aesthetics. If you guys wanted to deny me on that, fine. I'll do my 2 a year and wait. But the ones that are impeding on, and even my neighbor, I even asked him, I said, your tree's limb fell on my tree, knocked down the wires, took out the power, almost took out my roof. How do you feel about me helping pay for your tree now that is missing limbs, that's clearly hollow? Absolutely, Jim. Do whatever you need, buddy. I have no loyalty to the tree, even though it's the only one because that's his backyard. Technically, if you look at the map, his backyard butts up to the side of my fence. He says, no problem. Again, with the plan that I'm gonna put arborvitaes and give shade and shelter and protection to
I don't
his.
think we're opposed to it. I think
Yeah.
we're just trying to get it to conform to what it's.
We have a code
I-
limitation.
Well,
That's the
wait a minute,
problem.
I think
Yeah.
the math, we just gotta figure out the math. And
Yeah,
and
it's
don't
just a matter of looking
right.
at
But-
at it as square footage instead of per tree.
That's okay, so.
And what I would do is I would just go by like a rectangle around the tree.
Will I have
a
to wait
square-
till the next board meeting to have another presentation?
Well, we have to figure have to do the calculation.
But I'm just saying, when you own a piece of property that's
So,
0.54
we
acres, how much do you think all those trees that I'm proposing, if you added them up, would take in square footage? It's certainly not 60%.
We have to figure it out.
But it's not 60%.
But it counts the
But
land.
it's
It's the land below it.
60%.
No, it's the land below it too, though. So you got to count. It's the trees, any natural vegetation. So the dirt. If you're going to make that lawn, that's considered you're clearing the land that's there. unless it is purely just dirt.
It's, if you go
Oh, no,
back
I'm
to
just
the
saying,
pictures,
I'm not fighting.
So what I would,
Look,
can I
let me-
make a recommendation? Can we ask that he do the emergency thing? You go out, you approve the
I could do that.
certain number of
Yeah, I could
trees
do that.
that have to come down, and then you get rid of the
Are you
ones
okay
that
with
are
that?
really in danger.
I mean, the only.
So we have to inspect it, and then
I
once.
don't care, you can come and inspect it, but like
Yeah.
I said, an arborist wouldn't have been able to tell you that this tree that just fell on my property was damaged. You would
I
have.
mean,
had
have
to
you ever
climb up.
denied anyone an
Emergency?
emergency?
We've allowed
Yeah.
them
But
everything.
that, well, my point is, nothing looks like it's an emergency, so you're probably gonna go, there's no emergency here. And I wouldn't have thought there was one with the one that fell on my house
So what,
last
so
week.
what is it,
I think-
but it looks different than this currently, right, the pictures? You said there's some that are currently knocked down already and.
No, limbs fell off of it.
Oh, the limbs fell off.
The one that,
Okay.
the one that had limbs fall off is still standing. It's certainly hollowed out.
And that's
It
the one
needs
that
to be
took the power
removed.
line?
Yeah.
Let's come.
And the whole line
Yeah,
is
so then
on.
I could say you could argue to them exactly what you're arguing now. I don't think you're going to
So
get
why don't you go
denied.
out there, see it, show him, these are the ones that they need to
That's
take
what
for
I'm saying,
emergency
it's
for
all
that
you-
reason.
Okay,
Right,
and
but
then
then-
what do I do
and
about
then-
the other ones on the other side?
Then you
have to wait
come
for-
back.
You have to wait for this.
Yeah, then you come back with the numbers we're asking for, which I'm sure they can explain, and then you get approval for your plan.
Okay.
That way you get the emergency
You know,
and you get
yeah,
the
landscape
other.
So we've-
architect could do it.
And we've always conditioned our emergencies that if it's ever
Tree
found
guy.
that the clearing is beyond the clearance of the code, that they have to come, basically it's conditioned, like we're allowing this as emergency, but if your clearing is beyond the code, then you have to come back for revegetation. That's the way it's all
But he's
phrased.
already got it.
No, I know, I'm
Yeah.
just saying that that provision's in there as protection also.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's gonna, this will all
I
be
just feel like
included.
it's to the benefit of the community to, if I'm willing to pay for it,
Yeah.
get rid of the trees that are on the line where these electrical lines are.
Yeah.
No one's
100%.
disagreeing
No one's-
with you.
yeah,
we're not
What
disagreeing.
we're saying
I'm not
is
fighting,
it's a
yeah, I'm just
two-phase
saying.
process.
Yeah.
He's gonna come out next week, you're gonna show him the reason why. He could say, okay, these 8 to 10, I understand the emergency situation, I can agree. You can have your guy come the next day and take those out. You do your plan for the square footage for the rest, and then you could do that the following month.
Yeah, and the plan for the square footage for the rest is me just adding up. I'm just saying this out loud. 0.54 acres. I know you guys don't wanna look at the counts of the trees.
You're only adding up what you're taking away.
Yeah.
So go to a tree you're taking away.
Go to the roots.
Go more or less the roots, and you say, okay, this is a 10 by 10.
Right.
Okay, and I've got 5 of them, so that's 5 10 by 10s. You add that up.
I get it,
Yeah.
but my point is,
It has to
why
be- it
would
has
you
to be-
make me do that if you know I own 0.54 acres? Do you
Again,
think?
no, it's
I'm just
nowhere
asking-
near 60. I
Right,
get it,
Yeah,
so
but
why
we
are we
having-
doing this?
We
Well,
need
so
the
you're
math
gonna,
for the
if you,
code.
yeah, and if you ever sold your house in the future, you'd want a complete application. You want your application to follow the rules. Like it's just kind of part of.
I guess I was naive to think that I was gonna come here and you guys were gonna go, oh yeah, that's definitely under 60% of your property, under 60% cleared. Why wouldn't?
We just
why
need the
would it
math.
be?
We need the
Yeah,
numbers.
Okay.
it's just,
Alright,
It's paperwork.
fair enough.
yeah.
I
But,
won't take any more of your time then. I'll be
Yeah.
back next month.
Well, just for
Let's
problems for
hope
you.
we don't have any other storms.
no,
No, I'm
you
coming
can
out
get
there.
those.
I'm coming, dude.
How
We're,
soon are you gonna come out?
what?
How soon will you come out?
I
We have
mean-
storm, we have rain every day for the last.
I know. I'll try to come as soon as I
I'm
can.
not jumping on you, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
you're busy.
I know.
Is
You're
That's
very,
my life.
by the way, you're very impressive today. I watched you through all 7.
Thank you.
Your commitment to memory is insane.
Yeah.
You guys all succeed because of this kid.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
amazing.
Thank you.
Is there not
So,
an
I
easement
appreciate it.
for the power lines on the property?
Usually there is, so it's kind of weird.
Shouldn't,
Well, there's usually agreements with the energy, LIPA. No, what is it now? PSEG.
Whatever.
It's PSEG.
I know I said LIPA. Now I'm dating
Shouldn't
myself.
They've been on my property a
Shouldn't
lot.
No, it's Lifer.
Yeah, they come here.
Lifer's the record, PSG is their contract for Lifer.
Wait, so it's LIPA. Okay.
LIPA owns.
So both.
I had PSEG come to my property, and they wouldn't clear over their power lines that were running through my property to my neighbor. It didn't even go to my house.
Weird.
And they said, no, we're not gonna take it down because it didn't look like it was gonna fall down. But also, if this is your power line and the branch is right here, you can really make a case saying, hey, if that goes down, it's gonna take the wires down, my neighbor's not gonna have electricity. Then then you can make the argument and then they'll come, but I don't remember if they came in.
Do you want to spend the $6,000 or do you want to wait 6 months for them to do it? If you want to spend the money now, he'll come out next week.
I don't. But here's the thing, this price was based on quantity, you know, it's volume. So if I say, can you cut 4 for me today and then come back, the price is gonna change. So that's the disappointing thing here, but I'll do what I gotta do what I gotta do, right?
You can
So-
come out next week?
Yeah.
Maybe
The sooner you come out, the
I'll
better,
I'll
but.
call you tomorrow, we'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll get something. Well, we don't have any meetings next week, luckily, so it's the first. No, right? We don't, zone where it's 2 weeks from now?
And everyone that was here tonight is waiting for you tomorrow.
Well,
Tomorrow is actually today, in a few minutes.
Yeah, actually,
I think this gentleman should go high on the list. He
No,
sat here
yeah, I
until
know.
midnight.
Yeah, well-
Cindy, next time, put all these guys at the top. Put the Baxter and you overlook at the left.
You don't.
You tell those people that were here first, because they emailed us today and said we better be first.
They emailed you?
The Baxter-
They don't get to determine our agenda.
No,
or-
Dan, but the
They
only thing is
asked-
the public hearings
The
haven't started.
public hearings are advertised, they have to
Public
be
hearings are
first,
different.
and we had 2
The work
public
sessions.
hearings.
Just,
Yeah, right,
just so you guys
everything
can see,
else.
this is
They
what,
can say.
this is what
Yeah,
happened.
no, I agree.
So my,
Completely.
imagine.
I live right around the corner. I completely get it.
Yeah, so my wife's just like, it's a matter of time.
He's
before
gonna
it
come
goes.
out next week, you're gonna say, these are the emergency ones, he'll approve them, I can take those down
Yeah.
next day. You'll get the information that we need to cross the Ts, dot the Is with the square footage, and then we can approve the second set.
Yeah, I know.
Is there any way I can get that information? Like, if he comes out next week, I'll have that information before he even gets to my house. Why do I have to wait for another meeting? Can I just give it to him and then he can communicate it back to you guys?
No, we have to vote and approve it.
It's gotta be public, unfortunately.
We've been trying to get issues like this done through, without having to go through us, but we can't change the rules. That's up to the village board, unfortunately. So, you know.
You
so-
aren't you allowed to take down
Two
two
a year.
trees
2
a
a year.
year that are greater than, so you can't do that without approval.
And you can take down trees.
That are sick.
That are sick or
Yes.
dead.
Dead, dying,
you can do.
disease.
And that does,
That
you
you
know.
can do also.
If you had your landscape architect or arborist said, all right, these 10 are sick,
Yes.
then,
Exactly.
You
then
can take them down.
you could
You
take them
just
down
take them
immediately.
down
The guy that
and
drew
take
the
them
plan didn't say they were sick.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the thing.
how do you?
Well, they
I get what you're
can.
saying.
They can, they do it all the time.
They know.
Yeah.
They know what to look
I
for.
mean, I have an
Arborist.
app on my phone that tells me whether a plant's dying.
I mean,
I don't think
a
that's
real,
gonna stop
you know,
I have
tree
a guy
expert
that
can
comes
tell
to
you.
my house
So
in the
that's.
fall,
Right, I
sticks
got
it
it.
in the
She
tree.
takes it in the tree,
They
right?
Yeah, and I'm
definitely
like,
tell.
don't
Right.
stab my tree, but that's how they tell.
That's the, yeah.
Okay.
Some trees that are a threat can be removed, and you're allowed to take down up to 2 trees a year.
And you
To
may,
that point.
and one other thing, you may, what is it, 9 inches at chest height? Where-
3.5, 3.5.
3.5. So if you have trees that are under 9 inches. you
Well,
can
there's quite a few. I just wanted to be honest about what.
No,
I'm
no, I
gonna
appreciate
do.
it.
Because before I went to
Yes.
go forward with this,
So
I didn't know
below,
there
so
was
below 9, you can,
You can remove them.
Right.
below 9 feet or 9 inches.
9
inches in
This
diameter.
9 inches.
diameter.
I mean,
That's
those
circumference,
trees in the
diameter.
front look pretty.
Oh, it's diameter, you're right.
Right.
They
Yeah.
probably could be taken out.
So maybe I have to revise my entire proposal.
Maybe you
after
should look
come
at,
out.
you should.
I would appreciate your opinion.
What's
Yeah.
helpful,
And,
I'll give you everything. We'll talk with the career
I
guys
would-
too.
I would measure the caliper of all the trees that you wanna take down. Put that, get that down, and then also look at the ones that are really, that are sick. And then, you know, maybe you can cut it, you might be able to cut it way back.
Okay.
I mean, of what you need to get our approval.
Let's say he says, hey, you've got 6 emergencies I'm approving, because he's allowed to approve. Could I then do 8 technically because I'm allowed to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's an amazing compromise. Thank you. I will see you next
Thanks
month.
for your patience.
Get
And
home safe.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for your patience.
I'd like to make a motion to.
I grew up at 87 Soundview Drive.
You did across the street from me.
Maybe.
Take care, everybody.
All right,
All in favor?
Good to meet you, neighbors.
You too.
Yes, second.
Which one is that?
Dan,
So,
Dan.
87 is right when you pull up
Yeah.
East Gate.
Right.
All in favor?
98's
Aye.
the second one to the left.
11:58.
On the left, on the opposite side.
Oh, so that was.
There's a split, it looks like a split house. It's a very unique piece of property because it's
Yeah,
the
so
only one
you're
that goes all the
you're
way to the
two
front.
off, you're three off the corner. Off
Two
that
of
side.
them, two of them.
Two off?
Yeah, back corner lot, backs
I
to,
can't do that.
because it's a
Yeah,
corner lot,
backwards.
it backs to
I
my,
grew up, my.
I mean, I'm in the home.
That's